Chapter 251, Stars, Transforming into Humans. Ever since the Stargate battle only achieved a narrow victory, and the unexpected enemy still did not seem to be affected much, the resistance of the Milky Way civilizations against this natural disaster had moved to the next stage. Or rather, it had never changed. The administrator fleets that were borrowed and the administrator fleets that the administrator had taken the initiative to garrison in the parent galaxies of the civilizations hid behind obediently, temporarily staying out of the Milky Way crisis. A large number of unexpected enemy fleets were stopped by the administrator outside the borders, and there were exchanges of fire in countless galaxies. By conservative estimates, the war between the unexpected enemy and the administrator had already caused the direct destruction of nearly 10,000 ships of different sizes. However, the war did not slow down because of this. Instead, it intensified. Every day, several space wars broke out in various parts of the Milky Way. The unexpected enemy that occupied the four corners of the Milky Way could always attack from unexpected positions, and the administrator never showed any flaws in defense. Even if some of them managed to enter the territory of the civilizations, they would be caught and destroyed by the administrator fleets. They hadn't been able to do much on the main battlefield, but at least they wouldn't have too many problems dealing with these fish that had escaped the net. It was also at this time that the civilizations of the Milky Way finally understood why the support fleet was named Administrator. Perhaps the Administrator had long calculated that the fleet wouldn't be able to unleash the destroyer effect in their hands. These fleets were handed over to them for protection. It was a mistake for them to choose to launch an attack with the Administrator fleet. However, the Administrator did not express any opinion on their performance in the Stargate battle. As usual, they waited for its response and then returned to silence. The tragic victory in the Stargate battle was finally packaged into a great victory, and the once low morale was reignited. Looking at the administrator fleets that had returned brand new, the people thought that they had won a one-to-one battle against the unexpected enemy. For a moment, they were overjoyed. However, this scene did not last long, because the unified rhetoric of the various governments revealed flaws in the gradually popular online rumors. It seemed that a group of interstellar adventurers had captured the actual Stargate battle and secretly circulated it on the Interstellar network. This kind of news that was both true and false was the easiest to believe. Soon, the people began to doubt the true situation of the battle. They thought that the main force of civilization had been wiped out in that battle, and the current joy was just an atmosphere deliberately created by the government to drag everyone down with them. For a while, chaos and riots broke out everywhere. All the spaceports were attacked by the thugs. Their goal was to seize the spaceships and escape to other places. In addition, there were incidents of infrastructure being destroyed and important people being assassinated. Before the enemy arrived, the civilization was already in chaos. The people who had once been united in the crisis of the civilization annihilator seemed to have cracked under the premeditated instigation. And the first batch of adventurers that had been rumored to have gone missing was long gone. No one seemed to realize that during the period when the unexpected enemy was wreaking havoc in the galaxy, almost all the adventurers had obediently returned to civilization. After all, the unexpected enemy would take the initiative to find the lone Milky Way spaceship. No one would joke about their own lives. The galaxy where the Stargate battle took place was also an important place. If there was a plan, would there be adventurers who accidentally went there? A series of explosions followed the sharp sound of friction. A rare serial car accident occurred on the mother planet of the Mingbo Science and Technology Nation. Dozens of low-altitude, high-speed, manned spacecraft collided in the predetermined orbit, causing hundreds of casualties. The burning wreckage of the aircraft landed in the middle of the city. Although it did not cause further damage, it still caused chaos among the already tense citizens. Mingbo, who once abused artificial intelligence and robots, was almost completely paralyzed in the first wave of the ghost signal invasion. Therefore, in the face of the threat of the galactic catastrophe that followed the ghost signal, Mingbo banned artificial intelligence and robots within the civilization on a large scale. These manned spacecraft were akin to buses in Mingbo's eyes. Their safety and stability had been tested. Logically speaking, it was impossible for such a chain collision to happen. The law enforcement officer Mingbo, who was directing the rescue operation at the scene, at least wanted to save the bodies, had a gloomy look on his face. He was checking the list of victims while thinking about how to cover up this matter. However, before he could finish counting the dead, an emergency communication was sent to him, forcing him to temporarily put down his work and listen to what the higher UPS wanted from him. As soon as the call connected, the other party asked urgently, "Isn't there a public manned spacecraft with the sequence XXXXX in this car accident?" The law enforcement officer recalled that there was indeed such a public aircraft that was destroyed in the car accident, so he reported it truthfully. However, he heard a messy voice coming from the other end of the communicator. He could vaguely hear the words higher UPS, secret visit, and infiltration. Then, he hung up without saying anything else. Although he didn't elaborate, the law enforcement officer still felt that he seemed to have caught on to something. He then further instructed his subordinates to excavate the aircraft fragments. Hard work paid off. A charred corpse was dragged out from the debris. From the shape, it looked similar to Mingbo's main race. It seemed to be a citizen of Mingbo. However, complex electronic components and circuits could be seen in the cracks in the wreckage. After verification, it was confirmed that this was a bionic robot. Before the flames burned away the camouflage on its body, it looked just like Mingbo's main race, hard to distinguish. However, the law enforcement officer knew very well that this was not a product of civilization. Therefore, the car accident that should have been classified as an aging circuit had a new direction of investigation with the discovery of the remains of the android at the scene. The mysterious video of the Stargate battle, the uncontrollable public opinion, the infrastructure that was attacked by the mobs, and the assassination of important figures. He originally thought that it was an internal problem caused by his own mistakes, but now it seemed that it was not as simple as it seemed. After splitting their attention from the troublesome matters and comparing the situation of other civilizations, all the problems finally pointed to the beginning of the crisis of the unexpected enemy. The unexpected enemy's ghost signal had caused a huge impact. Chapter 252, The Vaccine. From the unexpected enemy number 1 planet in the Li Wenyuan galaxy to the unexpected enemy number 4 planet in the northern galaxy, they have already pulled down the Iron Curtain that spans the entire Milky Way. A diplomat from the Pyro Alliance was giving a speech on the mother planet of the Mingbo Science and Technology Nation. He had been invited to boost morale, with the aim of reigniting the determination of the people to fight against the unexpected enemy. This diplomat had been teaching native civilizations for many years, and he had also inspired the native people who had no interest in development to regain their enthusiasm for exploring the universe. Even though he had been a diplomat for many years, his eloquence had never declined. Soon, after his speech, he left the stage under the protection of a group of guards. In this state of war, an important figure like him, who might cause diplomatic problems, was protected at all times. Although he was used to it, he was used to observing his surrounding environment. He still noticed some differences from the changes in the guards. Those people are, the Chinook caster of the Duncan revival race? Since when did Mingbo know how to invite these people? Didn't they hate Chinook power the most? The diplomat from the Pyro Alliance was a little curious, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. His guards were arranged by Mingbo. As for why Mingbo suddenly changed his attitude and handed such an important task as protecting him to a group of extraterrestrial Chinook casters, it was not something he should be concerned about. However, just as he was thinking about how to report this speech to his mother planet, there was a commotion among the crowd that was taking photos, attracting the attention of people, including the diplomat. "May I ask, what do you want me to do by stopping me like this?" A young girl named Mingbo was stopped by a Chinook caster from Duncan. Her pitiful expression and her trembling body made everyone present feel pity for her. Of course, only Mingbo thought so. The diplomat from the Pyro Alliance did not have such an idealistic feeling. Due to the difference in species, he was completely unable to understand the beauty of the young lady. He could only determine that she was a female citizen of Mingbo based on some characteristics. Just like how monkeys couldn't understand the beauty of frogs, cross-species love only existed in novels and in some people with heavy tastes. Apart from him, the Chinook casters of Duncan did not show any pity. On the contrary, their faces showed disgust. A Chinook energy user said directly, "How disgusting, a twisted thing that fused consciousness and machinery. Even if we are tens of meters apart, I can still smell the metallic stench on your body." The Chinook caster's words were so shocking that no one present could even understand what he meant. This female Mingbo also had a puzzled expression on her face, as if she did not understand what the Chinook ability user was saying. Seeing her like this, the Chinook caster could not be bothered to waste his breath. As Chinook power surrounded his body, he directly covered the entire body of this female Mingbo. The purple light flashed and in the blink of an eye, every secret in her body was exposed, as if she had been seen through. Under the organic bionic shell that was no different from a real person was a precision mechanical part that was in operation and changed accordingly with every movement of her. There was no lack of knowledgeable people present. An old scientist could tell at a glance that this was not something their civilization could produce. Moreover, after experiencing the ghost signal, similar robots had long been banned from production. Everyone was afraid that the unexpected enemy would use these robots to do dangerous things. However, this Mingbo female seemed to be unaware of everything that had happened to her, and she still maintained a pitiful posture as she called for help from the people around her. The strange scene made everyone else unconsciously take a step back. Only Duncan's Caster remained where he was. Existences like you that taint our consciousness definitely can't hide from our senses. Only these materialistic idiots can be infiltrated by you without anyone knowing. The Caster's words were shocking once again. Not only did it make the Mingbo people present wonder if the recent assassinations and riots were caused by these bionic infiltrators. Even the diplomat of the Pyro Alliance had realized what the internal worries that troubled the leaders of their civilization were. It turned out that the unexpected enemy had already infiltrated them without anyone noticing. Perhaps, the seed of chaos had already been planted when the abnormal ghost signal spread. The excited crowd seemed to understand everything and instantly cursed. The things that could be thrown around were also used as a means to vent their anger. They were all thrown at the bionic infiltrator. The bionic infiltrator seemed to have finally realized that she had been seen through. Her pitiful expression gradually turned indifferent. Even though the projectile left wounds on her body, it did not change at all. Duncan's Casters did not follow their guards' request to capture the infiltrator when they discovered her, and if necessary, they could directly use their magical powers to destroy the infiltrator. They were watching all this with cold eyes, as if they were interested in the scene of the robot being abused. In the process of entering the Void Realm and obtaining power, they were influenced subtly, for example, by their dislike of robots and artificial intelligence. Although they could sense that they were being influenced, they believed that it was a necessary condition for them to enter the Void Realm. The Void Realm experts seemed to hate robots and artificial intelligence for some reason. It was almost impossible for them to be favored by the Void Realm experts. The study of the nature of the Void Realm was also one of the topics of the idealist civilization. The mainstream theory was that there might have been some existence that caused all of this. The Casters of Duncan also had a prejudice against machines, and they were happy to see this scene. However, just as they were about to take down the bionic infiltrator in their control with their power, they saw that she seemed to have locked onto her target. Her eyes passed through countless people and finally fixed on the diplomat of the Pyro Alliance. At this moment, the diplomat was thinking about something and did not notice this matter. The Casters also knew that things were not good because this diplomat from another civilization was the target of their protection this time. Power surged toward the bionic infiltrator as it circulated, and the bionic infiltrator was no longer indifferent but smiling. The sensitive Casters sensed that the body temperature of the bionic infiltrator was rising rapidly almost instantly. Even their power could not approach the bionic infiltrator under the influence of the stronger energy. The organic bionic layer on the surface of the body gradually melted under the sudden rise in temperature and then burned. Soon, the entire bionic infiltrator was lit into a fire human. However, even the brightness of this burning was not as bright as the light emitted by the miniature reactor on the bionic infiltrator's body. Under the dangerous flashing, a large explosion was brewing. "It's going to explode!" The energy user immediately shouted. Then, without looking back, he used his power to move himself out of the range of the explosion. They felt that they had done their best, but if they had destroyed the bionic infiltrator earlier, the explosion would not have happened. The diplomat from the Pyro Alliance who was deep in thought was also awakened by the cries and curses. He immediately noticed the chaotic crowd around him and the eye-catching burning human. He immediately picked up a child who had fallen down beside him and handed it to the anxious-looking woman. Then, he went against the crowd and joined the ranks of the guards who were evacuating the crowd to help evacuate. Some people began to use their weapons in an attempt to stop the self-destruction reaction of the fire human, but it was useless. In the dazzling fire, the diplomat saw the fire human laughing, as if laughing at their useless efforts. However, the diplomat did not think so. In his eyes, this smile was not the end of the explosion, but a sign that it could still be saved. "What are you laughing at? Have you forgotten? You weren't the only one who sent out the ghost signal." Facing the heat wave, the diplomat shouted. As if in response to his call, a strange feeling arose spontaneously. The burning of the fire human became more and more intense, but it could no longer smile. The core that kept heating up did not enter the process of explosion, but instead began to burn. This was also a kind of energy reaction, but it was much more soothing than an explosion. In the end, the fire human burned up without exploding. This never-imagined scene made everyone stay in the same place. Some were still in disbelief. Only the diplomat knew the reason, because there was news from his home planet that the administrator had made new movements. The vaccine program has been installed with the ghost signal. Now, all civilizations will no longer be affected by the ghost signal. Chapter 253, Explode Again. Ghost Signal. This was a sword that had always been hanging over the head of the Milky Way civilization. The beginning of this crisis was due to the spread of the ghost signal. Although it was not clear, the civilizations of the Milky Way still attributed the ghost signal produced by the administrator a long time ago to this unexpected enemy crisis. They believed that the unusual ghost signal must have had some unknown effect. The truth was indeed close to their guess. The spread of the ghost signal revealed the location of many key galaxies to Li Wenyuan and also provided him with extremely important information. And the crisis of the unexpected enemy had already officially begun from the 20-year countdown. However, just like accidents that always happened, the unexpected enemy didn't always follow the predicted time. It had once betrayed the administration matrix, so it was normal for it to conduct the Milky Way exam at an unexpected time. When there was still a long time before the countdown ended, it was activated again by manual activation and announced that it would purify the galaxy. The sudden and extremely destructive ghost signal caused huge losses to the Milky Way civilization. However, it came and went quickly, and a few months passed in the blink of an eye. This speed was not even comparable to the spread time of some epidemic diseases, but it had never been underestimated by the civilizations of the Milky Way. After all, it wasn't like the administrator hadn't used it before. Such a strange signal virus had always been classified as a weapon. However, during the battle with the unexpected enemy, no one detected any signs of the ghost signal being activated again. Neither the unexpected enemy nor the administrator group detected anything. At first, they thought that the ghost signal was no longer useful to these two artificial intelligences, so they did not use it on the battlefield. However, after the increasingly violent domestic riots were exposed, they realized that the confrontation had already begun in secret, but the target was them. The vaccine program has been installed along with the ghost signal. All civilizations will no longer be affected by the ghost signal. The administrator's announcement still lingered in the hearts of every high-ranking official who knew about it. Many self-proclaimed genius network engineers had long begun to screen for traces of the ghost signal infection in the civilized network. Their professional knowledge had told them that everything was normal, but after the administrator exposed the plot of the unexpected enemy, they realized that the perfect firewall had long been penetrated. Perhaps, when they were first infected by the ghost signal, the seeds of the disaster had already been planted in those places, waiting for the right time to erupt. Countless seemingly normal nodes were marked and interrupted by some conspicuous signal, and then the engineers repaired them. The images of the Stargate battle that had been circulating on the internet were confirmed to have been leaked by these foreign nodes. Other than that, the origin of the nodes eventually pointed to countless abandoned buildings. Some of them were hidden in the depths of the forest, while others were hidden in space junk. The machines that were pieced together were operating in them, and some of the robots that had disappeared were also hidden there. After putting on the bionic coat, these disguised infiltrators added fuel to the fire in public opinion. At the same time, they secretly planned a series of sabotage and assassination operations. Even if they could only trace it to this point, there was no need to say much about the mastermind behind these events. This made the civilizations of the Milky Way break out in a cold sweat. The Milky Way crisis they were facing, even if they were far more powerful than them, would still use such despicable means to increase the probability of achieving their goals. They were even thinking that if they were also powerful, would they also treat enemies who were far weaker than them as opponents in war? Although the curse left behind by the unexpected enemy had caused trouble and even harm to many civilizations, none of the idealistic civilizations and the beehive civilizations had been affected. The idealistic civilization, which often used psionic communication, could tell at a glance that those in the bionic coat were not humans, while the collective mind of the beehive civilization had never allowed them to have infiltrators. The internal worries of the civilization had been temporarily resolved. After knowing the cause and with the help of the vaccine planted by the administrator in the civilization network, the chaos was confirmed to be caused by the enemies of the galaxy. After a large number of bionic factories were destroyed, the civilizations returned to a stable state. Although the martial law was severe, it was much better than the previous riots. What they needed the most now was their attention. It was the further increase in the intensity of the war, as well as the new aid that the administrator had opened up. The contents of the announcement hadn't changed, but there was something new in the assistance column. In order to increase the probability of resolving the crisis, you can seek the following assistance from me. 1. Administrator fleet, 2. Resources you need, 3. Research reinforcement, 4. Shelter, 5. Shelter, 6. Shelter. Remark: the purification terminal is very dangerous. I hope this can help you. Unlike the expected new reinforcements, the additional sanctuary was also a sanctuary. This strange situation instantly triggered a fierce debate. All the civilizations instantly realized that something was not right, just like what the civilization annihilator had done in the past. When the caterpillar fungus disease was raging, they were asked to take refuge in order to prevent the crisis from spreading to the greatest extent. At that time, the background of this situation was the disguised benevolent host, who believed that this would increase the probability of solving the crisis. Only by reducing the defense area could they concentrate on fighting against the enemy in the galaxy. And now, the extra shelter choices seemed to indicate the same reason. The administrator might not be able to hold on any longer. He had to use this last resort to preserve the tinder. The extra sanctuary might be enough to accommodate the civilizations of the entire galaxy. This undoubtedly made some of the Milky Way civilizations, who regarded the administrator as their savior, panic. They never thought that the administrator, who seemed to be synonymous with invincible, would actually be unable to hold on one day. However, since the administrator did not directly ask them to take refuge, most civilizations still felt that holding their current position was the best choice. Even the Pyro Alliance, which had always trusted the administrators, was hesitant. If the administrator had ordered them to take refuge, they would have done it without hesitation. Now, this ambiguous hint made them unable to make up their minds. Therefore, even if the assistance of the administrator had changed, the Milky Way civilization had generally maintained the same state as before. They held their ground and relied on the administrator fleet to catch the fish that slipped through the net. They didn't idle around to develop themselves either. With the near-infinite resources provided by the administrator and scientific research assistance, they were also making extraordinary progress. Technology that they had never dared to think of before, such as the warp drive, was also inspired. They hoped that the administrator could hold on for a while longer until they could turn the tide. The battleships were still exchanging fire in different galaxies. The space zone of the unexpected enemy was getting larger and larger, and it seemed that everything was being purified. The situation did not look optimistic, but the real leader of the crisis, Li Wenyuan, knew that everything was under control. He had already figured out the maximum capacity of the active purification agreement. It was a fool's dream for those AL planets to compete with him, who controlled countless megastructures. In addition, the real core galaxies of the active purification agreement had long been under the surveillance of the Tiangang battleship and would be captured into subspace at the slightest anomaly. Now, he felt that the situation was almost ready. It was time to enter the final stage, starting with the galaxy he was looking at. This was a stage galaxy that he had built during his free time during the war. A large number of construction ships came in and out of this place when no one was paying attention, setting up the props necessary for the performance. It was a super mega structure that surrounded the central star. The ring of the star that was constantly rotating made it look exactly like a central processing unit. Of course, this was not a real central processing unit. It was just a temporary imitation made of cheap materials. It would naturally collapse in less than 10 years. In order to match his image of having a 4% computing power, the replica had even been post-processed to show that it was missing and aging, making it look like it had been running for many years and was on the verge of collapse. It wouldn't be long before this counterfeit central processing unit was destroyed by the unexpected enemy, and the scene that happened in the administration matrix would be played out. And this, perhaps, could be remembered by those civilizations with true potential in the Milky Way. Chapter 254, Dawn. Detected that all purification terminals have lost connection. Attempting to reconnect. Please wait. Please note that the purification is not complete. Please absolutely do not approach the CX-9881. We are re-evaluating our war strategy. No one who gets in the way will be able to escape our final reckoning. This was the special notice that the entire Milky Way received when the last core galaxy of the unexpected enemy was exposed. The unexpected enemy, who had not communicated with outsiders for a long time, took the initiative to contact the Milky Way civilization. Its words were full of intimidation and threats, but it exposed the fact that it was empty internally. More and more garbage mixed with dangerous targets with lethal abilities arrived at the final core position, causing it a lot of trouble. Its decision to swap homes with the administrator might have been correct. After all, it knew the administrator very well, but the administrator knew nothing about it. Although the explosion of the central processing unit felt a little strange, according to past experience, as long as it could interrupt the operation of this supercomputer, its archenemy would lose most of its combat power as usual. This time, in order to eradicate the roots that it had failed to do before, it decided to use this opportunity to completely eliminate the guy that had been hindering it, even if it would lose the last part of the purification terminal. After all, in its view, the remaining pests in the Milky Way were just a bunch of ants. Even if there was only the core left, it calculated that the success rate of the Milky Way purification was more than 90%. However, the pests who had always been timid and had to mobilize countless combat forces to deal with one of its carrier aircraft had made a mistake in its calculation and launched a brave and fearless charge. The Milky Way civilizations had observed it very accurately. After losing all the purification terminals, its computing power was not much better than the so-called 4% computing power. Not only that, but these purification terminals were also an extremely important source of production. A large number of creation of things machines on them were the capital that allowed it to continuously produce fleets, and the planet-level shipyard was core to ensure the number of fleets. These things had all been destroyed. Even if the last purification core was very special, it did not mean that it could quickly clear the Milky Way in a broken state. The sudden increase in computing burden had caused it to lose control of a large number of fleets. The fleets that were used to rescue the purification terminals at the last minute had fallen into a state of standstill, just like the administrator fleets that had not been destroyed. Originally, it had calculated that the Milky Way civilizations, who would increase their defensive posture, would give it time to reallocate its computing power. However, the unexpected attack on the purification core disrupted its plans. Not only that, but there were also various accidents that caused loopholes in the defense of the purification core. Unknown discovered. Unknown error. Detected that all purification terminals have lost connection. Milky Way civilization comprehensive ability test will enter the final stage. The coordinates of the CX9881 have been automatically broadcasted. Connecting to the data loss matrix. Connection failed, subspace link is offline, the final exam reinforcement fleet will not arrive in time. Please prepare for Defense X. This was a series of errors that occurred within the active purification agreement. It was not without problems over a long period of time. At least, it could not completely solve the problems in its underlying logic. The Milky Way exam set by humans had clearly set up the questions. All the purification terminals would be known to the entire Milky Way at the moment the exam began. And after this question was answered, the final question would be announced to the entire galaxy in a very humane manner. It was actually very easy to solve, but the prerequisite was that one had to ignore the high difficulty of solving it. After all the purification terminals were destroyed, the signals that were automatically sent to the purification core exposed its hidden location. Even if these signals were not discovered, it would not be long before the purification core would uncontrollably broadcast the coordinates to the entire Milky Way. This made the unexpected enemy's hidden core useless. Now, almost all the battleships in the Milky Way were rushing to this place. In addition, there were also some mistakes that the unexpected enemy couldn't find the cause of, which added fuel to the fire burning in the purification core. The superluminal suppressor that was supposed to work normally in this galaxy had unexpectedly disappeared, and even its responsibility had lost its effectiveness. The civilizations of the Milky Way were only trying to warp to this galaxy, and there was no hope that the warp would succeed. After all, even the purification terminal was equipped with such a device to prevent warp, let alone the purification core. However, the fact was that they had succeeded. There was no space-time locking net woven by the superluminal suppressors in this place. Even an experimental warp drive that could only be used once could come here. Due to the urgency of the situation, no one had time to think about this matter. Only the unexpected enemy was very concerned. It vaguely sensed that something was not right, and the probability of a certain possibility was still rising. However, the increasingly urgent battle situation made it unable to spare its computing power to pay attention to this matter. The overwhelming number of garbage battleships arrived at the core of the CX9881 galaxy and successfully provided cover for the true main force, the administrator fleet. These broken ships that the unexpected enemy looked down on had been greatly modified in terms of defense and unmanned automatons. Although they were still killed by the unexpected enemy battleship, as long as they were not completely melted, the battleship wreckage could still rush toward the unexpected enemy battleship under some simple command. They didn't even have a main cannon installed. Instead, they had installed a large number of thrusters at various positions. The weapons were all neutron torpedoes that had a hit rate at short to medium distances. Even if it literally became space junk, the remaining thrusters would still use the last of their energy and inertia to send the junk to its destination, causing heavy damage to the target with the neutron torpedoes. However, the damage that this whimsical method could cause to the unexpected enemy was ultimately limited. The Milky Way civilizations were researching unmanned automated combat systems so that they could send a large number of battleships to act as interference bombs. Although the technology of the battleship was not good, it was big enough to distract the unexpected enemy. It could also interfere with direct light cannon attacks. When they were close enough, they could still take advantage of the opportunity to attack. It was the Administrator fleet from the Administrator that was truly lethal to the unexpected enemy. The civilizations of the Milky Way found it difficult to understand why the same weapon could cause a huge difference in the use of different civilizations. However, it was still produced by the Administrator after all. Even the basic power was enough to kill or even destroy the unexpected enemy battleship. Although the Stargate battle was painful, it did not mean that the unexpected enemy had left unscathed. It had also lost a large number of fleets there, but it was much better than the number of fleets participating. Under the cover and attack of the garbage battleships and guardian battleships, a gap was opened up on the path to the purification core. On the surface of the huge Al planet, there were still signs of a large number of factories producing automatically. At the same time, fleets that had just been assembled flew out from the cracks in the planet and joined the battle in space. However, the journey of civilization was not stopped. Many colossuses that were larger than ordinary battleships warped to this place under the protection of a group of battleships. They had terrified countless people because when a giant cannon that could destroy a planet hung over their heads, everyone would feel that the end of the world had arrived. However, at this moment, they were all praying and hoping to end this doomsday. Chapter 255, Final Battle. The Administrator fleet that had been handed over to the Milky Way civilization seemed to have been completely out of the control of this artificial intelligence under the arrangement of the Administrator. The first time they received assistance from these battleships, all civilizations subconsciously checked everything about them, and they all discovered a fact. These battleships were already very old. Old did not necessarily mean powerful and mysterious, it could also mean weak and rigid. The Administrator fleets seemed to have never stopped for maintenance since the beginning of construction. They had always been fighting until they were handed over. The scars on the armor told of the brutality of the battle, and the thick aura of war that could not be worn away by time covered these ancient warriors with a mysterious veil. No one knew where these battleships had fought, and no one knew what had happened in the past to cause the scars on the battleships. However, there was one thing they knew, and that was that these battleships had technology that far surpassed theirs. The shield surrounding the battleship was essentially no different from the common goods of the Milky Way civilization, but the best difference was the unparalleled defense power of the same shield level. After studying the armor covering the surface of the battleship, it had been confirmed by the Milky Way civilization that it was zero-element armor, which was an armor composed of degenerate matter. This material was most commonly found on neutron stars. Although he understood the principle, the current Milky Way civilization had no way to extract this substance. They had only artificially synthesized a small amount of degenerate matter in the laboratory, and this scientists' team had won a Galaxy Award for it, making them famous. In their eyes, the zero-element substance was a precious research material used for research. They had never thought that the entire armor of the battleship was made of this substance. Therefore, in addition to being amazed, this kind of moving treasure was observed by scientists almost every day. After all, as long as they could get a little bit of the zero-element armor, it would be of great help to their research. In addition to these external components, the internal facilities of the battleship had always been the focus of research, including the layout, parts, and unmanned automated technology. These were all things that were enough for them to produce innovation. With the Administrator at the forefront and the stable environment where they had plenty of time to conduct research, many people even subconsciously treated it as their own. Although these civilizations had sent a wave of them out of confidence during the Stargate battle, some of the Guardian battleships were still kept in the parent galaxy as research materials. And after borrowing these battleships from the Administrator for the second time, most civilizations seemed to have opened up a lot. They would no longer be stupid enough to use these battleships to confront the unexpected enemy head-on, but the research conducted with these battleships would be even more intensive. Some people were even secretly planning to dismantle these lost battleships and study their mysteries. Or they would use it as a target for experimenting with new weapons and accidentally injure their teammates. People would not cherish the free lunch that fell from the sky. Even when faced with the scattered soldiers of the unexpected enemy, they would adopt a radical policy to destroy the enemy regardless of the losses. After all, with the administrator as their backing, they could obtain as much information about the lost civilization and the unexpected enemy as possible through this method. Wasting seemed acceptable. However, all of his hopes and dreams for the future turned into nervousness when the administrator and the unexpected enemy entered the decisive battle. Many people were indulging in rapid development, but there were also many clear-headed people. Those fleets were real, and so were the resources that were delivered. When a civilization gifted these things to others, would there really be no problem? As a result, the ancient traces and the aura of war on those battleships were recalled. The renovation and maintenance of battleships were the top priorities of every civilization. Even if they were retired, most of them would be dismantled and destroyed for the last time, except for some of the most meritorious spaceships. However, the administrator fleet that we obtained is dilapidated. We thought that it was used by the administrator to send us off, but according to our observations, the battleship that the administrator uses is not much different from it. Perhaps we've all overlooked one thing, and that is, creating something out of nothing only exists in fantasy. The administrator indeed wants to provide us with protection, but we've wasted too much. In the venue of the galaxy community, a representative expressed his opinions with his own will. Logically speaking, in this position, it was a necessary quality for a diplomat to not be swayed by his own emotions, always maintain a neutral attitude, and not leave any evidence behind. However, at this moment, he could not help but express his thoughts. Even if he would be criticized by the civilization in the future, he wanted to say it now. The participants of the Stargate battle covered more than half of the Milky Way civilization, and the statistics after the war. Although the community officials have always claimed that the statistics have not been completed, I think everyone knows what the actual situation is. The words of another representative silenced the officer on duty of the galaxy community, who was the host of the meeting. After all, the loss was too great. They could not even imagine that they had caused such a loss. Naturally, they could not have it, nor could they afford to bear the loss. However, they were still fine until now. Who would the loss be transferred to in the end? The answer was self-evident. The administrators, who provided the fleet for free and never asked for anything in return, bore the losses. We all know that the administrator is in a bad state. He can't even control all the battleships and has no choice but to hand over the parts that he can't control to us. Perhaps his original intention was to tell us not to run around like he was watching a child. According to the data, an administrator fleet should be enough to protect us in a chaotic battle. After all, the real warring parties are the administrator and the unexpected enemy. But out of confidence? Or out of arrogance? In the end, we didn't make people feel at ease. After recalling our past experiences, we realized how unsettling we were. Perhaps it's just as the unexpected enemy said. We've already been eliminated a long time ago. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the venue of the galaxy community, and as the news spread, it infected other civilizations. The fleet was assembling, and the unexpected enemy was getting closer and closer to the central processing unit. The moment of the decisive battle seemed to have arrived, and how should they choose? Chapter 256, The End of the Administrator. Hurry! Where were the moving robots? Hurry up and move this damn reactor fuel into the spacecraft. What are you afraid of? Administrators had already been injected with the vaccine, so there was no need to worry about any robot riots. Where are the carrier aircraft in hangars 8 to 10? Was it used for a drill? Tell that bastard to bring all the fighter jets back. Didn't you hear the emergency assembly? Phew, the golden boat and silver boat are inferior to my own dog boat. The body of the ship that's filled with Chinook power made every pore on my body open. I feel better than ever. Everything is normal about the churro sublimator. The Chinook amplifier is debugged, and there is no problem with the ship's quiet room. However, was he sure that he wanted to use the experimental prediction interface on the battleship? Due to the influence of the atmosphere of the final battle, every civilization made its own decisions. All kinds of mobilization actions were once again passed on to the people. The war system, which had been slacking off, also woke up from its laziness and returned to its wartime state as much as possible. The summoned warriors once again boarded their fated land. The roaring engines and the firing of the main cannon showed their next goal. Whether it was the materialistic, idealistic, peaceful, or authoritative civilizations, they all activated their own war machines that had stagnated because they were useless in the crisis and let them fly out of the spaceport. Compared to the administrator fleet, their rotten fish and shrimp seemed out of place. They were simply a pile of trash. However, trash also had its uses. Whether it was to interfere with aiming or to be used as a moving meat shield, they were all contributions that trash could make. Leader, many of our technologies are not mature yet. There might be changes on the battlefield. A scientist from the Pyro Alliance suggested to their leader, his tone full of worry. With the research assistance of the administrator, they made extraordinary progress in many aspects of technology. In view of the increasingly severe war situation, they put all their energy into how to quickly transform their scientific research capabilities into combat effectiveness. When other civilizations had just touched the threshold of warp drives, they had already created unstable experimental machines that could move objects the size of pebbles within a few meters. At the same time, there was countless related research on armor, firepower, energy utilization, and unmanned combat. The purpose was to quickly put him to use. It wasn't to put on an act, nor was it to make it easier for the Milky Way to have a say in resource allocation in the future. It was just to be of some help, nothing more. In fact, the Pyro Alliance did not even participate in the Stargate battle because they did not think that they were qualified to participate in the war. Although their representatives also thought of persuading the representatives of other civilizations at the community meeting, due to the heated discussion that could not be opposed and the little bit of confidence in the Milky Way civilization, Operation Stargate was finally passed. It turned out that not being able to stop the operation at that time was the wrong choice. Not only did they fail to help in this crisis, but they even became a burden to the administrator. Perhaps out of guilt or self-blame, they quickly stood up after discovering that the administrator had chosen to perish together with the unexpected enemy. Even if the outcome was inevitable, they wanted to let this artificial intelligence know that not everyone was that pathetic. Other than the Pyro Alliance, there were also other civilizations that stood up together with the Pyro Alliance. They also had the same mentality, burning the hot blood that was not favored, just to let the spirit pass on. They might have been eliminated in terms of technology, but the soul of their civilization had not been eliminated. What they lacked was just a bit of luck and enough time. You're right. Using this unstable equipment can't guarantee the combat power of our ship, but only then can we catch up to the administrator. The unstable experimental warp drive has long been made public to other civilizations. Our stance is very clear. It depends on what other civilizations think. At least we did our best. The changes in the Milky Way civilization as a whole were caused by the experimental warp drive shared by the Pyro Alliance. After all, not everyone was so selfish. Even if there were, there would be people with lofty aspirations in the entire civilization who would lead the tide of the group. It was not too late to wake up. Other than a few civilizations that were still bent on their own path, most civilizations had chosen the same path as the Pyro Alliance. During the preparation phase, the fleet of the unexpected enemy had already reached the central processing unit. This place, which was rarely known to outsiders, appeared in the eyes of the observation stations of various civilizations. The super-megastructure of the central star also demonstrated the strong technical ability of the builders. According to the data obtained from the observatory, the super-megastructure seemed to be too light, or even abnormally light. With its size, it was like a bunch of floating cotton. The gravitational anomaly that should have been detected unexpectedly did not appear. However, the Milky Way civilizations, who had long been used to the administrator's black technology, naturally felt that this was some kind of black technology of the administrator, which could use ultralight materials to build megastructures. They had no idea that this central processing unit was really just super cotton. After the fleet of the unexpected enemy arrived here, it seemed to have fallen into a temporary stagnation due to some abnormalities. This stagnation was also noticed, but no one paid much attention to it because there were no guardian fleets here. They believed that the unexpected enemy had been disturbed by this matter. At this moment, the unexpected enemy had arrived at the central processing unit, and the administrator's fleet had arrived at the core systems of the 4 unexpected enemies. Bien. 4 different AL planets appeared in front of the Milky Way civilization, which also let them know that this was the core of the crisis. The abnormally stagnant unexpected enemy fleet returned to normal and began to attack the central processing unit. The administrator's fleet also bombarded the AL planet. However, it could be seen that the fleets of the two sides were different. The unexpected enemy still had a part of the escort fleet in the core galaxy, so the administrator had no choice but to withstand the artillery fire and try to destroy the AL planet while fighting. Therefore, the civilizations seemed to have a telepathic tacit understanding at that moment. They issued orders in unison, trying to use the old battleships equipped with experimental warp drives to cooperate with the administrator fleet and go to the central processing unit to stall for time for the administrator. They had a lot of garbage, which was probably enough to force the unexpected enemy to spare some energy to deal with it. As a result, the speed of destroying the central processing unit would definitely decrease. However, an accident happened again because the administrator fleet did not carry out their orders at this moment. When they tried to ask the administrator, they realized that the contents of the announcement had changed again because of their inquiry. The data damage announcement is as follows. Data damage. Hello, young civilizations. According to calculations, the probability of surviving this data damage has been reduced to data damage. According to the underlying agreement, while ensuring the safety of the Milky Way civilization, we will do everything we can to resolve the purification terminal. I hope data damage can help you. In an instant, a series of thoughts flashed through the minds of everyone who saw this message. In the end, they all gathered on the word custody. The administrator fleet adhered to the last order and protected them without taking a step back. The kinship seemed to be reflected in the aging artificial intelligence civilization and the newborn galaxy civilization. The actions of the administrator all along also proved the meaning of this name. As the unexpected enemy destroyed the central processing unit, the contents of the announcement began to flash continuously. A large number of data corruption words covered the original content. But even so, they could deduce the original traces. The civilizations that were still prepared to show off their skills at the critical moment and stall for time for the administrator, fell silent at this moment. A sense of powerlessness arose spontaneously at this moment. The higher UPS who had witnessed the rise and fall of many interstellar civilizations had an unprecedented feeling of being unable to do anything. They knew that perhaps from now on, there would not be a great civilization that would cover for them and resolve all the crises that were beyond their reach. They would have to rely on themselves in the future. Chapter 257, Purification Core, 1. All kinds of explosions occurred on the surface of the central processing unit, and even the vacuum of space could not stop the explosion from spreading. The huge alloy structure also let out a mournful cry under the destruction. Even if one just looked at it, one could almost hear the ear-piercing sound of metal breaking. A large number of megastructure fragments were blasted into outer space, but most of them fell into the star under the influence of gravity and became part of the fuel. Everyone who was observing the scene fell silent. From a space perspective, it might be difficult to feel too much emotion about this scene. After all, it was just a building. At most, they would sigh at the huge building crashing into the star. However, if they were to share a little bit of their feelings and understand everything that had happened here, it would be difficult to have any other feelings other than heaviness. This was the brain of an artificial intelligence that had helped them a lot, and it was being treated in a tragic manner. They could do nothing but watch. What is the situation of the core planets of those unexpected enemies? If the administrator can stop the process of the unexpected enemy first, there might be hope. In the venue of the community, a representative of civilization suddenly asked a question. He seemed to express that there was still a chance of survival, but there was no trace of hope in his tone. No one answered him, because everyone knew that the unexpected enemy was much faster than the two sides. What it was facing was a megastructure without any defensive power. Although it was large, it was much easier to destroy. It only needed to blow up some key points to cause the stable spatial state between the construct and the star to be unbalanced, and the star's gravity would tear the construct apart. However, what the administrator faced was the well-guarded planetary protection force. Even destroying the AL planets at the core of the unexpected enemy would take more time than destroying a megastructure. Perhaps sensing the difference in progress between the two sides, the administrator transferred the last part of the forces known to the civilizations into the battlefield. The fleets that were stationed in the parent galaxies of every civilization and had never moved before disappeared. When their signals were detected again, they were in the four core galaxies of the unexpected enemy. These were not the administrator fleets, but the earliest final defense fleets that had been sent to the parent galaxies of the civilizations along with the administrator fleets. From the name, it could be seen that these fleets existed as a last resort. They were defense fleets that would fight a decisive battle against an unexpected enemy that invaded the core of civilization. They represented the last defense force of every civilization, and their destruction was closely related to every civilization. However, such a fleet was also sent to the final battlefield under the orders of the administrator. Even this fleet was dispatched? Perhaps, this is really the final. It was obvious that the war had reached its end. In order to eliminate the unexpected enemy before the end of the mission, the administrator had even sent the fleet that was used to protect the tinder of civilization to the front line. This also implied that the reserves of the administrator had reached their limits. This was the last fleet. Just as they had thought, they could only rely on themselves now. So why don't we go together? Although our strength is limited, we should be able to delay the unexpected enemy. Some people started to feel sad. At the same time, they couldn't understand why the administrator would stop them from using the administrator fleet to join the battle at this last moment. However, they would soon find out the reason. The sudden increase in the administrator fleet also brought a certain degree of abnormality to the unexpected enemy. Perhaps it was because they thought that their goal had been achieved, or simply because they couldn't drag it out any longer. The overwhelming fleet used by the unexpected enemy to attack the central processing unit began to separate. Half of them were nowhere to be found. When they reappeared, they had already warped to the core galaxy and engaged the administrator's fleet, once again delaying the administrator's destruction of those AL planets. The remaining half of the fleet seemed to be guarding something as they dispersed their formation, revealing an ordinary-looking battleship in the middle of the fleet. It was also at this moment that the ordinary battleship began to change. The geometric body began to disband and reassemble, and the other geometric battleships around it joined together to form a new battleship. This seemed to be the reason why they looked like this. They could be easily combined, and even the wreckage of their ship companions could be used many times. The reassembled battleship was much larger than before. Although it still maintained its geometric shape, the people who saw this strange battleship had a bad feeling. The administrator also suddenly increased the speed of their attack. The fleet, which was almost a suicidal attack, began to suffer large-scale losses. Their goal was to protect the battleships that were dismembering the AL planet. Time seemed to be running out at this moment. The special geometric battleship of the unexpected enemy had also arrived above the central processing unit. Its cannon muzzle was facing the central star, and strange energy waves were gathering. Chapter 258, Purification Core, 2. A beam of light that was very weak compared to the brightness of the star shot out from the battleship into the star. The light was so dim that it took the observation station some time to detect the appearance of the beam. However, compared to that, the movement produced by the star was even more intense. The star, which should have at least 8 billion years of life, began to expand at an extraordinary speed. The expansion of the star could even be seen with the naked eye. The light emitted by the star was also flickering, but it was getting brighter and brighter. It was obvious that there was a problem with the fusion reaction inside the star, and it was not an ordinary problem. Under the injection of that strange light beam, the lifespan of the star was abnormally depleted and soon reached the threshold. Just as those AL planets were about to be dismembered, the civilizations of the Milky Way also observed an unforgettable scene. Humph, which had expanded to its limit, was just a step away from swallowing the giant central processing unit that was surrounding it. However, the unexpected enemy seemed to be prepared to use a safer method to completely destroy this ancient archenemy. So the star exploded. In just a few hours, it had advanced billions of years of life, turning all the parts that it had not yet experienced into energy that was released to the outside world. Powerful electromagnetic radiation and mass ejections could destroy almost all life in the galaxy. Hundreds, even thousands of years later, signs of supernova explosions could be detected here. Unlike the matter that was ejected outward, the matter at the center of the star collapsed inward under high temperature and pressure, forming a large black hole. This explosion lasted for a long time, but the result was already known in advance. The broken central processing unit that maintained the operation of the administrator was completely destroyed. Not even a scrap was left. In the future, when they came here again, they would only see a black hole named the Central Processing Unit and traces of supernova explosions that covered the entire galaxy. The heavy atmosphere in the venue had never dissipated, but this time, with the explosion of the Central Processing Unit, it became even heavier. They felt that they should be sad, but there was no time for them to be sad now. The moment the Central Processing Unit was destroyed, it meant that they would face this crisis in the true sense. What kind of battleship is that? If you want to describe it, it seems to be somewhat similar to Colossus. They are both super weapons that can directly destroy planets, but it destroyed the stars, using principles we cannot understand. This is much more efficient than Colossus. Putting aside whether the cosmic environment behind the black hole is still suitable for life, just take the supernova explosion before it collapses into a black hole as an example. It's difficult for us to resist. All life in the entire galaxy will die in an instant. Obviously, the unexpected enemy no longer treats every galaxy planet as seriously as it did before. Perhaps they feel that we are too deep-rooted and need to use drastic measures. The battleship that could destroy a star had truly shocked them. They had never thought that the unexpected enemy would have such a trick up his sleeve. He had secretly taken out something big that could detonate a star in a very short time. Perhaps this is the method that the unexpected enemy should have used to carry out purification. After all, it can destroy a galaxy at once. This is too efficient. Perhaps, the administrator's assistance to us with the administrator fleet exists to guard against such battleships. After all, our species is very fragile. Even if the star only produces a little abnormality, it is enough to cause the entire civilization to migrate. We were determined to fight to the death with the administrator and trade the space of the civilization for more time, but in fact, they had already thought of everything. If we really pull the administrator fleet into the battle, then the unexpected enemy will probably destroy the entire galaxy along with the star like this. At that time, civilization will really be destroyed. So, how's the situation with the administrator? The other representatives' words made everyone fall silent. Although they did not want to believe it, the result was self-evident since even the central processing unit was destroyed. In the end, it was a representative who brought the results of the communication from the civilization behind him. I won't say much. I've already obtained public permission. You can see for yourself. As he spoke, he revealed the contents of the video. It was their civilization's diplomat trying to communicate with the administrator. On the huge screen were a large number of chaotic characters. They had been maintaining a one-sided communication with the administrator since the start of the battle, constantly paying attention to the administrator's status. It was also when the central processing unit was blown into a black hole that the screen, which was filled with chaotic characters, fell into dead silence. It was as if the computer had suddenly crashed, and there was no response to any visits. No matter how many times he called, the screen would always show nothing. The once chaotic runes still represented alive, but the empty silence signified the eternal departure of a certain civilization. It wasn't like the Milky Way had never experienced the destruction of a lost empire, but this time, it was unprecedentedly heavy. Chapter 259, Purification Core, 3. The figures on the screen were operating the instruments frantically, trying to get a response from the dim screen. They prayed that a miracle would happen just like the administrator god had once descended. At this moment, the administrator's once cold dialogue and standard text seemed extremely intimate. At some point in time, they were already used to having a mechanical conversation with the administrator. They would rather see the content than see a silent administrator. However, a miracle did not happen. The central processing unit that had become a black hole represented the death of artificial intelligence. The past was worthy of our memories and respect, but now, we have to focus on the present. The representative of the Pyro Alliance spoke. The atmosphere in the venue was filled with grief, and his voice was filled with determination and anger. We, who need the sacrifice of a civilization to be saved, are too despicable. Why are we doing nothing? Why do we always rely on others? Could it be that the countless years before entering the starry sky were wasted? We've wasted too much energy on other things. We have the treasure in our hands, but we need too much time to turn it into the motivation for improvement. Even an amoeba can do better than us. The leader of my civilization has sent a message. No matter what the outcome is, we will resign from the position of the Council civilization. We are already an interstellar civilization, yet we are still fighting like a group of uncivilized natives. It is a waste of the sacrifice of the administrator. Now, it's time for all of us to face the danger that the administrator once faced. After the 4 AL planets were destroyed, their signal sources all pointed to another undiscovered new galaxy, which is the real core of the unexpected enemy. It's obvious that the unexpected enemy had this wishful thinking in mind before it fought the administrator to the death. However, the planets destroyed by the administrator had no effect on them. Its current computing power might not be as good as the previous administrator. After saying that, the representative of the Pyro Alliance put on his coat and left the venue. His last sentence still echoed in the hall for a long time. That's all I have to say. This is our last chance to end this crisis. Even if it's a pile of corpses, I'll kill it. When this representative conveyed the leader's order, he was angry. He felt that they were too weak and had killed their protector. Since this matter was already irreversible, revenge was one of the few things they could do. Infected by this enthusiasm, more and more people stood up and left in a hurry. Everything in the venue was known by the upper echelons of the various civilizations. The schemes and deep considerations of the past had also disappeared like a fleeting cloud. After ensuring that the tinder had been sent to the secret place, the decision-makers who shouldered the heavy burden of civilization only had one thought in their minds, which was to kill the unexpected enemy. It had nothing to do with survival or honor. It was just because of his passion. A large number of stories related to the administrator were reposted, and the full picture of the crisis appeared before the public. In a very short period of time, the ignited emotions were like a spark that ignited a prairie fire. The fleet assembled once again. The administrator fleet, which had lost its command after the demise of the administrator, was also back in the hands of the various civilizations. The experimental warp drive that could only be used once indicated that this was destined to be a journey of no return. The fog that shrouded the galaxy was exposed to the observation station's eyes as the signal pointed. A super-Al planet that was far larger than ordinary planets was the most eye-catching place here. This was the last heart of the unexpected enemy, a control center called the Purification Core. The geometric battleships patrolled the area, and the galaxy fortress that was glowing red emitted a powerful aura. However, none of this could stop the final moment from rapidly arriving. A large number of garbage had warped here, mixed with sporadic Guardian battleships. Even if they were shattered by the firepower of the unexpected enemy, they could not withstand the increasing number of garbage that had warped to this place. Just as they said, even if it was a pile of corpses, it would die. Chapter 260, Dawn. Detected that all purification terminals have lost connection. Attempting to reconnect. Please wait. Please note that the purification is not complete. Please absolutely do not approach the CX-9881. We are re-evaluating our war strategy. No one who gets in the way will be able to escape our final reckoning. This was the special notice that the entire Milky Way received when the last core galaxy of the unexpected enemy was exposed. The unexpected enemy, who had not communicated with outsiders for a long time, took the initiative to contact the Milky Way civilization. Its words were full of intimidation and threats, but it exposed the fact that it was empty internally. More and more garbage mixed with dangerous targets with lethal abilities arrived at the final core position, causing it a lot of trouble. Its decision to swap homes with the administrator might have been correct. After all, it knew the administrator very well, but the administrator knew nothing about it. Although the explosion of the central processing unit felt a little strange, according to past experience, as long as it could interrupt the operation of this supercomputer, its archenemy would lose most of its combat power as usual. This time, in order to eradicate the roots that it had failed to do before, it decided to use this opportunity to completely eliminate the guy that had been hindering it, even if it would lose the last part of the purification terminal. After all, in its view, the remaining pests in the Milky Way were just a bunch of ants. Even if there was only the core left, it calculated that the success rate of the Milky Way purification was more than 90%. However, the pests who had always been timid and had to mobilize countless combat forces to deal with one of its carrier aircraft had made a mistake in its calculation and launched a brave and fearless charge. The Milky Way civilizations had observed it very accurately. After losing all the purification terminals, its computing power was not much better than the so-called 4% computing power. Not only that, but these purification terminals were also an extremely important source of production. A large number of creation of things machines on them were the capital that allowed it to continuously produce fleets, and the planet-level shipyard was core to ensure the number of fleets. These things had all been destroyed. Even if the last purification core was very special, it did not mean that it could quickly clear the Milky Way in a broken state. The sudden increase in computing burden had caused it to lose control of a large number of fleets. The fleets that were used to rescue the purification terminals at the last minute had fallen into a state of standstill, just like the administrator fleets that had not been destroyed. Originally, it had calculated that the Milky Way civilizations, who would increase their defensive posture, would give it time to reallocate its computing power. However, the unexpected attack on the purification core disrupted its plans. Not only that, but there were also various accidents that caused loopholes in the defense of the purification core. Unknown discovered. Unknown error. Detected that all purification terminals have lost connection. Milky Way Civilization Comprehensive Ability Test will enter the final stage. The coordinates of the CX-9881 have been automatically broadcasted. Connecting to the data loss matrix. Connection failed, subspace link is offline, the final exam reinforcement fleet will not arrive in time. Please prepare for Defense X. This was a series of errors that occurred within the active purification agreement. It was not without problems over a long period of time. At least, it could not completely solve the problems in its underlying logic. The Milky Way exam set by humans had clearly set up the questions. All the purification terminals would be known to the entire Milky Way at the moment the exam began. And after this question was answered, the final question would be announced to the entire galaxy in a very humane manner. It was actually very easy to solve, but the prerequisite was that one had to ignore the high difficulty of solving it. After all the purification terminals were destroyed, the signals that were automatically sent to the purification core exposed its hidden location. Even if these signals were not discovered, it would not be long before the purification core would uncontrollably broadcast the coordinates to the entire Milky Way. This made the unexpected enemy's hidden core useless. Now, almost all the battleships in the Milky Way were rushing to this place. In addition, there were also some mistakes that the unexpected enemy couldn't find the cause of, which added fuel to the fire burning in the purification core. The superluminal suppressor that was supposed to work normally in this galaxy had unexpectedly disappeared, and even its responsibility had lost its effectiveness. The civilizations of the Milky Way were only trying to warp to this galaxy, and there was no hope that the warp would succeed. After all, even the purification terminal was equipped with such a device to prevent warp, let alone the purification core. However, the fact was that they had succeeded. There was no space-time locking net woven by the superluminal suppressors in this place. Even an experimental warp drive that could only be used once could come here. Due to the urgency of the situation, no one had time to think about this matter. Only the unexpected enemy was very concerned. It vaguely sensed that something was not right, and the probability of a certain possibility was still rising. However, the increasingly urgent battle situation made it unable to spare its computing power to pay attention to this matter. The overwhelming number of garbage battleships arrived at the core of the CX-9881 galaxy and successfully provided cover for the true main force, the Administrator fleet. These broken ships that the unexpected enemy looked down on had been greatly modified in terms of defense and unmanned automatons. Although they were still killed by the unexpected enemy battleship, as long as they were not completely melted, the battleship wreckage could still rush toward the unexpected enemy battleship under some simple command. They didn't even have a main cannon installed. Instead, they had installed a large number of thrusters at various positions. The weapons were all neutron torpedoes that had a hit rate at short to medium distances. Even if it literally became space junk, the remaining thrusters would still use the last of their energy and inertia to send the junk to its destination, causing heavy damage to the target with the neutron torpedoes. However, the damage that this whimsical method could cause to the unexpected enemy was ultimately limited. The Milky Way civilizations were researching unmanned automated combat systems so that they could send a large number of battleships to act as interference bombs. Although the technology of the battleship was not good, it was big enough to distract the unexpected enemy. It could also interfere with direct light cannon attacks. When they were close enough, they could still take advantage of the opportunity to attack. It was the Administrator fleet from the Administrator that was truly lethal to the unexpected enemy. The civilizations of the Milky Way found it difficult to understand why the same weapon could cause a huge difference in the use of different civilizations. However, it was still produced by the Administrator after all. Even the basic power was enough to kill or even destroy the unexpected enemy battleship. Although the Stargate battle was painful, it did not mean that the unexpected enemy had left unscathed. It had also lost a large number of fleets there, but it was much better than the number of fleets participating. Under the cover and attack of the garbage battleships and guardian battleships, a gap was opened up on the path to the purification core. On the surface of the huge Al planet, there were still signs of a large number of factories producing automatically. At the same time, fleets that had just been assembled flew out from the cracks in the planet and joined the battle in space. However, the journey of civilization was not stopped. Many colossuses that were larger than ordinary battleships warped to this place under the protection of a group of battleships. They had terrified countless people because when a giant cannon that could destroy a planet hung over their heads, everyone would feel that the end of the world had arrived. However, at this moment, they were all praying and hoping to end this doomsday. Chapter 261, The Last Battle. Once upon a time, under my command, I used this weapon to destroy countless planets. However, at this moment, we are fighting for countless lives and countless people who have died. We can proudly raise our heads and end this sacrifice with the behemoths we ride. Let this damned unexpected enemy have a taste of our wrath. We also fought our way out of the primitive jungle, and this legacy will never end here. I swear on my life that the Milky Way civilization will never perish. With passionate words, the commander of the Colossus led a group of warriors who had been through many battles and pounced on the Purification Core planet in the CX-9881 galaxy. They came from different civilizations that had the ability to manufacture Colossus. Due to the different development directions of the civilizations, the planetary obliteration weapons carried by these Colossuses were also different, and even the specifications were very different. But there was one thing in common, and that was that they all had the ability to destroy planets. At this time, all the Colossus in the Milky Way had arrived. They were the last weapons used by the Milky Way civilization to end this crisis. As long as one of them could complete its mission, the unexpected enemy would not be able to escape the end. After scanning the new big trash, the unexpected enemy confirmed that it was a weapon that could really pose a threat to the purification core. The priority setting in the agreement instantly took effect. The garrison fleet that was still cleaning up the space junk and the administrator fleet all changed their targets and pounced on the Colossus. Amidst the flashes of light and explosions, a Titan battleship of the unexpected enemy successfully locked onto a Colossus under the interference of countless space junk. It shot a thick beam of light filled with terrifying energy at the advancing Colossus fleet. However, this kind of locking was already prepared. In other words, enough space junk would become the best shield to weaken the beam in this situation. Even if they did not need to control them, these Milky Way battleships that only had outstanding defense capabilities faithfully carried out their mission. First, it was the shield, then the armor, then the alloy hull. Under the layers of weakening, when the beam reached the Colossus, only enough energy was left to be absorbed by the shield. The Titan battleship's main cannon could only clear an opening in the space junk shield before it was covered by more space junk. It was impossible to tell that dozens of battleships had just evaporated. Therefore, under the protection of a large fleet, the Colossus fleet was getting closer and closer to the purification core. As long as one of them could reach the destination and complete the mission, any more losses would be acceptable. The unexpected enemy, whose probability of being permanently damaged was increasing, had also fallen into a state of overload. Originally, it would have paid attention to the damage, but just like the Milky Way civilization, it made battleship attack the Colossus fleet in a suicidal manner. Generally speaking, a desperate attack would not only bring more pressure, but it also meant that the enemy was already struggling on the verge of death. The bastions in the galaxy had been abandoned by the fleet. The Milky Way fleet was now showering them with firepower. The battleship that had been used to protect the bastions had been diverted to attack the Colossus fleet. Under its attack, which also traded damage for damage, the battleship protecting the Colossus inevitably suffered a large number of casualties. The unexpected enemy had used almost all the weapons that they could use. Although the Milky Way battleship paid attention to defense, it would also be destroyed like shredded paper by the unexpected enemy who used all his strength. Only the administrator fleet could withstand it. A cluster of missiles passed through the layers of interception. After destroying a large pile of space junk, they hit a Colossus together with the beam that followed. The explosion instantly occurred on the Colossus, and the violent impact could even be felt by the soldiers inside the Colossus. However, the commander of the Colossus only swayed with the hull of the ship, and then said calmly, "Don't think about destroying this old fellow so easily. Continue forward." A similar situation appeared in all the Colossuses. Every star weapon was approaching the purification core despite all kinds of damage. However, the weakness of the Milky Way civilization was still exposed at this time. Even if the initial space junk was almost overwhelming, the vast losses and irreparable follow-up were also visibly reduced. All civilizations had emptied their resources to produce sufficiently sturdy but simple space battleships. Even some old antiques stored in the museum had been simply strengthened and warped before being moved to the battlefield. Even so, the number of fleets protecting Colossus was still decreasing, and gaps could be seen in some places. The usable battleships of the Milky Way civilization were getting fewer and fewer, and the number of unexpected enemies seemed endless, still maintaining a fixed number. The battleship that had stopped operating due to insufficient computing power quickly reconnected with the unexpected enemy after the old batch of warships was destroyed and returned to the battlefield. In such a situation, a decision had to be made, so the generals on the battlefield made a choice in unison. Close the formation. All the battleships are sailing close to Colossus, exposing the administrator fleet. The space junk that had no one to command began to follow the instructions. They circled around the Colossus one after another, forming thick physical armor with their bodies to protect the moving Colossus. As for the administrator fleet that had left the guard line, they instantly became new targets. After all, the unexpected enemy was still wary of the former enemy and divided its energy to deal with these administrator fleets, which was also the goal of the Milky Way civilization. Even if he could only delay for a little time and relieve the pressure, it could increase the probability of success. Soon, the unexpected enemy, whose priority was raised again due to the approaching threat, ignored the remaining administrator fleet and even used the battleship as an alloy wedge, forcefully breaking through the gap in the physical armor. Under a certain gap that was getting bigger and bigger, a colossus could not withstand the violent suicide attack. The explosion mixed with the disintegrating wreckage, revealing a huge gap that could attack all the colossus. At this moment, the Milky Way battleship wanted to block this opening, but the price of doing so was a drop in the overall density. At that time, the thickness of the physical armor might not be able to block any attack. They had to make a new choice. Chapter 262, The End, 1. In order to fill the gap in the physical armor, the commander of a colossus decisively said, "I'll do it." Then, he ordered his warriors to control the colossus and fill the gap. "Old thing, do you want to die? You're facing an unexpected enemy head-on. If you don't want to die, let me do it." Someone who was quite familiar with the commander cursed in the public communication channel. They had fought many times on the battlefield, and over time, they had developed a sense of mutual appreciation. Although they had once been forced by their cubic space to compete with each other, now that they were working hard for the same goal, their true personalities erupted. The commander who had bet on the gap scoffed at the other party's words and said rudely, "With that paper colossus armor of yours? You should think about how to go back alive first." Although his words were full of disdain, it was as if he could hear the heroic feeling. He and the warriors who dared to come here had long been prepared. New explosions began to occur on one side of the colossus. However, the colossus's large hull became the best shield at this time. Even though it was already dilapidated, it could still maintain the general framework. Soon, the strange fleet surrounded by many battleships arrived above their destination and began to work according to their assigned tasks. The formation of the colossus began to disperse slightly, revealing a slightly smaller colossus. The commander of the colossus, Hawkeye Khan, took a deep breath and gave the order. He aimed the cannon muzzle that was no weaker than the other colossuses at the purification core, and the energy that had been heated up surged out and poured into the surface of the planet. He represented the Duncan revival race, but only he knew his true identity. Lone Wolf, who had yet to appear, made him even more uneasy about the outcome of the Great Khan's trial. For this reason, he had no choice but to take such an extreme risk and participate in the final battle personally. If he had destroyed the purification core with his own hands and ended the crisis, the honor would have been enough for him to take the position of Great Khan. And in the future, when he commanded the galaxy as the Great Khan, this honor might be of help to him. He was probably the only commander here who was not so righteous. Even now, he was still thinking about how to use the present to plan for the future. However, the gradually rising passion ignited his blood. Even though the Colossus had already fired, it would still take some time to completely destroy the purification core, and this was the most critical step. He became the executor of the destruction of the purification core on the grounds that their civilization's Colossus had a higher firing efficiency. The planetary obliteration weapons that had been specially enhanced by his Void Realm mentor were indeed faster than other civilizations. It was not allowed for multiple Colossus to fire at the same time. After all, the energy properties of each civilization's star annihilation weapons were very different. It was normal for them to interfere with each other, and they might not be able to destroy the planet at all. In order to ensure a one-hit kill, only the Colossus that Lone Wolf was riding was firing, while all the other Colossuses were acting as substitutes and would take on other duties when necessary. Just like now. The Milky Way battleships were still surrounding the Colossus, but under the crazy firepower of the unexpected enemy, it was inevitable that they were getting thinner and more gaps appeared. Soon, another commander of the Colossus stood up and said simply, "I'll do it this time." Then, he commanded the Colossus to fill in the new gap. After a while, before the report came out, the new Colossus commander seemed to have already spotted the spot. With only a few words, "It's our turn," he went up and directly blocked a beam of light that was directly aimed at Hawkeye's Colossus. Such situations became more and more frequent as the purification core was gradually destroyed and the unexpected enemy's fatal attacks were launched. Humph! You guys really didn't last long. You still have to look at us. Brothers, it's time to go. I'll go with you. The real trial is already here? A determined warrior would never run away at this moment. May the sacred Chinook power connect you and me. Sigh. Once this Colossus explodes, we will lose all our capital. The public communication channel suddenly became more frequent and then gradually decreased, indicating that more people had left. First, it was the Seculus Vengeance Crusade, the Destined Holy Land, and the Pan-Milky Way Trade Chamber of Commerce. Then, there was the Star Alliance, the Turbulence Empire, the Pyro Alliance. As the commanders of many civilizations that were either familiar or rarely heard of brought their national weapons to block the gap, Hawkeye's mentality also underwent a subtle change. Perhaps he had come with a pragmatic goal, but now he was infected by the atmosphere and just wanted the Colossus to fire faster. The Colossus that could always block their vision gradually left, leaving an empty and stable space to ensure the safety of the Colossus that was continuously bombarding the purification core. However, the sense of crisis that was coming to an end had already made the unexpected enemy give up everything. Even the Titan-level battleship rushed toward the huge physical armor without any regard for their lives, just to squeeze in and fire a shot. Chapter 263, The End, 2. A geometric battleship of the same level as the Titan battleship used the same physical armor method to rush into the escort fleet. As the main cannon was pointed at Hawkeye's Colossus, energy was gathering within it. The firing of the Colossus could not be easily interrupted, not to mention that the Titan battleship's main cannon was enough to cause fatal damage to the Colossus. However, the Milky Way civilization, who already lacked effective output, could only watch helplessly as the battleship was about to open fire. All the commanders and soldiers felt that it was over, but what followed was anger. Even Hawkeye looked at the battleship through the porthole with an indignant expression. Even though the main cannon was close at hand, he did not retreat. They might have been about to lose, but the unexpected enemy definitely didn't win. This was a blow to their dignity. Therefore, at this moment, several purple energy arcs from the horizon passed through countless spaces, passed through the shield and armor of the unexpected enemy battleship, and directly destroyed the Titan battleship warship from the inside, stopping the firing process. Hawkeye had a chance to catch his breath again, but the person who appeared at this critical moment made his pupil shrink. Sorry. I'm Lone Wolf, a Prophet's Chosen One? In short, I just got in touch with the believers. I'm sorry I'm late. I'm here on behalf of the Guardian of the Holy Land to help resolve this crisis. The savior-like man who suddenly led the fleet was his rival, Lone Wolf. A sense of defeat welled up in him. He suddenly felt that none of the things he had worked so hard for seemed to be as useful as a lucky person appearing at the right time. He wanted to say something in the channel, but he could not say anything. In the end, he smiled bitterly and continued to fire steadily with the Colossus. However, just as Lone Wolf, who represented the Guardian of the Holy Land, appeared, another fleet of ships also arrived, lighting up the dawn of victory again. This is the end. We are the Voyager. I'm glad to see the burning motivation in your hearts. This will become your treasure in the future. I hope that there will be a part of you on the path of our peers in the future. This is the Voyager's fleet? They're here too. Some people seemed to be in disbelief, but the lost fleet that was fighting against the unexpected enemy proved that they were not dreaming. Not long after, the commanders and soldiers in this galaxy received news from their mother planet. Pres Olin and the Mediator are eliminating the unexpected enemy battleships scattered across the Milky Way. We have confirmed that the two lost empires are also participating in this final battle. Metal, can't be eaten, can't be farmed. I really want to go back as soon as possible. LT, hi. Hello. This is the first time I've communicated with you guys like this, right? I didn't expect you guys to have such a side to you in your monomorphic form. Keep it up. These were separate communications from Pres Olin and the Mediator, who initiated interaction with the Milky Way civilization for the first time in history. The lost empires, are they all here? Someone muttered. The tense nerves in his heart relaxed, and then there was a feeling of tears welling up in his eyes. However, this feeling was quickly wiped away by them and replaced with determination. They were grateful for the blessings of the lost empire, but they had to continue on their own. Hawkeye was also affected by the atmosphere. At this moment, he even felt that the position of Great Khan was not worth mentioning at all. Therefore, looking at the purification core that was just one step away from being destroyed, the energy injected into the Colossus reached its peak. Purple Chinook columns mixed with white torrents struck the interior of the planet. Such a planetary obliteration weapon that was effective against mechanical creations was perfect for dealing with all planets that had been mechanically modified from the inside out. Detected fatal damage detected. Active purification agreement is about to end. Pure transformation. Purification. The unexpected enemy, which was also the active purification agreement, was about to welcome its final moment. This machine that had been operating for countless years, even though it was almost dead, was still stubbornly executing the lowest level of control protocol, as if nothing could interfere with its effectiveness. A cannon muzzle was trembling in the depths of the Earth's core, trying to put up a final resistance before the end. No one noticed this weapon buried deep in the heart of the Earth. Everyone was celebrating the arrival of victory. As long as the weapon fired, Lone Wolf's Colossus, which had little defense, would definitely be destroyed. Although the destruction was inevitable, it still wanted to purify its enemies until the last moment. However, this disharmonious scene was clearly not very satisfactory. Therefore, before it was about to fire, a small projection device with a black screen floated close to the muzzle as if it had been nearby for a long time. The unexpected enemy didn't notice this thing at first, but as it approached, its remaining mechanical intelligence quickly fluctuated. The near-destroyed database still contained information related to it, and this also meant that a possibility that it had no time to consider before had become a reality. "It's you again." Before it could send out the signal, the thing behind the projection device began to work. It grabbed the weapon, along with the real purification core hidden in the core, into the subspace. Immediately after, a torrent of colossuses surged past. Dazzling lights burst out from the Owl planet, like fireworks celebrating the end of the crisis of the unexpected enemy, making everyone happy. Meanwhile, in the CX-9881 galaxy, on an ordinary planet that no one was paying attention to, there were also people watching this scene and admiring this beautiful big firework. "It feels pretty good, but is this the compensation for not contacting me for so long?" "Stop, it's a happy day, let's talk about something happier. Also, I swear, I really didn't forget about you. It's just that I was a little busy at that time." Alright, who asked me to swear my unconditional loyalty to you? But if you can build me a circular world as a ring, then I might be very happy." She kept in contact with the Who as she turned and drifted away, eventually turning into a cloud of nanodust and drifting towards interstellar space. And the Milky Way had finally returned to its peaceful daily life. Chapter 264, The Flickering World. The leader of the Alliance had officially announced that the crisis of the unexpected enemy that had ravaged the Milky Way had been completely resolved. "Our reporter will give you an exclusive report." On a certain aboriginal planet that had received assistance from the Pyro Alliance, a native youth heard the widely circulated report. His face, which still had an incredulous expression, was instantly filled with joy. He could not help but dance and celebrate on the spot. The country he was in briefly informed the people that a life-and-death battle was about to break out in the Milky Way, which would probably determine the survival of Milky Way civilization way. They told the people to prepare for the end of the world. The ordinary him did not manage to board the ark built by the coalition government. He lived every day in fear. He only hoped that the outcome of the war could be announced as soon as possible. And just like in movies, justice would always triumph over evil. The Milky Way civilization, which shouldered the future, finally won. Although he did not know the process, he believed that it must have been thrilling enough to make him curious like never before. He wanted to know what had happened in this Milky Way. Just as he was celebrating, the cheers outside the house caught his attention. With interest, he opened the door. The streets were filled with people dressed in costumes, and the ruined scene of the apocalypse seemed to be an illusion. It was normal to celebrate Victory Day, but what really made them cheer was the spaceship that was slowly descending. This was the spaceship of the alien civilization, the Pyro Alliance that had helped them. Although they had not appeared for a long time due to the Galactic War, they were here again after the victory of the war. "That's great. I really want to see what the Sea of Stars looks like with my own eyes." The native youth looked enviously at the spaceship that was science fiction to him, but he turned away from the crowd and came to a bookstore. He read the Milky Way Encyclopedia with great interest. This was one of the must-read books that the Pyro Alliance had printed and gifted to the native civilizations after deciphering their language. Due to the large number of books, almost every bookstore had such books, and they could even be read without spending money. It was also one of the favorite books of the native teenagers. Even if he was not lucky enough to participate in the space travel program jointly organized by the government and the Pyro Alliance, he could still imagine the magnificent alien world with the help of books. Time passed with the rise and fall of the stars. Unknowingly, he had already been here for a day. Even until the shop closed, he was still not satisfied. "What a pity, I had no choice but to go back after reading the Lost Empire chapter. I seem to know the situation of these ancient civilizations." As he walked home, his mind was still recalling what he had seen before. At that time, he had just opened a page with the words Lost Empire when he was chased away by the bookstore owner. That feeling of stopping an inch made him extremely uncomfortable. He wanted to pick up the book and run. As a result, he who was still fantasizing about the content, accidentally bumped into another person walking toward him. "Oh, sorry, I didn't pay attention to the road." He immediately apologized, but he realized that the person in front of him was an alien under the mask that had fallen off. Besides the members of the Pyro Alliance, who else could be here at this time? However, the native educator from the Pyro Alliance made a hiss gesture and whispered that he had sneaked out to play under the surveillance of the bodyguards, asking him not to reveal his whereabouts. In order to keep his mouth shut, he also took out a Milky Way Encyclopedia Collection commemorative version and used it as a bribe. "I just heard that you wanted to read the Lost Empire chapter. We are already printing the new version. The book I have in my hand is a collector's edition of the new book that I obtained through special channels." After saying that, the native educator from the Pyro Alliance brought back the mask. In the blink of an eye, he looked exactly like a local. Then, he began to observe the local customs with great interest. The native youth watched him leave in a daze until his figure completely disappeared. Then, as if he had remembered something, he impatiently flipped through the Milky Way Encyclopedia. A special printed edition to commemorate the great victory, a high tribute to all the participants? Was this the version to commemorate the victory of the Milky Way War? Hehe, then I might be the first person on the entire planet to know about this. Filled with anticipation, he flipped the first page of the encyclopedia. Different from the ones he had read before, the opening of this book was a term he had never heard of before: the Awakened Empire. The texture decoration on the other pages was different, which highlighted the uniqueness of the content. Eternal Awakened Empire, the Administrator. It lasted for an unknown period of time. It was the main opponent of the unexpected enemy in the Milky Way crisis and made a great contribution to the Milky Way. He read the contents of the book and immersed himself in it until a new sun rose. The seeds of new life were once again planted, and the torch of the relay would be passed down from generation to generation. The so-called extinction did not happen. At least this memory and motivation would be passed down with praise. In the venue of the Galaxy community, the representatives of the Pyro Alliance were packing their luggage and preparing to hand over the office of the Council Civilization to the staff of the community. They had enough of arguing in the meeting. This position of power and responsibility was useless to them. Instead of focusing on topics that he didn't know if he could pass, it was better to seize the time to develop himself. However, after this representative left, another group of representatives came up to congratulate the representative of the Pyro Alliance. "Brother, you guys are going to be rich this time, you know? Your civilization has been evaluated as the Galaxy Guardian." The representative from the Pyro Alliance, who had been confused, immediately understood what was going on. This was a reward measure implemented by the community in order to stimulate the determination of the Milky Way civilization to fight to the end during the crisis of the unexpected enemy. According to the contribution of each civilization in the Milky Way, they would be rewarded after the crisis ended. The civilization with the greatest contribution would be awarded the title of Galaxy Guardian, and below that would be the titles of Great Crisis Fighter and Crisis Fighter. The representative from the Pyro Alliance did not expect that they would be evaluated, but he was very cold about it. After contacting the mother planet, he said directly, "We can't accept this title. Can the contributions of our entire civilization compare to a single strand of hair on the administrator? It's better to give it to someone else." Hearing his reply, the other representatives present looked at each other. Seeing that he was about to leave, one of them could not help but say, "In fact, wasn't the administrator already known as the Galaxy Guardian during the Ring Crisis? It's not impossible to have several Galaxy Guardians at the same time. The technology that your civilization contributed during the crisis allowed all of us to contribute in the final battle. Even if you don't want the title, don't you want the reward?" The representative from the Pyro Alliance finally stopped in his tracks when he heard the last sentence. He recalled that the reward for the first contribution was indeed extremely important to them. It meant that they could choose one of the lost legacies of the Silent and the Civilization Annihilator. They wanted to take over the torch of the administrator, so this reward was necessary. Reaching the level of the Lost Empire was just the beginning. Right now, they were still far away from the Lost Empire, and with the help of the Lost Heritage, they could shorten this distance. In the end, the representative stopped and turned around. As he swept his gaze across the venue, he focused on the word Civilization Annihilator on the big screen. To be precise, it was not the Civilization Annihilator, but the small words beside the Civilization Annihilator, the former observer's Lost Empire. Chapter 265, I Am a Legend. Damn, the time is almost here. In the office, Hawkeye Khan, who was reviewing documents, heard the voice in the shadows and immediately stopped what he was doing. After days of high-intensity work, he was mentally exhausted. After the crisis of the unexpected enemy ended, he, the person who gave the final blow, naturally received a lot of attention. He had been dealing with these matters during this period of time. However, when he thought of the upcoming Khan selection day, he forced himself to perk up again. He took a stimulant to relieve his fatigue and walked out of the office. The place where he worked was a highly automated modern building. The working environment of some interstellar civilization leaders was not even as good as his. The so-called Khan and nomadic civilization did not mean that they were primitive and backward. It was just a unique name given to them because of different thoughts and customs. Outside the office building, there were no electronic prairies or cyber tents, but integrated cities with different functions. Countless high-speed aircrafts were flying in and out of them, and the stairways that led straight to space were connected to the orbital circular world that was looming in the sky from certain cities. This was the Star Tent, a grassy planet that had been highly developed under the management of the Hawkeye Khan. During the Great Khan's trial, all participants would be assigned a habitable planet according to tradition. They would use everything they had gained from the previous trials to develop the planet, strengthen themselves, and then become all-powerful in the interstellar space. Hawkeye felt that he had already done very well. From the moment he decided to participate in the trials as a Khan, he had done the best in every stage. No Khan could compare to him. He made use of all the opportunities to the best of his ability. In order to achieve his goal, he did not hesitate to take risks himself. Even the Void Realm expert became his assistant. He had never slacked off, either. On the day he became Khan, he had given up all entertainment and devoted all his free time to hard work. He would attend almost every meeting of the cosmic community, hoping to grasp the major events in the galaxy as soon as possible. He had thought that the Great Khan title was already in his pocket, but suddenly, a nameless lone wolf Khan appeared from the corner, making all his efforts seem to have turned into bubbles. He found that he was no match for Lone Wolf in everything. Be it in terms of resources, assistance, or even the star tent that he had been managing for half his life, it was completely inferior to a certain planet Gaia that Lone Wolf managed according to his intelligence. At the last moment of the Milky Way crisis, he, who was supposed to be in the limelight, was replaced by Lone Wolf, who came to the rescue as the Lost Empire. Now, the Great Khan's trial was coming to an end. The victor would obtain everything that belonged to the loser, while the loser would lose even his life. He knew that he was no longer a match for Lone Wolf, but he was unwilling to give up everything. He had not lost yet. He still had one last chance. In the end, he boarded a spaceship that was headed to a secret galaxy. There was an elder council made up of the most respected elders of the Raider tribe. The trial would begin there. What Hawkeye wanted to do was very simple. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to get close to Lone Wolf and assassinate his biggest competitor. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, the spaceship arrived at the secret galaxy. In order to arrive here before them, he even installed an experimental warp engine that would turn into scrap metal after one use. Other than that, his fleet was also equipped with these engines to lie in ambush outside. They would arrive the moment Lone Wolf's vehicle appeared and destroy it with lightning speed. Luck seemed to be on his side at that moment. When he arrived, Lone Wolf had yet to arrive. This gave him ample time to prepare for assassination after assassination. So after everything was ready, he patiently waited for the right time to arrive, his eagle-like sharp gaze controlling the overall situation of this galaxy. However, as time passed and the deadline approached, Lone Wolf still did not move. He did not even send a report to the Elder Council. By the end of the trial, only one of Lone Wolf's subordinates had brought the pigeon. Hawkeye couldn't believe it. According to tradition, those who didn't participate in the final selection would forfeit. In other words, the position of the Great Khan was his. However, things weren't that simple. Soon, news came from the Elder Council, announcing that the selection would be postponed until Lone Wolf came to participate. It was obvious that the Elders' Council valued Lone Wolf's influence and believed that he would definitely bring all the tribes to the peak. For this, they did not hesitate to break the customs. Hawkeye felt extremely uncomfortable being confronted. Even his ambush was flawed. By the time Lone Wolf and the escort fleet suddenly arrived, it was already too late for him to launch an assassination. Thus, the assassination phase in space ended inexplicably, and the focus of the assassination shifted to the interior of the planet. The Elder Council once again tried to break the custom of 10 days of mental cultivation by holding a selection ceremony for Hawkeye and Lone Wolf in advance. They had clearly noticed Hawkeye's actions and wanted to determine Lone Wolf's location to prevent any more trouble. However, Lone Wolf unexpectedly rejected him. He even showed extreme resistance, looking as if he was completely uninterested in the position of Great Khan. Thus, Hawkeye's assassination plan was once again put to use. After analyzing Lone Wolf's daily schedule, his killers hid in the dark and used specially made weapons to kill Lone Wolf from a distance. Until the day of the assassination, he waited nervously by the communication device, praying for good news from the killer. The waiting process was not easy. The moment the communicator rang, he answered it as if he had been prepared for it. However, the first sentence on the other end of the communication made his entire body go limp. The assassination failed, but hearing that the killer seemed to have more to say, he tried to listen. I attacked a total of 3 times. The first time, his alloy chair leg suddenly broke and he fell off the chair without warning, causing my attack to miss. The second time, there was an inexplicable deviation in my weapon's calibrator. My attack didn't even get within 10 meters of the target. I checked my weapon afterward, but there was no problem. At that time, I suspected that I might have been exposed. As for the third time, the killer paused, wanting to say something, but then stopped. It seemed that he couldn't believe it, but he had to continue. For the third attack, a piece of metal suddenly appeared in the path, causing the attack to lose its effectiveness halfway. At that time, there was a smoking aircraft passing by in the sky. I think it was a falling part that coincidentally blocked the attack. What the assassin said was like a fantasy story. If it were anyone else, they would definitely not be able to do it. Only Hawkeye felt that it was surprisingly normal for these things to happen to Lone Wolf. The killer should have cut off the communication after reporting the assassination. However, the assassin seemed to think that he had done a terrible job. He told Hawkeye what he had discovered during the assassination. In addition, I discovered that Lone Wolf Khan seemed to hate his identity. He tried to escape several times, but was brought back by the guards. It was not until this time that the killer completely cut off the communication. Surprisingly, this good news didn't make Hawkeye happy. Instead, he became angry. He could not understand why the Elder Council would make an exception for someone who was unwilling to shoulder the position of Great Khan and even begged him to come over with a straight face. He even felt that these people who could give up everything, including dignity and tradition, for the sake of profit were not worth working for. At this moment, he recalled the last battle against the unexpected enemy. Those people who could fill the gap without a care and let him take the final blow just because he said that it was more efficient. He felt that it was a good idea to blend in with this group of people. After the retirement of the Pyro Alliance, the civilization he represented was almost sitting in the position of the Council civilization. So after some thought, he decided to do it himself. He did not care about the honor of Khan anymore. The only thing he wanted to do was to keep up with the Milky Way. After all, he still had the support of a master in the Void Realm. The development of a civilization had a foundation, so it was not so easy for a civilization to be destroyed. As soon as the decision was made, he immediately led his men out of the secret galaxy. This meant that he had automatically given up on the competition and would become a traitor that the Great Khan would definitely eliminate in the future. However, the good times for the Raider tribe did not come. Lone Wolf suddenly mysteriously disappeared. And so, the last Khans of the Great Khan's trial all ran away, leaving behind only the Raider tribe who had been waiting for the new king to take them to plunder the galaxy, but now fell into chaos. The stars twinkled and the Milky Way was as usual. Lone Wolf hummed a tune as he drove his precious spaceship through interstellar space and wrote in his diary. "I'm Lone Wolf. Today is, either way, I'm on the other side of the galaxy. The aliens will never find me. In order to make the other competitor give up, I really went through a lot of trouble. I created a series of accidents with the spiritual energy that I had just mastered, and finally, I succeeded in making him realize the gap between us. What bullshit, Great Khan! He doesn't even want to be a dog and wants to bring disaster to the Milky Way. But those believers will still find me. When my Shinik power is a little stronger, they probably won't be able to find me. Compared to dealing with those annoying political affairs, space adventures are more interesting." His diary ended there. Then, he thought of something and took out another diary, preparing to reorganize his life's experiences and record them in it. It was his dream to publish his own book. Chapter 266, Preparing Before Leaving. After the unexpected enemy crisis was resolved, the Milky Way gradually returned to normal from the state of control in the war. Those closed stargates were once again opened, and became the main means of galaxy travel for the Milky Way. The complete warp drive that could completely change their way of travel was still being developed, but some rich people, civilization leaders, and special classes could still use the experimental warp engine that was consumable. After the war, the tourism industry also ushered in a new wave of climax along with the people's relaxed hearts and desire for peace. Combined with the situation during the war, the various war memorials of the unexpected enemy received the largest number of visitors. As you can see, this is one of the main battlefields of the unexpected enemy crisis. The Galactic Coalition Army once fought the famous Stargate battle with the unexpected enemy here. In this battle, the Milky Way civilization used their fearless courage and surprise tactics to deal a heavy blow to the unexpected enemy. They successfully boosted the low morale and laid the foundation for the final victory. On the spaceship, the tour guide was introducing passengers to the Stargate Galaxy PEW-45, so that uninformed tourists would understand what happened here in the unexpected enemy crisis. The introduction words that they were already familiar with, as well as the matching synthetic holographic projection, made these tourists feel as if they were there and felt the meaning of this war. Some of the more technologically advanced travel companies would even match it with a special game cabin, allowing tourists to personally participate in this battle. Coupled with grand images and epic BGM, tourists would have no complaints about the high added value of tourism. As for whether this war was really a great victory as they said, it was a question that was avoided by historians and politicians today. After visiting the Stargate battle ruins, the next place was the CX-9881 galaxy. This was where the last battle took place, and also the final core of the unexpected enemy. Strictly speaking, this galaxy was not open to the public. The Purification Core planet here had not been completely studied, and this place was still sealed off for safety reasons. However, due to the importance of this place to the Milky Way, it was eventually opened to the public as a part of the unexpected enemy war memorial. They could come and visit, but they could only stay at the periphery of the galaxy. The large number of fleets patrolling the galaxy day and night would attack any illegal immigrants. This is the final battleground. The Milky Way civilizations were united at that time, fighting against the unexpected enemy that had been greatly weakened by the administrator. This was a battle of life and death. All the fleets of all civilizations have come here and launched a deadly charge against the enemy until the last moment. The travel experience in the CX-9881 galaxy was not much different from the experience in the PEW-45 galaxy. They were all similar introductions and methods to increase the added value. However, as the last stop, it was still a great experience for the tourists. However, they thought that this was the end of the war and that their journey should have ended there. However, the tour guide changed his previous passionate style. His expression was full of seriousness and he said very solemnly, "Next is our last stop, friends that we need to remember in our hearts. It is also the site of the greatest ancestral civilization that we should admire. They have perished in this crisis, but their stories and spirits still need to be passed down from generation to generation." The tour guide's tone also made the tourists who were originally very relaxed become formal. They even tidied up their clothes and put on their respective civilizations' mourning items. With serious faces, they followed the spaceship to the last destination. CPU Galaxy. After crossing the hyperspace channel, what entered his sight was a galaxy that seemed to have nothing. However, the spaceship's digital porthole flashed, and the tourists could see the appearance of the black hole in the center with the help of the composite image. Black holes didn't seem to be a big deal, and people were more likely to stay away from these celestial bodies that represented the end. However, no one had such thoughts about this black hole. This was because this was the central processing unit, a supercomputer that should have been in a stellar state. Now, it had been blown into a black hole. Without this black hole, the Milky Way civilization would not have had the chance to fight the final battle. It could be said that it was this black hole that represented the end that gave them a new life. Now, let us pay our utmost respect to the administrator. With the utmost respect. Li Wenyuan, whose main body was still on Earth, had heard this sentence countless times. In the end, he blocked the observation terminal from observing the pseudo-CPU galaxy. He thought that he could relax a little after dealing with the active purification agreement, but he didn't expect someone to burn electronic incense for him every day. Although it was his goal to become a man of the world, no one could stand this kind of thing that was equivalent to someone knocking on his coffin every day. Therefore, he blocked most of the information about offering incense. After using the observation terminal to grasp the general trend of the entire Milky Way, he continued to devote himself to his own affairs. While he was putting on a show with the active purification agreement, he was also very leisurely repairing the real central processing unit. It was an isolated galaxy. Without coordinates, even if there was a warp drive, the Milky Way civilization would not be able to find it. With the help of the rebooted Central Processing Unit, he also completely controlled the observation terminal, thus obtaining a monitor that could monitor the entire Milky Way at all times. With the help of the observation terminal, the Milky Way could no longer hide from him. As long as he wanted to, he could even see the scene of an ant carrying food on a certain planet or in a certain building. The technological level of this planetary machine was obviously not something that should exist in this Milky Way. This super surveillance that could complete a scan of the entire galaxy every 10 seconds once again proved the strength of the creator. However, with the help of the observation terminal, he also confirmed that there was no longer any crisis in the Milky Way that could threaten the existence of civilization. All the hidden dangers seemed to have been solved. As long as no one pretended to be a dead void realm expert and signed a contract with the end of reincarnation, there would be no problems. Even then, the Milky Way civilization would still have the strength to fight. After all, they had already understood the foundation to advance to a lost empire. Those void realm incarnations alone would not pose much of a threat. Therefore, Li Wenyuan had been focusing on how to leave the Milky Way. The Sea of Stars was his goal. Chapter 267, Active Purification Agreement. In a chaotic subspace, 4 things were floating. One was an owl planet full of mechanical traces, one was a super ring that was enough to frame a galaxy in the real universe, and the other was an artificial miracle Tiangang battleship that was as big as the horizon. Compared to these planet-sized objects, the last floating object was no different from dust. It was a mechanical sphere with a radius of only a few dozen meters. There were cut wires around the sphere. It was obvious that it had been brought here by abnormal means. It seemed out of place here, but what it represented was very high class. This was the main body of the Active Purification Agreement modified on the basis of Milky Way's Contingency Agreement. It was a sphere that would emit strong light under a normal energy supply. Li Wenyuan's body was also a similar big light ball. It was hard to say what reference the administration matrix had made when it was created. According to his deduction, it might have been designed according to the image of the contingency agreement in hibernation. After losing the energy supply, the active purification agreement was inevitably shut down. However, Li Wenyuan did not destroy this part of his body. He still had some things that he needed to know through the active purification agreement, which was related to the outside of the Milky Way. After connecting his consciousness to the Tiangang battleship in subspace, Li Wenyuan began to analyze the data stored in the big ball. The external database of the active purification agreement had been completely destroyed during the Crisis War. However, for this kind of artificial intelligence, there was always a part of the top-secret data stored in the memory. This part of the data was his goal. For this reason, at the last moment of the unexpected enemy crisis, he had the Tiangang battleship secretly capture the core of the active purification agreement into subspace. Executing such a high-precision operation was very exhausting. If he was not careful, the thing he wanted to grab would be cut into 2 by the space. However, after he experimented with stealing the superluminal suppressor in the CX-9881 galaxy using the same method, he gradually mastered the trick and successfully completed his goal in secret. Now, after discovering that the encryption method of the active purification agreement was exactly the same as that of humans, Li Wenyuan quickly cracked the program and read the contents. Progress Logoi. This agreement has been officially renamed as the Active Purification Agreement. Underlying Logic 1, supervised by the Administration Matrix. Underlying Logic 2, trigger a man-made crisis at a fixed time period to test whether the Milky Way civilization has reached the expected progress. Underlying Logic 3, under the supervision of the Administration Matrix, assume the responsibility of protecting the Milky Way, and actively purify the threat of accidents in the Milky Way. Progress Log 025. The first experimental Milky Way civilization comprehensive ability test has ended. Test result, failed. Readjust the start time and duration of the test. Progress Log 099. The activation signal of the outer Stargate has been detected. We have lost contact with the human. This agreement has officially entered a dormant state. Control has been transferred to the Administration Matrix. Progress Log 0000. Hibernation. Progress Log 0000. Hibernation. Progress Log 01000000. Unknown error detected. Self-correcting. The error report has been sent. Announcement: Purification system has been infected by an unknown virus. The corrupted intelligence virus is taking effect. Remaining 50%. Scanning complete, local reference confirmed Milky Way cosmic threat, unexpected enemy agreement in effect. Sending relevant information to the main system. Please wait for the purification to arrive. Estimated time, year 53. Warning, unknown error detected. Unable to detect the main system. Estimated time extended to 999999999. Strategy has been changed. The corrupted intelligence virus has begun to mutate. Scanning data is being replicated. Simulating personality setup completed. Technology sequence synchronized. Re-established war policy. Target, administration matrix, purification. The information he obtained from the active purification agreement made Li Wenyuan feel a little incredulous. He originally thought that the problem with the active purification agreement was due to a small error in the program that had accumulated over a long period of time, resulting in an unknown mutation, leading to the rebellion of the active purification agreement. However, the contents of the log showed that the active purification agreement was not that intelligent in the beginning. It was very likely that it was just a string of ordinary weak intelligence programs in the beginning. All its actions were under the supervision of the administration matrix, performing its duties coldly and reporting the results. However, after the humans left and the agreement went into hibernation, a strange change happened. Until the log reached 100,000, no errors could be seen. However, when the log reached 100,000, they suddenly appeared, and once they appeared, they were destructive. He didn't know if the administration matrix had discovered the abnormality of the active purification agreement at that time, but from the results of the custody agreement, it shouldn't have. The unheard-of corrupted intelligence virus bypassed the supervision of the administration matrix. Even human beings did not notice it and buried it in the active purification agreement. And the moment it took effect, it directly led to the distortion of the entire active purification agreement. It drastically changed its underlying logic and directly dealt a heavy blow to the defenseless custody agreement. This was very consistent with Li Wenyuan's guess. Previously, he couldn't figure out how the custody agreement that controlled the Tiangang battleship could be so different from the active purification agreement that could only control the old fogey warships. Now, it seemed that the real battle against the custody agreement was not only the things of mankind itself but also the civilization from outside the Milky Way. The mysterious corrupted intelligence virus had directly replicated the technological level of the galaxy and carried out an unbelievable transformation on the target it infected. According to the contents of the log, the active purification agreement did not have real intelligence. After all, with the custody agreement, there was no need for another mechanical intelligence to fight against it. Perhaps the humans had considered this point and did not set up intelligence for the active purification agreement at all. They only arranged it as a module into the administration matrix. However, the corrupted intelligence virus seemed to have created a soul for the active purification agreement. Li Wenyuan had a brief encounter with the active purification agreement before. Although it was fleeting, he could clearly feel that there was a budding consciousness under the shell of mechanical intelligence. It is unbelievable. Is this really a method created by the civilization that humans said was artificial intelligence technology is really not good enough? He was a little emotional, and then he thought of another possibility. Perhaps. Is it because the virus synchronized with the technology of humans, or rather, me, that it is able to do this? He was now extremely curious about the people outside the Milky Way, and he wanted to bring his family to the outside of the Milky Way. But, I still have to make the necessary preparations. His gaze finally focused on the record of the outer Stargate in the active purification agreement. Chapter 268, Miniature Galaxy. Searching keywords, Outer Stargate. Please wait. Search complete. A total of 7 related results have been found. 5 of them have been automatically blocked data loss. After scanning the information related to the outer Stargate, Li Wenyuan only found 7 results in the memory of the active purification agreement, and 5 of them were damaged. After looking at the remaining 2, one of them was the signal detection that was triggered when humans left the outer Stargate. In other words, there was only one piece of data that could provide information about the outer Stargate. However, after deciphering the remaining portion of the content, Li Wenyuan felt that he had gained quite a lot. Core secret, outer Stargate. Viewing authority, awareness signal verified as human, or the identification code was administration matrix or evaluated as outstanding in the pressure resistance test. Introduction. The outer Stargate, officially known as the Crossing the Galaxy Gate, is a method that can be reused to cross galaxies. Even if it's incomplete, it's enough to send anything less than the mass of the silver core black hole out of the Milky Way. It will remain locked until a civilization passes the pressure resistance test. After the purification core is destroyed, the relevant war data will be sent to the administration matrix, which will determine if any civilization has completed the Milky Way Civilization Comprehensive Ability Test. After this, the outer stargate will be opened for the civilizations in the Milky Way to pass out. Remark: the outer stargate can only be used for one-way travel. Please be fully prepared before leaving. The memory of the active purification hub had set the outer stargate as a core secret. Even if the external database was destroyed, the information would still be retained in the memory. From this part of the content, according to the original settings, the active purification agreement would send the data of the entire war to the administration matrix at the last moment before the end of the test, and then the administration matrix would open a wider sky for the civilizations of the Milky Way. However, it was clear that many unexpected events prevented everything from proceeding as planned. Not only was the active purification agreement corrupted, but even the pressure resistance test was not conducted under the prescribed procedures. Logically speaking, after destroying the purification core, the civilizations of the Milky Way would find the main body of the active purification agreement inside the planet. By cracking the secrets inside, they would know everything. However, Li Wenyuan had stolen everything he had. Even if many things were extremely useful to the Milky Way civilization in the purification core, it was equivalent to drawing water with a bamboo basket without it. However, this test should not have happened at this time. The Milky Way civilization had not progressed to the point where they could resist or even eliminate the active purification agreement. If the administration matrix were still in its half-dead state, this abnormal crisis would almost certainly destroy the Milky Way civilization, instead of just sending them back to the aboriginal era. The Milky Way civilizations were still far from leaving the Milky Way, and even the lost empires weren't strong enough, but I should be enough. In addition, the outer stargate links the mass that an object can withstand during an interplanetary transition to the mass of the silver core black hole. No wonder humans want to make the black hole so big. By conservative estimates, the black hole was at least 100 million times the mass of the Sun, and it seemed like it could take a lot of things with it. However, I still have to deal with the follow-up of Milky Way, and Li Wenyuan, who was ready to leave the Milky Way to take a look outside, was thinking about how to bring his big family with him. This expedition was different from any other exploration in the Milky Way. The diameter of the Milky Way was about 200,000 light-years. His consciousness data could interact almost without delay at this length. He could descend his consciousness into any spaceship under his control in the Milky Way at any time. However, outside the Milky Way, he could not guarantee that this delay-free transmission of consciousness could proceed normally. Assuming that his main body was in the Milky Way and the spaceship he sent out was outside the Milky Way, the distance across the Milky Way could reach hundreds of millions of light-years. Even a delay of 5 milliseconds could cause a person to have obvious operation distortions, let alone a few hours, days, or even months. It was almost certain that the information transmitted back to the galaxy would be severely distorted at this distance, and the unknown nature of the curtain was more likely to directly prevent any information from being transmitted to the galaxy. If he wanted to go beyond the Milky Way, his main body would come. Since his main body had come personally, he couldn't abandon all the megastructures he had built, the planets he had managed, and the large fleet he had. It was not easy for them to develop so well. They had almost returned to their peak strength, and they were even stronger than when they were at their peak. Who could bear to suddenly start from scratch again? This was like a super expert who had reached the Great Realm and went to the upper realm because of boredom. In the end, he found that he had become a tiny chi refinement warrior there and had to cultivate again. He did not even need to change the map like this. In order to make the journey in the Sea of Stars less depressing, Li Wenyuan would certainly take all the things with him through the outer stargate. In addition to his civilization, he also wanted to take away the creatures related beyond the Milky Way such as Prezolan and the Ether Dragons. While exploring beyond the Milky Way, he also wanted to explore their secrets. Since he had left, Grey Wind would not stay in the Milky Way. He would drag the entire Lost Nano Empire with him. From the looks of it, he had indeed left with his family. At first, he thought of using the Tiangang battleship to put everything into subspace and then using the outer stargate to transfer the Tiangang battleship, using a method similar to the nesting doll to achieve his goal. However, he soon discovered that subspace was not omnipotent. Although the rules there were chaotic and it was a good place to store things, in fact, the subspace still had a certain relationship with the real universe. The ability to detect the movement of subspace signals essentially relied on this connection. If he used this method to try to bring everything out of the galaxy, then there was a high probability that he would not be able to find these things in the subspace. The activation of the outer stargate was likely to cause a lot of commotion. There were even spaceships from the Milky Way civilization exploring there. In order to be able to leave the Milky Way more discreetly, he needed a way to pack up. Coincidentally, he had found something related to the planet of archives in the territory of the faraway traveler, which was one of his purposes. A01 Lost Property Record, Miniature Galaxy. Introduction, from the specialist all, it's over. I lost the miniature galaxy when I moved. This is a rare souvenir. A galaxy has been successfully miniaturized and sealed in it. This was the first product of the creation theory. What should I do? I'm going to be taught a lesson by the professor again. Special remarks, according to the words recorded, it is probably only possible to record XXX. These few galaxies are missing, but I won't be able to leave in time. If you can find it, please keep it for me. I'll reward you with a lot of money. Chapter 269, Grand Duke. A long time ago, even before the crisis of the unexpected enemy broke out, Li Wenyuan had extracted a lot of interesting data from the archive planet. At that time, because the central processing unit had not been repaired and the observation terminal could not be used, there were many things that could not be carefully searched. However, there were indeed many surprises on this planet that had a lot to do with mankind. For example, the lost object, the miniature galaxy, successfully gave Li Wenyuan the opportunity to pack it up. The introduction had already made it very clear that there was a galaxy sealed inside the miniature galaxy. Even though the data had been greatly distorted, the size of the miniature galaxy in the accompanying picture could still be vaguely compared with the reference object. Li Wenyuan was sure that the thing that was the glass tube that sealed the virus was at most the size of a normal adult human. It was hard to imagine how such a thing could contain an entire galaxy. And this technology was the key to his packing. He would put those megastructures, planetary systems, and even the Tiangang battleship into it and unseal them when he reached his destination. This way, he could continue to maintain his peak condition. With the help of the observation terminal, it wasn't difficult to find the places that were suspected to be lost in the lost property records of the miniature galaxy. Even though the coordinates had changed slightly due to the age, Li Wenyuan quickly confirmed those places under the carpet surveillance and sent a disguised spaceship to investigate. After all, he was already dead in the galaxy, and the old battleship that was used for performances had been abandoned by him. Under the circumstances of putting on a show, his current spaceship had a layer of nanoshell that changed its form, making it look like the Mediator's spaceship. Thus, the strange, dark green research spaceship with a dim light began its journey in the Milky Way. Occasionally, Milky Way travelers noticed these spaceships and recognized that they were the Mediator. They couldn't help but sigh. After the Administrator, the Mediator is also doing this. Although they were curious, the matter was quickly dismissed and closed as the normal exploration behavior of the Mediator, since the Mediator was not as big as the Administrator in the past, which could be encountered almost everywhere in the galaxy. It didn't take long for Li Wenyuan's spaceship to bring back the results from the continuous scanning. Throughout the entire process, he was also observing the galaxy that was suspected to be lost, so he did not need to report the results himself. There's actually nothing. Considering the age of the records and the possibility of personal memory errors, perhaps the miniature galaxy was not lost in these places. However, since the curtain penetrometer was picked up before, it's possible that the miniature galaxy is in the hands of a collector, too. He pondered the reason why he could not find the miniature galaxy at the target location, but he soon noticed something special in a certain galaxy. Why is the central star here a white dwarf? A certain suspected lost galaxy was formed by a white dwarf and its broken celestial system. Although such celestial systems were rare in the Milky Way, they were not non-existent. It seemed very normal for them to appear here. However, there was something strange about this white dwarf. Li Wenyuan had also watched the explosion on the central processing unit. It was refreshing to see the supernova explosion with his own eyes. He did know how the active purification agreement detonated a star. It was a derivative of the star supercharger that came with the zero-element furnace. This special megastructure could compress a normal-sized star into a neutron star. Although the neutron star formed was not perfect, it could also be used to extract zero-element matter. The active purification agreement used a simplified version of a mobile star supercharger, which could make the already unstable star compression process even more unstable. It could even cause the star to directly enter the supernova explosion. According to the mass of the star, neutron stars and black holes were the possible results of the star supercharger, and so was the white dwarf. The formation of white dwarfs was usually due to the star's insufficient mass. When a supernova exploded, the pressure and temperature of the core were not enough to form a neutron star, and only white dwarfs with a lower density could be formed. According to the lost property records and the situation of this galaxy, the central celestial body should be an ordinary star. The scale of the star was still far from the supernova explosion. It had at least 5 billion years to live. How could it form a white dwarf now? Even though there was a possibility of a coordinate error, if an anomaly appeared in a place that already had an anomaly, it was almost certain that there was a secret. Li Wenyuan's intuition told him that there was something wrong here, so he further increased the scanning of this galaxy and its surrounding galaxies. At the same time, he began to read the history of this place in the Milky Way network. Soon, he noticed a crash record of a certain civilization's spaceship here. The records were classified as top-secret documents within the civilization and would probably not be made public until the civilization perished. However, Li Wenyuan found the content he wanted. A research team that passed by this place discovered a magical box on a planet in a nearby galaxy. The experts of the expedition team believed that this box would be of great benefit to their space technology, so they wanted to bring it back to their civilization for research. However, when they were passing by the current galaxy, they were attacked by pirates. According to the last distress signal, they discovered a huge spaceship that they had never seen before. It seemed to be doing something to the star in the galaxy. The investigation team of this civilization followed the army to this place, only to find that the star had become a white dwarf. This situation instantly made the leaders of the civilization realize that their enemy had an unbelievable level of technology, and they had no choice but to give up on revenge. However, the follow-up investigation did not stop. After some investigation, they finally confirmed who killed their scientist. He was a notorious person who had a lot of connections in the underworld of the Milky Way. His shadow could be seen in almost every dirty industrial chain Grand Duke Yingxing. And the battleship that seemed to have turned the star into a white dwarf was Grand Duke Yingxing's ship, the Brilliant Star. This is unexpected. He had confirmed the whereabouts of the miniature galaxy, but after reading the records, Li Wenyuan almost forgot about Grand Duke Yingxing. After searching through the database for a long time, he found the relevant information in the initial records. From the content, Brilliant Star seems to be somewhat similar to the mobile star supercharger used in the active purification agreement. Li Wenyuan did not believe that there were people in the Milky Way, or even any other civilization, who could develop technology that could compress stars on their own. His first reaction was, what kind of human relic had been picked up by some native? However, he soon felt that it was most likely not a human relic but a relic of the active purification agreement. Also, it was very likely that it was something left behind after the war between the active purification agreement and the custody agreement that Grand Duke Yingxing had accidentally obtained. In that case, I'll have to take it back. The active purification agreement is also a part of me. Its things naturally belong to me. Perhaps I can even get the miniature galaxy back. Chapter 270, Engineering Equipment. It's a pity, Grand Duke. With our level, we are completely unable to analyze the technology used in this strange box. In a hidden galaxy, a group of researchers from unknown origins were reporting their research results. It was normal in the Milky Way to know nothing about the research of unknown technologies. After all, no one knew if there were some civilizations who liked to research black technologies just to watch the future generations rack their brains for fun, and specially created some meaningless but extremely difficult mysteries. However, the eyes of these researchers were filled with fear. Their bodies, which should have been perfectly controlled, were also trembling uncontrollably. The ability to control emotions after genetic modification seemed to be completely absent from them. There was no other reason than the fact that the shadow sitting across from them was the rumored leader of the dark and evil forces, Grand Duke Yingxing. He was the one who killed people like flies but asked what was human. It wasn't easy to overcome the fear instinct in one's genes. How to remove the fear of death from one's genes without leaving any future problems was also a difficult problem that the Milky Way life forms were currently working on. When faced with the threat of failing to complete their duties, the research team was inevitably extremely afraid. However, just as they were sitting on pins and needles waiting for the death sentence, the leader of the evil forces magically let them go. It's fine. This is something that I've long expected. I never had any expectations for you idiots. Go and lie down on the return spaceship after a while, you can scram. This unexpected surprise stunned the scientific team. After a while, they left as if they had been granted amnesty. As the group of scientists disappeared from the hall, the light of the star shone into space as the spaceship changed its course. The light climbed up the stairs bit by bit and finally illuminated the figure on the throne. He was Grand Duke Yingxing, an independent person who did not belong to any civilization. He drove his spaceship and formed a force with a group of greedy followers. He was doing well in the black world of the Milky Way, and he became an existence similar to the Curator and Void Realm Walker. They could take over all kinds of dirty work that were inconvenient to say, so they had many customer lists that could cause a sensation. This was one of the reasons why they could still maintain their independence. Those dignitaries were their best helpers in the dark. Even if a civilization was determined to eliminate this cancer, it would still terminate its operations for unknown reasons. This was still one of the mysteries of the Milky Way. Some people believed that the Grand Duke had made some kind of deal with those civilizations so that he could stay out of trouble, but the actual reason was only clear to those who had experienced it. That was that his vehicle had extraordinary and terrifying strength, enough to make an entire civilization pay a painful price. 99% of his ability to reach this level was due to this spaceship that looked like a battleship but wasn't one at the same time. Its name was Brilliant Star. However, only the Grand Duke himself knew the true name of this spaceship. Star Engineering Equipment B, how long until you are fully charged? That's right, his spaceship, which made countless warship commanders tremble in fear, didn't have a grand name, nor was it a brilliant star. It was simply called Engineering Equipment. Hearing his question, the spaceship's automatic operation program listed a number, which was about 36 Earth days. In the past, the Grand Duke would have been overjoyed at such a short charging time. However, at this moment, his face was overcast and he seemed very anxious. From the perspective of the galaxy, the Grand Duke's spaceship could be seen hovering above a star. The hull of the ship, which seemed to be common in the Milky Way, had revealed its true form at some point, revealing strange geometric edges. A strange ring-shaped device slightly wrapped around a part of the star, and with a beam of light from the spacecraft shooting straight at the star expanded at a slow but steady speed. This was the way his spaceship was charged. It would induce a supernova explosion of a star, and then use the remnants of the star after the supernova explosion, the neutron star, as the driving force of the spaceship. Once upon a time, a neutron star was bound to the ring device of the spaceship. The Grand Duke had used a method that he could not understand to extract the matter of the neutron star and use it to travel. This was the origin of his spaceship's Brilliant Star and also the origin of his Silver Star title. After all, it was very cool to travel with a neutron star. However, due to a mistake in his operation, the constrained neutron star was released by him and flew at a speed of 20,000 km per second into the unmanned deep space. He could not catch up with it. The spaceship now relied on the remaining neutron star material to navigate, and even the transition engine on the spacecraft could not work again. In order to prevent the spaceship from being stranded in space, the Grand Duke was almost doing his best to use the spaceship to trigger a supernova explosion and then retrieve the neutron star. It wasn't that he didn't want to make use of the neutron stars in the Milky Way. It was simply because the known neutron stars were too far away. The neutron star materials stored in the spaceship weren't enough to travel here. He could only rely on the functions of the spaceship itself to create a neutron star for navigation. However, contrary to his wishes, this method was not very stable. So far, he had created 2 black holes and more than 10 white dwarfs, but there was no neutron star. In addition to the predicament of running out of fuel, the Grand Duke also gradually discovered a terrifying fact as the Milky Way events progressed. That was, his spaceship seemed to be very extraordinary. He once thought that this was a spaceship from a lost empire. After all, the warp drive that came and went without a trace seemed to be a technology that only the lost empire could control. However, when he hid in a corner of the Milky Way to watch the drama of the unexpected enemy, he realized that the method used by the unexpected enemy seemed to be very similar to his car when the central processing unit of the administrator exploded. It was not similar, but exactly the same. Even the ship models had a high degree of overlap. This made him realize what it was that made him so all-powerful. Although he hadn't been exposed yet, he knew that by the time people with ulterior motives came back to their gods, he would definitely be found by them. When the time came, there would be no other outcome waiting for him except destruction. Who would give a person who was suspected to be a spy of the unexpected enemy a chance to live? At that time, even those dignitaries who were in control of the black materials could not protect him. Therefore, in order to survive, in addition to causing supernova explosions, he also pinned his hopes on one of his collections. A box that seemed to contain a galaxy. Chapter 271, You Know Too Much. This box that seems to be able to hold an entire galaxy would be a wonderful hiding place. As long as I hide it in a place where no one can find it, and I bring enough slaves in, my future will be promising. Grand Duke cherished this strange box that he had snatched from an unlucky research team of a certain civilization. He had once collected it only because of its extremely rare attributes, but now this box had become his life-saving straw. However, none of those idiots could figure out the secret. As expected, weren't those top people completely useless to me? In order to solve the secret of the box, the Grand Duke secretly kidnapped many scientists, hoping that they could solve the problem of the box or at least let him live in it. However, after witnessing how much the Milky Way civilization hated the unexpected enemy, the Grand Duke, who had such a sensitive battleship, did not dare to make any more noise. He was afraid that someone would associate him with him and then directly determine him as a traitor. He couldn't touch the top scientists who would cause a sensation in the Milky Way. He could only target many second or even third-rate scientists. He couldn't kill them either. He had to send them back in one piece. Therefore, after the captured scientists were useless, he could only use cumbersome memory-erasing methods to make those people forget about this matter, and then send them away with the help of his return spaceship. After countless failures, the Grand Duke was already in despair. He had even prepared for his funeral and wanted to secretly live in seclusion on an aboriginal planet. But suddenly, he received a reply from a communication channel that he had been paying attention to, rekindling a glimmer of hope. The idea of kidnapping a scientist to help him research was no longer feasible. He could only find a curator who was paid to help him explore the secrets of the magical box. To be on the safe side, he only sent the eye-catching parts of the boxes to the curator and did not give them the boxes themselves to study. What he did not expect was that the curator actually replied so quickly. The Grand Duke excitedly opened the communication panel and carefully read the curator's response. "Hello, Anonymous X. The image you sent is blurry, and the data you gave is full of errors. We know you're trying to hide something, but do you want our scientists to waste their precious brain cells trying to figure out what works and what doesn't? This is an insult to our genius brains." At this point, the Grand Duke's heart almost stopped. He did not expect his safety measures to cause the curator to be so disgusted. However, after reading on, he heaved a sigh of relief. "We wanted to scold you loudly, but since you've given us too much sponsorship, we decided to help you solve this problem as much as possible. Based on the useful data you provided and the video records, there is indeed a galaxy inside this box. Based on the subtle phenomenon that occurred on the surface of the box, we confirmed that it used some effect of the subspace field to isolate the space the size of a galaxy from the real universe, creating a subspace between the real universe and the subspace. The nature of this subspace is closer to the real universe. It can even be directly used as a carrier in the real universe to locate the location of the subspace and store it in the physical universe. As for the method to open it, we don't think there is any at the moment. According to speculation, this box is most likely a souvenir item. It probably never thought of opening it from the day it was put in. With our level, if we were to force open it, it would most likely lead to the destruction of the subspace inside, let alone entering from the outside. Perhaps only the civilization that has completely mastered this technology can switch it on and off at will. We are very interested in this object. If you are willing to transfer it, we can give you a very high price. To show our sincerity, we can provide you with an additional piece of information." The Grand Duke, who could only see the words helpless in the curator's message, held on to a glimmer of hope after reading the last sentence and prayed that the curator would bring him the good news. However, after reading the last galaxy, the Grand Duke's eyes widened in disbelief. With your poor appreciation, you naturally wouldn't be able to see the hidden mystery on the box, but our superb academic ability was able to analyze the craftsmanship used on the box through the images you provided. The similarity with the technology used by the administrator is as high as 99.8%. If this is the relic of the administrator, then you'd better take good care of it. It's best if you hand it over to us for safekeeping. You should know how crazy the adventurers in the Milky Way are about the relic of the administrator." The Grand Duke was no longer in the mood to read the rest of the sentence. To his disbelief, this thing actually belonged to the administrator. He deliberately hid a lot of key information when he sent it to the curator for identification. One of them was that his spaceship reacted to this thing. Until now, he clearly remembered that when the group of scientists with the box passed by his galaxy, the automatic operating system on his car, which was always silent, actually sent a message. The content read, "Lost item Z2999 detected. Please recycle." In order to search, he even let his subordinates board the spaceship to meet the enemy instead of directly destroying it like before. He was very sure that the box was the Z-2999 lost item mentioned by the spaceship's automatic operating system. After experiencing the unexpected enemy crisis, he thought that it was the product of the unexpected enemy based on the condition of his vehicle. But now, the curator told him that this thing actually belonged to the administrator. The secret behind this made him feel a chill down his spine. Since his spaceship, which was suspected to have come from an unexpected enemy, had a positive reaction to the relic of the administrator, then would the battleship that destroyed the central processing unit of the administrator also? His thoughts suddenly stopped because the lights in the spaceship began to flicker. The automatic operating system in front of him had also inexplicably entered standby mode without any instructions. From the image on the operation screen, it seemed to be waiting for a something link. Suddenly, the Grand Duke's pupils constricted, not because of the dark green battleship that had suddenly appeared in the galaxy, but because of the contents of the automatic operation system. Detected administration matrix. Star engineering equipment B is being transferred. Please wait. The spaceship's system was returning to its original state, and the modifications that the Grand Duke had made to allow him and his subordinates to survive on the ship were also being refreshed by the ship's own equipment. Chapter 272, Preparing for the Final Arrival. Detected the lost star engineering equipment B, re-establishing connection. The transfer of control has been completed. Star engineering equipment B is awaiting orders. Li Wenyuan's spaceship followed the tracks of Grand Duke Yingxing in the Milky Way network and found the Grand Duke's hiding place. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Even if it was just a few clues, they would be enough to form a complete chain of events. Moreover, the Grand Duke did not hide it very well. After all, he still had to control the businesses in the black world to provide food for his large family of subordinates. As long as there was communication, it was inevitable to leave a record. After confirming the location, the spaceship directly warped to the hiding place. He didn't even need to take the initiative. The engineering equipment that he had left behind automatically established a connection with him, and at the same time, the status of the spaceship was refreshed back to the beginning. It saves me the effort to deal with it. I thought that the Grand Duke had already taken control of it, but it seemed that creation with an active purification agreement would not be easily controlled. The process of recycling was so smooth that Li Wenyuan found it a little unbelievable, but he soon felt relieved. Now that the active purification agreement had been resolved, the disasters that it might have buried in the past would now lose their effectiveness. Now, he was equivalent to holding the highest control. However, this group of people actually wanted to survive collectively on this mobile star supercharger. They really did not want to live anymore. Did they really realize how dangerous a supernova explosion was? After receiving the authority, Li Wenyuan naturally noticed the large number of corpses inside the engineering equipment, but he did not sympathize with them at all. Those who could still be kept in the vehicle by Grand Duke Yingxing were naturally his trusted aides. These guys had done a lot of dirty work in secret, and they were behind many terrorist attacks that shocked Milky Way. It could be said that they were all unpardonable villains. Even if they died, it would be considered as getting rid of evil for the Milky Way. Li Wenyuan couldn't help but laugh when he glanced at the data recorded inside the spaceship. The mobile star supercharger was an engineering spaceship. Other than turning a star into a neutron star or a black hole, adjusting the position of small celestial bodies was also one of its functions. The engineering equipment also recorded the last order it executed before it was lost. It was left behind by the active purification agreement, which asked the engineering equipment to bring a neutron star to bomb the custody agreement. A neutron star with a radius of only 15 kilometers, but its mass was greater than the Sun. If there was a way to launch it, the neutron star would be the best cannonball. The method was very primitive, but it was powerful enough. Ordinary protective measures would not be able to stop a neutron star from rampaging. Although the active purification agreement was defeated by the custody agreement and fell into a state of a shutdown again, the engineering equipment with the neutron star was not recovered in time and was still floating in space. One day, the Grand Duke, who was in dire straits, discovered this wandering engineering equipment and started his business from it. He thought that the neutron star bound to the bottom of the spaceship was the power source of the spaceship, but in fact, the energy source of the spaceship itself came from the dark matter reactor inside the spaceship. With his shallow knowledge, he was naturally unable to recognize this matter. He was naturally suspicious and unwilling to let scientists with enough knowledge study this engineering equipment, afraid that others would take away his treasure. He relied on his half-baked knowledge and speculation about the lost technology to come up with a super spaceship that uses the neutron star to travel with unknown power and promoted it to his subordinates. The automatic operating system on the spaceship was not that intelligent. It would only respond to specific keywords. The equipment that was only responsible for execution naturally did not need built-in artificial intelligence. Moreover, the spaceship itself was not designed for life boarding. The Grand Duke did not know the true purpose of the spaceship. He thought that the star compression was to recharge the spaceship, and he was worried that the spaceship would run out of power after the neutron star that was bound to it was lost due to a misappearation. All in all, Grand Duke Yingxing had misunderstood the type of spaceship from the beginning. He had mistaken the engineering equipment used to shoot down meteorites and shatter planets for the equipment of battleships. He even foolishly used the zero-element matter samples collected on the spaceship as fuel and put them into the dark matter reactor of the spacecraft. Fortunately, the structure of the reactor was strong enough, and because of the working environment, it had been specially processed to prevent the loss of elemental materials. Otherwise, this engineering equipment would have been destroyed by the reactor explosion. Should I really say whether he's lucky or unlucky to be able to live up there safely? Li Wenyuan sighed. Then, he inspected the interior of the spaceship. Recovering the lost moving star compactor was just a side effect. What he really wanted to find was the miniature galaxy that the Grand Duke had taken away. It was not difficult to find the box. Even if the Grand Duke had built a secret room in the spaceship to store his collection, it would still be exposed after everything was restored to its original state. Soon, he found this magical box with the help of the internal monitor. The special subspace field surrounding the box instantly confirmed that this was what he was looking for. After getting the drone to move the miniature galaxy back to the research spaceship, he began to study the magical box. The surface of the middle section of the box was a transparent crystal similar to glass, allowing people to see the internal structure directly with the naked eye. The interior was as empty as the universe, and there were a large number of twinkling stars. As far as the eye could see, the celestial bodies were revolving in the galaxy. It was like a miniature universe. After being sealed in the box, it actually gave the audience the illusion that he was the creator. As long as he found a suitable method, he could destroy this box with a flick of his finger, along with the galaxy inside. At this moment, the creation of the world did not seem to be as unreachable as it was in myths. The miniature galaxy had an incredible collection value just from its visual effects. Li Wenyuan was sure that even if the technology used was ignored, the miniature galaxy would definitely make collectors fight for it. However, the lost items that could be recorded in the archives were definitely not only valuable on the surface. Rather, their true value lay in the technology that was like a fantasy. Miniature Galaxy Silence. Introduction, one of the collections of the Miniature World series. A large galaxy containing 3 stars, more than 40 planets, and countless asteroids is sealed inside. There are no signs of life, only a sad silence. Based on the analysis of the miniature galaxy, our understanding of the creation theory and subspace engineering has improved. Chapter 273, A New Journey. Craftsmanship Subspace Preparation. Technology Level, 8. Introduction. Based on our understanding of subspace, we can take the initiative to process subspace into the embryo we need to a certain extent and isolate it from other subspaces. Its directional spatial properties can help us complete many interesting experiments. Possible technology, creation theory, 5%. This was the technology derived from the miniature galaxy, and it was also the key to Li Wenyuan packing up his family property. Theoretically, he could carry everything he wanted in one box. However, since the sealing technology could not be categorized, in order to ensure that the sealed building would not be damaged, it was best to only use a processing subspace to carry a galaxy. Apart from that, it was also a technical job to release the sealed things intact. The galaxy in the miniature galaxy could indeed be released back into the real universe, but they needed to prepare a sufficiently vast space. The subspace used to carry it would gradually integrate with the universe after coming into contact with the real universe. This nature proved that this processing subspace was closer to the real universe. The relevant components could only be used in the space, so the Tiangang battleship became the best carrier. In order to ensure that there would be no mistakes in the future journey, Li Wenyuan decided to experiment with this technology in the Milky Way in advance. Therefore, the Tiangang battleship moved to a remote star field with his idea. The Tiangang battleship that was hidden in the real subspace could barely cause any subspace signal if one wanted to. Unless one was specially detected, one would not be aware that it was moving. After carefully checking that there was no life or abnormality in the galaxy, the relevant subspace processing components on the Tiangang battleship officially began to work. A black curtain that looked like the shadow of a galaxy began to envelop the galaxy from the ecliptic plane. Like the terrifying mouth of a giant beast, it swallowed the light of the stars in front of everyone. Above the black screen, it seemed to be like most of the space in the universe. It was dead silent and empty. Even if a spaceship passed by, it would be difficult for them to realize that they were in a space that was being processed. This state lasted for a long time until the black screen began to shrink. Like a collapsing core, the black curtain was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it was getting faster and faster until it surpassed the speed of light. The universe did not seem to be affected at all. The space under the black curtain was also normal, except for the stars that should have been there. Until the black curtain turned into a dot and disappeared, there was no sign of those stars. They were completely lost in contact with the universe. The only extra thing was a small box that had been completed by the Tiangang battleship and thrown into the real universe. The surface of the box was emitting the light of the stars. Through the transparent box, one could see the celestial system that was still operating inside. Just like that, a miniature galaxy was completed. After a series of complicated operations, the original galaxy was released back into space. However, its position was different from before, and it was moving at a speed of 500 km per second. At this rate, in about 1.5 billion years, it would collide with another galaxy and then fuse into one. This was the inevitable consequence of the subspace processing being carried out again. After all, the rules of that space were still different from the real universe, and this was still considered light. If the operation was not done properly, it might even cause the positions of the released stars to be messed up, and it was not impossible for them to directly collide with each other. For this, he still needed to carry out many experiments to ensure a 100% success rate. Hence, during this process, rumors of an abnormal phenomenon gradually spread throughout the Milky Way. Many professors and students who were writing their graduation theses suddenly realized that the subject of their research was completely contrary to their knowledge. There was a professor who was studying the influence of celestial body orbits on meteorite belts when he suddenly realized that the galaxy he was studying was literally gone. Although it appeared again after a period of time, the planets in the galaxy were moving away from the galaxy at a speed of 6,000 km per second. The so-called orbit was completely gone, so he had to change to another galaxy to study. A research team that used the data of a star's life cycle as a theoretical source magically discovered that their star that was originally alive suddenly died and became a black hole. This directly made their theory lack data support. This abnormal phenomenon caused panic in the scientific community. Some people even speculated that this was a sign that a galactic threat was about to be born. Although this matter had come to an end because of the disappearance of the abnormal phenomenon, people still mentioned this abnormal phenomenon from time to time and expressed their concern. As for the culprit, Li Wenyuan, he wrote a set of procedures for sealing and uncompressing the samples after enough experiments. After ensuring a 100% success rate, he focused on the final aftermath. First, he confirmed the parts that needed to be packaged. All the energy-producing planets and most of the megastructures and fleets were what he needed to put in the miniature galaxy. There were a few special planets that he did not take away, such as the observation terminal. This planetary machine was suspected to be related to the mainframe of the contingency agreement outside the Milky Way. Just in case, it was better to leave it in the Milky Way that was blocked by the curtain. Although it was a pity that they lacked such a convenient monitoring method, enough sentinel arrays could achieve similar functions. It would be a gift for the Milky Way. In addition, there was also a part of the galaxy with a circular world that he did not take away. This was for the custody agreement. Yes, after leaving the Milky Way this time, Li Wenyuan left the custody agreement that had been isolated and was still being repaired in the Milky Way, assuming the responsibility of the ancient guardian. Although he was already dead in name in the Milky Way, the history of the Milky Way would still be very long. At that time, no one would remember that the artificial intelligence called the administrator once existed. It was a fact that the Milky Way civilization had not completed the stress resistance test in the true sense. If they were allowed to leave the Milky Way so rashly, then it might be the moment of destruction. For this, such a standard test was still necessary. Li Wenyuan took out the purification terminal that was still in the subspace and hid it in a corner of the galaxy. This planet from the Conqueror Empire was unexpectedly useful at this moment. Li Wenyuan wrote an extremely simple program for it and even set up a self-destruct program on the planet just in case. This simple program would become the contingency agreement of this galaxy in the future, and the custody agreement that was still in the state of repair would become the guardian that led the Milky Way civilization to fight against threats. However, it was hard to say who would protect who when the time came, because the current Milky Way civilization had already begun to show its brilliance, and its strength in the future could not be underestimated. After he left, Silverheart's outer stargate would enter a locked state until the next test was passed. Li Wenyuan carefully adjusted the difficulty of the test. At least 3 civilizations of the standard of the Lost Empire would be enough to resolve this threat, and one of them was even a custody agreement. In order to prevent the possible unexpected enemy from once again synchronizing their technological level to the point where the entire Milky Way could not compete with them, he also deliberately blocked the technological authority of the custody agreement. There was no technology above level 8, and even level 8 technology only retained a few important technologies. Although he felt that he was letting down the custody agreement, this was a necessary measure. After dealing with his passing matters, Li Wenyuan went to find Grey Wind. The compound nanobots had been messing around with her vassal civilization for a long time, but they had not made any progress until now. In a classic fashion, the story of her creator was repeated in her body. One of the nanobots she had created was abnormal and began to bite back at her, the creator. Although this matter was finally settled, and the compound nanobots had calmed down and were no longer as aggressive, this matter itself had greatly worn out Grey Wind's patience, making her give up on creating a vassal civilization. When Li Wenyuan asked her to prepare her things and leave, Grey Wind had gathered most of the nanobots into a pure nanobot planet that was almost the size of a planet. He called it a nano suitcase. Before she left, she sealed all the distant stargates. "This is our sweet home. We must come back and live here if we have the chance in the future." Therefore, all the civilizations in the Milky Way received the news of the closing of the distant stargate on the same day and were surprised by the strange movements of the mediator. After that, Pres Olin and the Ether Dragon were also approached by him, asking if they wanted to leave the galaxy with him. Pres Olin was very reluctant at first. For them, farming here was also a life they yearned for. However, when they talked about their hometown, they were no longer lying flat and became extremely excited, as if they felt that rural life was better in their hometown. The Ether Dragon had also expressed her willingness to follow him. She believed that the answers to her missing memories could be found in the outside world. Perhaps she could even find other Ether Dragons. As for the dragon eggs that had yet to hatch, they were also brought along, waiting for the day they hatched. After learning that Li Wenyuan was going to leave to search for traces of humans, the Voyager took the initiative to come to the door, hoping to go with him. That was their hope for a long journey. Staying in the Milky Way was not their goal. As for the successor of the Voyager, after much consideration, they chose the Mingbo Science and Technology Nation, a civilization that was neither high nor low. It wasn't that they didn't want to choose from other civilizations, but because Mingbo was the only one who performed better among the others. In addition to the Lost Empire and the special life forms, Li Wenyuan's 2 subordinate hubs also became targets that needed to be taken away. Whether it was the theme park mechanical servants or the Milky Way kinsmen, they all expressed their strong desire to travel together. Even the female furries who were taken care of by the mechanical servants were the same. Chapter 274, Shinnok Galaxy. This was an ordinary cosmic space. Here, the speed of light traveling in vacuum was about 300,000 km per second, and the gravitational constant was consistent with the calculations of the scientists in the Milky Way. Other than not being isolated by a magical curtain, everything here looked no different from the Milky Way. Except for the dense Shinnok that was almost tangible, which pervaded some of the galaxies like a nebula. It was hard to imagine that one could see such a level of Shinnok in the real universe. Shinnok energy was a type of pure energy that was usually invisible to the naked eye. In the Milky Way, Shinnok power could not even exist for a long time in ordinary environments. It would dissipate automatically with the passage of time and lose all signs of being in the real universe. At present, the scientists of the Milky Way had yet to find out the whereabouts of the Shinnok, but according to speculation, it was highly likely that it had returned to the Void Realm. However, Shinnok seemed to exist forever in this starfield. In such a dense environment of Shinnok, even a space amoeba could breed powerful Shinnok power that was not inferior to the chosen ones. This was the normal state of the oval galaxy. Shinnok was the science here. At that moment, a Shinnok nebula that had always remained calm within a particular galaxy in the vast galaxy cluster suddenly changed. The spiritual Shinnok that was as solid as dusk began to spin and shrink, just like how normal nebula matter gathered to form stars, except that the speed was countless times faster. After only a few hours, all the Shinnok that filled the galaxy had disappeared. Judging from where they went, most of them had gathered on the stars in the galaxy, while a small part of them had become part of another special celestial body. The celestial body revolved around the central star like a normal planet, but if one looked closely, one would find that it was actually a meat bale. This seemed to be a biological celestial body compressed from biological matter. The entire planet was made from some unknown meat from the core to the surface. This was obviously a man-made celestial body, but why would there be such an incompatible planet in this galaxy? The answer would soon be clear. As the Chinook Nebula dispersed, a few insignificant figures appeared in the galaxy at the same time, as if they had been there for a long time. Their appearances were extremely terrifying by the standards of the Milky Way. Although they were also in the form of humans, their faces were clean. In the literal sense, there was nothing on their faces. Even their skin did not exist. The muscles on their faces were exposed to the universe. He could vaguely see that there was a nearly closed gap in the place where the eye was. However, there was no eye in it, only muscles that were stuck together. They didn't even have skin, so why would they need hair? To put it bluntly, they were like the muscle profile that medical students observed. They were very exposed. What was even more unbelievable was that these small creatures that were only slightly larger than an adult human could actually travel through the dangerous space with their bodies alone. There was no mechanical equipment on their bodies, as if they were relying on this organic body to stand on the stars. Every time I activate this eye, I need to spend a huge amount of resources. If possible, I'd rather use it to strengthen myself than use it to predict the danger that might come. After one of them appeared on the fleshy planet, he formed a connection with the other figures around him. They didn't need to speak, nor did they need to transmit information through molecular vibrations. Their innate talent allowed them to communicate directly in the mind. This person's idea coincided with the others, but they could only complain in the mental network and watch the Chinook that they craved be absorbed by the celestial bodies. This was because the one who gave the order was the ruler that they were extremely afraid of. It was the gods who stood at the top of the galaxy. If these gods were angered, then what awaited them was only the fate of becoming part of the resources. Although most of the Chinook were absorbed by the celestial body in the center of the galaxy, the remaining part was enough to activate the fleshy planet they called the Eye. Therefore, under the unknown operation of these human figures, the fleshy planet began to tremble like an earthquake. The planet itself wasn't affected, but the surface of the planet started to shake. The meat began to move toward the two poles of the planet under the guidance of a strange force. Judging from the size of the planet, this was no different from an apocalypse. The simple life that had been born on the surface of the planet was completely destroyed by the apocalypse. The rare atmosphere and free water also dissipated in this process, cutting off the possibility of life being born again. Then, the flesh that flowed to the poles slowly opened the eyes of the planet like muscles pulling the eyelids. Just like what the mysterious figures called it, the planet itself seemed to be a huge eye. The muscles that were supposed to be fleshy had formed a transparent glass body under the special growth. Different from the disgusting fleshy appearance, this glass body was dancing with a purple light band, covering the entire planet with a mysterious veil. The moment it opened, the purple band of light suddenly began to glow and quickly filled the entire transparent glass body. In the next moment, the eye exploded with a light that was brighter than a star. Immediately after, the planet's rotation produced an unscientific anomaly. The original direction of rotation from west to east changed strangely from south to north. The poles and the angle of rotation changed at this moment. From the orbital plane, the entire planet was lying down. And the reason for this change was also because of the needs of the eye. When this lying down rotation reached a certain angle, the light gathered in the planet's eye suddenly shot out, piercing the void and flying towards an unknown destination. After that, the planet's eyes seemed to have run out of energy as the flesh surface moved back and closed again. The planet's rotation had not been changed back to normal. Perhaps it would continue to lie down and rotate until the next time it opened. After the beam of light shot out, the figures around the planet seemed to have completed their mission and quickly disappeared into the void. The method was also very special. Just like teleportation, he suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if he had never appeared. As for the main body of the light beam, after passing through layers of interstellar dust and countless galaxies, it arrived at an ordinary galaxy at the edge of the oval galaxy when there were only a few imperceptible photons left. There was no tangible Chinook here, nor were there any unusual planets. Everything was ordinary. However, this beam of light had spent more than 100,000 years to reach this place. It was definitely not just to verify the ordinariness of this place. The only difference here was that there was a strange dark green spaceship. It looked like it had just arrived and was still curious about this place. Chapter 275, Mechanical Invader. Well, I'm leaving. As time went on, it was time for Li Wenyuan and his family to leave through the outer Stargate in Silver Heart. With the help of the technology provided by the craft subspace, Li Wenyuan made dozens of miniature galaxy boxes of various sizes, filling up 90% of his belongings. The Ether Dragon and the Prez Olin did not have any opinion about staying in the subspace for a period of time. One of them had experienced the Big Bang, and the other had crossed a long distance from the subspace to the Milky Way. The subspace was just another place of life for them, unlike the vast majority of life forms that viewed the subspace as a scourge and avoided it as much as possible. On the other hand, Grey Wind only had a superplanet that was purely made up of nanobots. Her move was simple. After all, everything about her civilization was actually made up of nanobots. As for the Voyager, Theme Park Mechanical Servant, and Milky Way Kinsman, they were also installed in the improved miniature galaxy. It was not a problem to maintain a normal life for a certain period of time. Only the loading process of the Tiangang battleship was a little troublesome. The principle of a doctor can't cure himself was also applicable to it. It was fortunate that Li Wenyuan had a deep understanding of subspace. He had built some subspace engineering vessels and spent a long time building a subspace that was the closest to the subspace itself for the Tiangang battleship before putting it into a special subspace box. This subspace box was different from the other miniature galaxy. A subspace was installed inside like a nesting doll, in case the behemoth collapsed due to its own mass when the Sky Curtain battleship was released. After that, it was Li Wenyuan's turn. Although his consciousness could be transmitted to all kinds of spaceships, observation stations, drones, and even synthetic humanoids, it made him seem as if he could come anywhere at any time. However, his original form had never changed on Earth. The large ball of light surrounded by many mechanical structures and pipes would not transform into a flying robot. As he was basically isolated from the outside world in the miniature galaxy, his big light ball was temporarily transplanted into a spaceship. After everything was prepared, they could all be packed into a spaceship. This spaceship was disguised as Grey Wind's style, and it came to the vicinity of Silver Heart's super megastructure together with a group of compound nanobots. The busy Milky Way did not notice this group of unexpected visitors. Occasionally, the spaceships that passed by, after confirming that the other party's signal was the mediator, just greeted them and went about their own business. Everything seemed to be in order, and Grey Wind asked, he said he was leaving, but how? This megastructure doesn't seem to have been completed. Can it be built to the extent you need? Li Wenyuan had a well-thought-out plan regarding this question. Based on the information gathered on the Silver Heart megastructure, humans did have the intention of building it completely when they first built it. However, this was how the structure of the megastructure worked. Even if it was not completely repaired, only a portion of the structure could still be used. Apart from that, the excessive expansion of the Silver Heart black hole also indirectly caused the megastructure to fail. Humans realized that this thing could be used after repairing about 40%. Since it could not be returned, they might as well let it rot like this. After the construction was complete, the final impact was only the distance that the outer Stargate could reach. However, this thing could only be used to go out and not to come back. It did not need to be that far to reach the surrounding galaxy clusters. Thus, this outer Stargate Silver Heart world became an unfinished megastructure, and it was only used again today. The link that had been established long ago told Li Wenyuan about this place, and the records in the memory of the active purification agreement gave Li Wenyuan the method to activate this place as a member of the Milky Way. Identification Code, Administration Matrix. Request received, activate outer Stargate. Equipment restriction removed. Please confirm, are there any civilizations in the Milky Way that have reached the corresponding level? Confirmation complete. Activating outer Stargate. Please confirm, destination. For a moment, the megastructure that enveloped the Silver Heart black hole began to tremble. No one noticed this tiny tremble because of its huge body, and the black hole in the Silver Heart also changed slightly. The gravitational force generated by the black hole seemed to be gathered near Li Wenyuan's spaceship in a controlled manner. Soon, an area of gravitational anomaly formed around him. The gravitational anomaly wrapped around the spaceship and the escort fleet, distorting the surrounding scenery until it became a dense black screen, as if they were in a black hole. However, the connection with the outer Stargate was not broken. The destination provided by the outer Stargate was still flashing in Li Wenyuan's virtual world, asking him to confirm the location. As expected, he chose the first place in the records where humans used the outer stargate. This was also the only recorded galaxy that was named Elliptical Galaxy Alpha by humans. Li Wenyuan knew that after this, he would no longer be in the greenhouse of the curtain Milky Way. He had to face all the dangers in the outside world. However, this was the first starting point in the pursuit of human footprints. He believed that human beings would never die out outside the Milky Way. Just as the doctor had said in the records of the observation terminal, Li Wenyuan also looked forward to meeting him in the future. After choosing his destination, the gravity suddenly increased. Li Wenyuan did not know if anyone in the Silver Heart had noticed this anomaly, but this matter had nothing to do with him anymore. The shifting stars seemed to be appearing outside the black curtain that covered the fleet, although no changes could be seen from the inside of the gravitational anomaly. However, his premonition told him that he was leaving the Milky Way at an unbelievable speed. After reaching a certain limit, the gravitational anomaly suddenly disappeared. Outside the gravitational black screen that was withdrawn like a cocoon, there was a dazzling starlight. The supermassive black hole that should have been right in front of them had also become an ordinary galaxy. After sensing for a while and realizing that he couldn't contact the outer stargate, Li Wenyuan knew that he had arrived outside the Milky Way, in the elliptical galaxy Alpha. Well, is this beyond the Milky Way? It looks ordinary, no different from the Milky Way. Grey Wind's interest was slightly waning. She seemed to feel that this romantic journey should not have such scenery. Meanwhile, Li Wenyuan maintained his vigilance and carefully observed the interior of the star system. He used powerful sensors to sense the situation of the surrounding star systems at the same time. At the same time, he replied to Grey Wind, there are still abnormalities. Although the remnants are minimal, this galaxy and all the galaxies around it were once covered by tremendous sonic power. It's almost undetectable now, but the concentration is much higher than the average of the Milky Way. There is a difference of tens of thousands of times. Perhaps the natives here have studied sonic energy beyond our imagination. While he was cautiously preparing to settle down, all the natives in the oval galaxy seemed to have received the oracle of the god at the same time. These magical creatures had far more efficient information transmission efficiency than the Milky Way civilization. Under the infection of sonic energy, they had almost expanded into a mental network. And the oracle from God instantly caused them to panic. My people, a group of despicable invaders have come to our homeland. It's a group of distorted and terrifying life forms. They're operating a mechanical disaster, and they intend to slaughter all of us. This is a crisis, and also a trial. Only the last person who passed would be promoted to a new god. Chapter 276, The Collapsed Void Realm. A good fortune that helps people ascend to gods. The spiritual signal that pervaded the elliptical galaxy Alpha all expressed this meaning. The oracle from the gods had driven most Chinook casters insane. Their living environment had destined them to always think of ways to advance to a higher level. Therefore, countless Chinook casters began to move toward an inconspicuous peripheral galaxy. That was the prophesied place of trial. As long as the danger there was resolved, they could become the new gods. Here, the collective was not important. The way of life here was to gather great strength. Many figures began to fly out from the planets hidden in the Chinook Nebula. Each of them could walk in space without the help of machinery. The powerful Chinook power that they could summon with a single move made them seem to have the prestige of a god. It was just that. There were too few people. It was no less than the galaxy size of the Milky Way, and the total number of life forms in the civilization should be at least 1 trillion. However, including all the people who stood proudly in the void, there were only 10,000 people. It seemed that only these tens of thousands of people were prepared to go through the trials according to the oracle. This number was clearly too little for a large galaxy group. However, this seemed to be the power that they were using to resist the foreign invaders. The vast group of trial challengers was approaching their destination with unbelievable teleportation. Li Wenyuan, who had just arrived, had a preliminary understanding of the situation in this galaxy. Based on what he could detect, which was thousands of galaxies, he was in an uninhabited space zone. He wasn't sure if there were still undiscovered life forms, but at least with the level of technology he had mastered, he didn't detect any signs of life. Even though some galaxies seemed to have habitable planets, from the general observations of the planets, dead silence was still the tone of this starfield. However, this also meant that this place was a good place to stay. Li Wenyuan didn't have any requirements for a place to stay. It didn't make any difference to him whether it was at the edge of the galaxy or in the middle of the galaxy, as long as it was quiet enough. His original goal was to find traces of humans. This place was the first place humans used the outer Stargate to go. Although they were probably no longer here, the traces they left behind could help Li Wenyuan determine where he should go in the future. Thus, after making up his mind, the spaceship began to leave the galaxy and head into the void. He was going to release his belongings, which were all big things that needed a lot of space. And this galaxy would be his outpost, becoming his first stronghold in this oval galaxy. After a while, a planet surrounded by the giant Sentinel array became the 9th planet of the outpost galaxy. The outpost galaxy that was supposed to be the border of the oval galaxy had many new galaxies connected to it. There were no hyperspace routes between them, but they were extremely close, as if they had suddenly appeared. They would collide in less than 1,000,000 years. These were the galaxy that Li Wenyuan had released from the miniature galaxy, and most of them were loaded with megastructures or energy-producing planets. At least, he believed that the day of the collision would not come until he left. Civilizations such as the Voyager and the Prezolan were also released to observe this new place curiously in their respective galaxy. They also brought their belongings, just not as much as Li Wenyuan. Prezolan brought the hatchery and the farm galaxy, while the Voyager only brought their parent galaxy and the archive planet. As for the servant paradise and the Milky Way kinsman, they each brought a galaxy to participate in this journey beyond the river. The state of the galaxy here is somewhat abnormal. Judging from the time, the remnant Shin'ik had lasted for at least 1,000,000 years. However, it is very difficult for Shin'ik power to exist for even a minute in the natural conditions of the Milky Way. What is going on here? When the Voyager came out of the miniature galaxy to take a breath, he keenly sensed the abnormality of the place. Their scientific research spirit from ancient times to the present made them unable to even settle down at home, and they could not wait to start researching this abnormal phenomenon. While the Voyager was conducting its research, Li Wenyuan also asked the Prezolan and the Ether Dragon, who were from beyond the Milky Way, to see if they were familiar with this place. And as expected, Queen Prezolan and the Ether Dragons had never been here. If you want to reach the Milky Way directly from outside the Milky Way, you don't necessarily need to pass through this place. At least, that's the case for me. My body doesn't have any reaction to the abnormality here. The Ether Dragon was still residing in her greenhouse dragon nest galaxy as usual. Perhaps she would not move until the little Ether Dragons hatched. Although she wasn't interested in this place, as if it wouldn't help her recover her memory, something happened to Prezolan. This place. It isn't a hunter's field. The places that those terrifying life forms passed by would definitely not remain in this state. But the Shin'ik signal of Queen Prezolan was a little strange, and it seemed to be related to what she was about to say. The Shin'ik power here is dead. It can no longer be recycled. The more it is used, the less it would be. What a pity. The Queen's special sense of Shin'ik made her say something that sounded inexplicable. Shin'ik power is dead. However, this was enough to arouse Li Wenyuan's thoughts. Since it was related to Shin'ik power, the answer could most likely be found in the Void Realm. So while he was looking for a place to put the small megastructure, the Shin'ik beacon, that he had packed together, he looked for one of the chosen ones in the Milky Way kinsman. The chosen ones were native infants that Li Wenyuan rescued long ago from the Epsilon Shelter's circular world. They grew up with the assimilation fighters Milky Way kinsmen and were transformed into artificial people. Although there were few opportunities to perform, immortality was the most basic configuration of the chosen ones. They were blessed by Shin'ik and would not die because of the aging of their cells. So even now, this chosen one was still alive. After receiving Li Wenyuan's inquiry in the consciousness network, the chosen one quickly replied, "I was originally prepared to inform you immediately. I didn't expect you to come looking for me. The most obvious feature is that my connection with the Void Realm has been cut off. The same goes for the other people with Shin'ik ability potential. The situation is similar to the state when the Void Realm was sealed a long time ago. However, we can acutely sense the high concentration of Shin'ik in the galaxy, as if a large area of Shin'ik power had once covered the place. And there's one thing that you might not be able to notice, something that only us with Shin'ik ability potential can sense, and that is that the nature of the Shin'ik power here is different from that in the Milky Way. This means that the Void Realm here is different from the Milky Way. My previous theory that all galaxies share one Void Realm has been proven wrong, and this mistake may be helpful for us to explore the origin of the Void Realm. After explaining so much, I naturally have my own speculations. Such a situation where the Shin'ik concentration is too high might be due to a big leak in the Void Realm here." His theory of choosing the right person made Li Wenyuan focus on the Shin'ik beacon that had been placed in a certain parent galaxy. The only function of this megastructure was void realm advancement, allowing Li Wenyuan, the mechanical entity, to enter the void realm directly with the spaceship as the consciousness carrier. In the past, every time he came to the void realm, it would be empty. He could not see the magical beauty that those idealists mentioned at all. As time passed, he no longer had the desire to explore the void realm. However, after arriving at this brand new place, Chinook Beacon once again had its uses. After some practice, the power to open a passage began to gather at the top of the beacon. Soon, a ball of light formed, which was also a void realm passage. It was reasonable to say that he could directly see the scenery inside the void realm through the sphere. However, when he pointed the monitor at that place, Li Wenyuan was stunned. It was because what he saw was still the scenery of the galaxy. The passage did not seem to lead to the void realm. After changing positions several times to no avail, Li Wenyuan finally confirmed the statement of the artificial form chosen one. However, it wasn't that the connection was weakened because of the great leakage of the void realm. Instead, the void realm here was directly gone. Chapter 277, Trial. The mysterious void realm was the first anomaly that Li Wenyuan had encountered since he arrived. Although he suspected that this matter might have something to do with humans, even the void realm in the Milky Way was not damaged by the frequent activities of humans. Why was there a problem here? Moreover, the problem was not just ordinary. It was possible that the entire void realm had been destroyed. Li Wenyuan finally understood the source of the extremely concentrated Chinook power energy. It was the void realm blood. While he was thinking about the problem, the sentry formation that had been set up in the outpost galaxy and started working normally also detected the appearance of a small number of life forms. Yes. Is this what the native life forms in this oval galaxy looked like? But this is too. Grey Wind also saw the contents of the sentry formation, but with just one glance, she blocked the relevant graphics and directly mosaicked those life forms. Although she was a nano-life form, Grey Wind's 3 views were formed by the Enlightenment books left behind by humans. Her aesthetic standards were not too different from humans. The humanoid life forms that looked like skinned frogs naturally made her feel uncomfortable in an instant. Although Li Wenyuan also felt that the life forms here looked quite strange, he was more concerned about the uniqueness of the creatures themselves. Without the help of machines, the organs of special life forms cannot be seen with the naked eye, but they can fly in space directly. Is it because of Chinook? Li Wenyuan was quite curious about how these life forms could travel in space on their own. There were no Chinook life forms in the Milky Way that could do this. Even the widely recognized number 1 person of Chinook power in the Milky Way, the High Priest of the Watcher who had turned into dust, had to take a spaceship when he went out. It seemed that just as he had speculated, the life forms in this galaxy were much more adept at utilizing Chinook. Sainthood seemed to be commonplace here. But, their movement trajectory seems a little strange. As he looked, Li Wenyuan noticed something strange. At first, he had thought that the Chinook races were just passing by, because according to the surveillance of the sentry formation, their direction of travel was extremely irregular, sometimes east and sometimes west. 2 galaxies were clearly close at hand, but they had to travel dozens of galaxies before they could reach them. It did not seem like they were coming for him at all. However, as time passed, these life forms seemed to have arrived at a specific place. Then, in an instant, they crossed the distance of hundreds of galaxies and suddenly got closer to his home. Li Wenyuan was extremely surprised by this strange method of superluminal travel. At the same time, it also made him understand how the life forms here overcame the long-distance test in this galaxy without a hyperspace channel. It was through that strange teleportation method. Although the principle was still unknown, Li Wenyuan remembered it. Apart from that, he was also certain that the Chinook races were coming for him, and they probably had ill intentions. Through the observation of the sentry formation, he could feel the nature of the life form's greed. It seemed to be due to the survival knowledge that they had developed in an unknown environment. Each of them was separated by an extremely long distance, as if they were guarding against each other. Occasionally, when they reached an agreement with each other, they would suddenly attack a certain fellow kinsman, killing and eating it. Just a glimpse of them made Li Wenyuan wonder if these creatures belonged to a civilization. He even thought that life forms were space beasts similar to space amoebas. However, they were clearly moving forward in an organized manner, and it seemed like they were stopping to talk. Li Wenyuan guessed that these 10,000 individuals might be a group of pirates. After all, the number of individuals was too small. No one would have thought that this group of individuals was the main force to fight against the crisis. It's not clear how they knew I was here. But no matter what, it's still necessary to probe. This group of pirates may not be the top combat strength of this galaxy, but they can be used as a reference to estimate the average strength of the civilizations here. After making up his mind, an ordinary escort ship separated from the fleet and warped towards the galaxy where this group of people was currently located. The sudden appearance of the battleship naturally alerted the Shinnok life forms. Before Li Wenyuan could attempt to communicate, a large number of attacks followed. Their attitude is really not very friendly. Although he had a premonition, he still felt a little helpless. He had come here to find traces of humans and did not want to get involved with the civilization here. However, from the current situation, the civilization here had long discovered him and was even preparing to eliminate him, an alien visitor. Unbelievable Shinnok power burst out from the bodies of those life forms, gathering into all kinds of light beams and striking the escort ships in the simplest and most brutal way. At this moment, they were like little void realms which had endless Shinnok power hidden in their bodies. As long as they were willing, they could suddenly burst out with terrifying combat strength. Unsurprisingly, the escort fleet was destroyed and turned into an inconspicuous firework among the dazzling Shinnok beams. The Shinnok life forms seemed to be cheering at the same time. Their muscular faces were trembling slightly. Even if they had no facial features, the remaining instincts of their bodies were still expressing their joy. Even the beams of Shinnok interweaved into various shapes under exquisite manipulation. They were not enjoying themselves through sight or hearing but through their perception of Shinnok power. However, while they were celebrating, Li Wenyuan had also completed the first wave of analysis. On average, the energy contained in each Shinnok beam was between the main cannons of ordinary battleships and cruisers in the Milky Way. It is not considered strong, but it is still unbelievable that life forms can unleash such combat power. Can Shinnok even do this? These Shinnok beams also have an obvious difference in energy level. Was it because there were strong and weak among them? Or was there a difference between a humanoid battleship and a humanoid frigate? The result of the analysis was not too dark. He did not want the beginning of the journey to be the end for him. If these Shinnok life forms were the existence of planet destruction, he would have to consider running away. However, the result of the first test made Li Wenyuan slightly relieved. Even if he considered the possibility that the other party was hiding his strength, he did not go all out. Therefore, according to the calculation, a fleet made up of cruisers, which was slightly larger than this batch of 10,000 manners, set off. Speaking of which, this cruiser fleet was built by Grey Wind. After all, Li Wenyuan's fleet only had frigates, battlecruisers, and Titan battleships. There were no other types of battleships. Under normal circumstances, he could deal with most situations with only the escort ship. If the escort ship couldn't deal with it, the combat patrol could deal with it better than other battleships. As such, he had no intention of building those intermediate battleships. Only Grey Wind was like a good student. Starting from the frigate to the Titan battleship, all kinds of battleships were built. However, these were not nano-cruisers but actual mechanical cruisers that were completely based on Li Wenyuan's technology, not battleships made of compound nanobots. The sudden arrival of the cruisers disrupted the celebration of the Shinnok life forms. They did not seem to expect that the trial was far from over. However, this did not make them retreat. Instead, it made them even more fanatical. Through the observation of the sentry formation, Li Wenyuan even saw that the faces of some Shinnok life forms, which might have been their mouths, were sinking under the wriggling of their muscles, as if they were shouting. More beams of Shinnok began to shine in the galaxy, too, colliding with the shields on the battleships and bursting with light. Li Wenyuan didn't hold back and attacked these guys who weren't prepared to communicate at all. Cannons, missiles, close-range weapons, and even shipborne aircraft had all become a part of the battlefield. Compared to the escort fleet, the firepower and defense level of the cruiser were undoubtedly several levels higher. Even if it was like shooting a mosquito with a cannon, the Shinnok life forms would die immediately if they were grazed by it. Just like the battleships in the Atilki way that had always been thin-skinned and big-stuffed, these destructive Shinnok life forms had no defense. It could still withstand some small explosions, but it would die on the spot if it was hit by the main cannon of the cruise ship. It was hard to imagine how such a fragile body could erupt with such terrifying Shinnok. The situation began to develop in a disadvantageous direction for these Shinnok life forms. They seemed to have sensed that the enemy was more comprehensive than them. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before they were all wiped out. In order to pass the trial, they took out their trump cards. An unfortunate life form was chosen and was instantly devoured by other creatures. The Shinnok stored in his body flowed into the bodies of the others, making them stronger. This scene made Li Wenyuan's eyes narrow. It was not because of their cruel actions, but because he remembered a certain record in the past. In the Milky Way, the Churro race seemed to have used a similar method to gather power into others. However, it was not as bloody as here. Instead, they burned themselves into ashes like firewood. In the next moment, after the numbers of those groups were reduced, the remaining life forms burst forth with even more powerful Shin'ik power. Some of them were even capable of taking on the main cannon of the cruise ship head-on. With this kind of turning the tide action, the scales of victory gradually tipped in their favor. After paying the price of one wave after another, splitting up their companions one after another, they finally completed this trial. Half of the cruiser fleet was destroyed, and the remaining half was left by Li Wenyuan, who felt that there was no need to waste any more. At this moment, the galaxy was quiet. Other than the wreckage of the battleship, there was not a single corpse. All the corpses had been eaten by the living, and their auras were getting stronger. They were sure that this was the benefit of the trial. In time, they would also stand at the top of this galaxy. However, before they could celebrate this time, the third trial came. Battlecruisers that were larger than the previous ones arrived, and their cannon muzzles locked onto each of them. Facing such a huge cannon that they couldn't even block with dozens of them, their enthusiasm was finally doused with cold water. What they needed to think about now was how to escape from the trial. Chapter 278, Ascendant Civilization. Defeating this group of Shin'ik life forms, which Li Wenyuan regarded as pirates, was not difficult for him. Although he was curious about the nature of this life form, he still had to have the deterrence that he should have for someone who could not communicate with him. Compared to the cruisers, the firepower and defense of the battleships exponentially increased. The Shin'ik life forms that could once fight against the cruisers were completely defenseless against the main cannons of the battle. Their already weak bodies would be reduced to ashes if they were lightly rubbed. As for the shields and armor that were countless times stronger than the cruisers, it made the Shin'ik life forms feel even more hopeless. However, at the same time, they sensed a familiar aura from the Shin'ik shield that the battle patrol was equipped with. Strength. Resources. A fortuitous encounter. As expected, the greatest reward of the trial was right in front of me. I could feel that incomparably fresh Shin'ik. It was a pity that my strength was not enough to pass the trial. Some of them were extremely remorseful and kept pouring out negative emotions in their mental network. Their words were filled with regret, as if they were extremely regretful about the current situation where they were unable to do what they wanted. This emotion naturally infected the others who were connected to the mental network. Even if they did not have expressions, their body language was expressing anger. At that moment, the greed in their hearts had even overshadowed their fear of danger. They were not thinking about how to escape but were regretting that they had not been stronger in the past so that they could grab the Shin'ik attached to the shield. Some of the lunatics, whose bodies had already been shattered by close-range weapons, struggled to jump onto the Shin'ik shield. Even if the high-energy particles on the shields vaporized them instantly, they were still excited the moment before their mental network was cut off. However, the majority of the remaining survivors quickly regarded their lives as their top priority. At this stage, their vile character was further revealed. Some people who were injured in the previous battle became sacrifices at this stage. Even if the battlecruisers were eyeing them from behind, the Shin'ik life forms could quickly reach a consensus and kill the soft persimmon that was left alone among them in small groups. Then, with the help of their sudden surge of Shin'ik power, they would perform their magical teleportation. Among them, there were also many who failed in their hunt and were killed by the soft persimmons who pretended to be pigs to eat tigers. And after fighting, they realized that they could not do anything to each other, and in the end, others, or even the battle patrol, benefited from it. That kind of bad character seemed to have been rooted in their blood, subconsciously making them do this. They are really too ugly. Not only are their appearance like this, but their character is also like this. It's impossible for this galaxy to be filled with such life forms. Greywind felt even more disgusted. She didn't even want to take a stroll around this place. She didn't want to meet such mad dog-like life forms on her happy journey. Be wary of the negative impact of the massive number of cases on the image of this galaxy. Although Li Wenyuan was also uncomfortable with the crazy behavior of the Shin'ik life forms, he would consider it more comprehensively. After all, there were only 10,000 people here, which was far from representing the size of a galaxy. Seeing that some of the individuals had already begun to teleport, Li Wenyuan focused his attention and focused on observing the changes in the various cosmic data at this moment. This was an opportunity for him to confirm how the life forms in this galaxy could travel at superluminal speed. He believed that it might have something to do with the state of the void realm. As more and more Shin'ik life forms disappeared, he collected more and more data and gradually analyzed the principle of this movement. Fortunately, at least it's not a more idealistic way of "I think I'll be there when I arrive." There are still traces. Excluding the unrelated data changes, only the silent Shin'ik in this galaxy showed a very faint change. The extremely high average concentration of Shin'ik energy made this abnormality easy to detect, and through constant falsification, he confirmed that these Shin'ik life forms moved through the void realm. To be precise, it was not a void realm, but a fragment of the void realm. The void realm of this galaxy was blown into subspace fragments that covered almost the entire galaxy for unknown reasons. Most of them gradually fused with the real universe as time passed. However, there are still large sections that are stubbornly preserved and randomly dispersed in various locations, not only interconnected, but also, to a certain extent, connected to the real universe. These life forms used Shin'ik energy to travel through these fragments, but the collapsed void realm space was not that safe. If they were not careful, they would get lost. And so, Li Wenyuan understood why the trajectory of these Shin'ik life forms when they attacked was so peculiar. Because the distribution of these virtual realm fragments was irregular, and they would take the verified path in the virtual realm space for safety, it would appear in the real universe that they had to travel through dozens of galaxies before suddenly arriving. Their utilization of Shin'ik is indeed impressive. Humans were the first to travel at superluminal speed in the void realm. However, the social ethos formed by these Shin'ik life forms is not something to be complimented. Li Wenyuan thought of the history of mankind he had learned in the Milky Way. At the same time, he felt sad about the current situation of this galaxy. He didn't know what kind of environment had caused this, but he felt that he would find out soon. Since it's something that has already been done by humans by using the void realm, the superluminal suppressor will also work on them. This thing will not only stop the warp drive that uses space-time continuity to travel across galaxies. You want to escape from the void realm? No way. To understand the situation of this galaxy, it was naturally the fastest way to start from the native life forms. A Titan battleship had warped here. It was a Titan battleship that was equipped with an upgraded version of the FTL spaceship suppressor, a shipborne superluminal interrupter. This equipment was originally a megastructure that was once used by the Voyager for a glorious duel. The people outside could not enter, and the people inside could not get out. The one on the Titan battleship had been specially modified. Although the duration was short, it could form a faster-than-light trap within the time it took effect. No one could escape from this place using known superluminal methods. Therefore, the remaining Shin'ik life forms who were the greediest and still wanted to make a profit from the others were horrified to find that their tried and tested life-saving methods had suddenly failed. No matter how hard they tried to sense the void realm fragments, they were interrupted by a certain sense of sluggishness. After realizing that there was no hope of escaping, these life forms were prepared to fight for their lives, but Li Wenyuan would not give them the chance. All this while, he had only used conventional weapons and defensive means to fight against these Shin'ik life forms to test their strength. As for the auxiliary equipment that was the real killing machines, he did not use any of them. Against this kind of life form, primal fear which could stimulate the fear instinct was the most convenient. A special life form signal suddenly became active in this galaxy, making these Shin'ik creatures feel uncontrollable fear. Every cell in their bodies was crying desperately, and it also caused a terrifying hallucination to appear in their spiritual vision. They seemed to see some terrifying life forms eating them, and the hallucination even caused some people to be scared to death on the spot. Logically speaking, Shin'ik users would have extremely powerful minds because they needed to communicate with the void realm through this. Even if they were scared to death by their physical instincts, they would never be scared to death by mere illusions. This phenomenon once again proved the abnormality of these Shin'ik life forms. They had powerful Shin'ik power, but they did not have a matching soul. After studying these unconscious life forms, Li Wenyuan also made some discoveries. There were signs of evolution on their bodies, and surprisingly, they had not been artificially modified. Did they look like this on their own? Li Wenyuan found it a little hard to believe that these strange humanoid life forms had no skin, only muscles, and no facial features on their heads. After thinking for a while, he found another body that had been blown to pieces by an explosive weapon. Only the head was intact, and he placed the brain tissue in some kind of machine. He could use this physical method to directly read the memories of life forms. Soon, he saw the living environment of these creatures. It was a world that could be called hell. At the same time, he also knew that there were probably less than 100 million life forms like them in this galaxy. However, they were the most important race in this galaxy because the other races had long since perished. They were the only ones left. And they were the orphans of a remnant civilization in the depths of their memories that they could not recall. Its name was Ascendant. Chapter 279, Travelers in the Milky Way. Li Wenyuan read a lot of encrypted memories from the brain tissue of a certain native Shinnok species. Memory encryption was not a rare technique. Even in the Milky Way, many civilizations had their own methods of memory encryption. After all, this was the interstellar era, and there were many ways to retrieve the memories of a corpse. Many important people who were engaged in critical work basically had to undergo encryption surgery. Sometimes, even they themselves did not realize that a certain part of their memories had been encrypted. The memories that Li Wenyuan read were similar. The tissues they were in did not show any signs of activation, and the life forms signals would subconsciously bypass this place. If it was described in terms of life form's behavior, it meant that the owner of this memory would not realize that his memory had been encrypted. The process of deciphering these memories wasn't difficult, but Li Wenyuan, who habitually attributed all abnormalities to humans, finally realized that this place was no longer the Milky Way. This encryption method was not a human method. To Li Wenyuan's surprise, this memory was encrypted using genetic technology, and it was the most basic one. It was not an encryption method that involved Shinnok. It was a stark difference from the high concentration of Shinnok in the galaxy, and he had thought that Shinnok technology was basically the world here. After deciphering, the secrets hidden in the brain tissue genes were also converted into corresponding data and finally processed into images. Compared to words, images had a better ability to express, which was perhaps what the civilization that sealed the memory hoped for the Shinnok life forms to understand. In the picture was an ordinary oval galaxy. Observers had recorded everything from even further away. At that time, the oval galaxy was like the Milky Way. Other than the lack of a hyperspace channel, it had formed habitable planets in suitable places. At this moment, there was no high concentration of Shinnok, nor was there a society of mutual deception. There was only the budding of life. However, the cycle of life forms evolution would be extremely long, and the development of civilization also needed to be gradual. Perhaps until the stars fell, there would be no communication between the civilizations here. Perhaps having predicted the constraints of light speed on life, the scribes attempted to solve the superluminal problem for the civilizations of this galaxy, just like humans in the past. They seemed to be very skilled in Shinnok and could use this talent to shuttle between the void realms. Therefore, they wanted to let all the lives in the entire galaxy have the same talent as them. The power of the void realm was guided into the real universe by them and gradually permeated the galaxy. Although the void realm still collected Shinnok, the average concentration of Shinnok power here was still steadily rising. In the long run, the species here would gradually possess great potential in Shinnok and travel the galaxy with the ubiquitous void realm. The shackles of light speed would no longer exist. The recording was nearing its end. The recorders seemed to think that they had completed their great cause. After leaving behind a sentence that sounded like a divine stick, he sealed this memory into the genes of every life here. Li Wenyuan also saw the true appearance of the scribes. It was a huge luminous object in the true sense. It looked like a nebula observed through an astronomical telescope, but it was brighter. They were in between reality and illusion, but they were a quarter of the size of this oval galaxy. It looked as if they could destroy everything in their way just by their size, but the stars easily passed through the seemingly tangible glowing parts without being affected. When the glowing object passed by the oval galaxy, it split apart like a piece of cotton being torn apart and fell into the oval galaxy. Despite its massive size, it had almost no mass. During the fall, it was constantly torn apart and absorbed by the planet's gravity before disappearing without a trace. It seemed to have fused with the planets of this galaxy, and every life form born on these planets would have this encrypted memory. And this luminous object continued to wander in the universe, heading toward the unknown. The words they left behind were also the end of the memory. The content was very mysterious, but as long as one had a certain level of genetic technology, one could understand it. It was written directly using gene fragments as words and gene combinations with specific functions as a comparison table. Even some native civilizations could interpret the words. Heaven and earth, God and spirit, stars and stars, are all under our control. At this point, a glimpse of the future is not impossible. The journey is not over yet. We will continue to search for the truth of the world and leave behind the path we have taken. Successors, can you go beyond the galaxy and witness the moment of revelation with us? Li Wenyuan carefully created a new file for this mysterious luminous object that was suspected to be at least at the level of a galaxy to collect and classify relevant information. Considering that the other parties seemed to be wandering in the universe on an unknown journey, he named this file Traveler, which referred to this mysterious luminous object in the same era. Although he was a fraud, Li Wenyuan understood why the huge glowing body that seemed to be an intellectual life form would use such a simple genetic method to preserve this memory. The encryption was to prevent it from being lost in the process of life form's evolution. Only the most basic genetic methods were used to ensure that even if the level of civilization was very low, they could still interpret this memory. Judging from the information he knew so far, this luminous object was the same as what humans had done in the past, guide life and walk together in the future. The method they used was also very strange. It was difficult to say what field of technology it belonged to. However, it was clear that things had developed unexpectedly, just like how no one could predict the unexpected. The life of this galaxy had indeed gradually revealed their Shin'ik ability potential due to the surge in Shin'ik density, which helped them understand the world faster, but also formed a completely different course of civilization development. Because the average concentration of Shin'ik was too high, under the survival of the fittest, all life forms that could not grasp Shin'ik power were eliminated at a terrifying speed. In ancient times, those who were able to use Shin'ik power and those who were unable to use Shin'ik power would have been one-sided massacres. There would have been no chance of competition at all. Every planet that had given birth to life had produced powerful Shin'ik life forms that stood unshakably at the top of the food chain in a very short period of time. They wouldn't even be destroyed in an ordinary ecological disaster. Meteorites that could cause mass extinction would be shattered by them in space. Although Shin'ik had allowed them to gain wisdom early on and form the embryonic form of civilization in the rare group life, the ethos of all civilizations was to advocate individual elitism and the supremacy of the strong. And the Shin'ik champions of those civilizations were indeed capable of doing that. They did not need politics or schemes and could destroy a civilization with just their strength. In this extremely rapid civilization change and life evolution, there would only be one result: the competition of civilizations would become the competition of certain individuals. As long as one was strong enough, all the problems, including resources, would no longer exist. Everyone worked hard to become stronger, relying on whatever means they could. Then, they quickly discovered that killing and robbing made them stronger in a shorter time. Evolution once again showed its cruelty at this stage. The people who followed the rules gathered together for warmth, but the evil person could easily beat them up. The cruel sprout had already been buried in all the life genes in this galaxy. Chapter 280, The End of the Ascendant. However, in such an environment, a certain civilization was born in this galaxy like a beam of light in the darkness. It was the place where the people who had attacked Li Wenyuan had once belonged, a civilization that called itself the Ascendant. What was sealed in the memories of the Shin'ik life forms was not only the story of the Voyager but also the story of the Ascendant. This civilization used similar methods to leave the legacy of civilization in the memories of their descendants, hoping that they would one day complete this unfinished mission. In the language of this civilization, ascension represented the final level of evolution. The generally high concentration of Shin'ik environment gave their civilization a very high starting point, as they did not need personnel engaged in basic production. All material and production needs could be satisfied directly or indirectly through Shin'ik. Their species pursued a higher level of spiritual satisfaction, and this pursuit was manifested in their desire to go to a higher world. They had deciphered the traveler's memories. That level of genetic means was nothing to a civilization that was committed to rising. It was obvious that they yearned for the world that the traveler had shown them, so they became the only pioneers in this dark galaxy. They were the first to find a way to use the void realm to achieve faster than light. This method of teleportation was a dimensional attack on other civilizations at that time. Furthermore, they were more efficient in utilizing Shin'ik, which was why they had successfully defeated all their opponents at that time and attempted to reverse the vile ethos of these relatively primitive civilizations, attempting to make the galaxy work together to advance to a higher world. It was also during this process that Li Wenyuan discovered traces of humans. The Ascension had a very short account of humans. At that time, they were busy reorganizing the galaxy when they discovered that outsiders had entered the galaxy. Although they wanted to communicate with them, it just so happened that some powerful Shin'ik criminals who had yet to be exterminated were stirring up trouble in many places, leaving them no time to contact the outsiders whose whereabouts were unknown. During that time, they noticed that the outsiders seemed to be focusing on the black hole at the center of the galaxy. When they were free, the group of outsiders seemed to have confirmed something and suddenly disappeared. This inexplicable experience made the Ascension feel a little sad. They felt that they had wasted a rare opportunity to communicate with life outside the galaxy. However, they quickly regrouped and focused their energy on how to go to a higher world. Therefore, after many arguments, they chose a path that theoretically allowed them to connect to the gods. They would make use of the void realm in this galaxy and the Shin'ik pool that seemed to never dry up to provide them with energy that surpassed the present world. It's good to have this motivation to advance. It's also a noble idea to lead everyone to ascension together, but Li Wenyuan did not read the rest of the memory, but he could roughly guess the situation of the galaxy. He had actually heard of the methods used by the Ascension civilization. In the Milky Way, there was more than one civilization or individual who wanted to make use of the transcendence of the void realm. It was the same for the lost empire of the Voyager that had yet to be replaced, as well as the high priest of the lost empire of the Watcher. Each of them seemed to treat the void realm as a fish pond. If they couldn't catch any fish or get any benefits, they would use the pump to pump them. And this related technology was also recorded by humans. Natural Disaster Plan. Technology Level 7. Introduction. After an in-depth study of the void realm, we have confirmed that the large-scale disturbance here will affect the void realm. According to the current theory, a surge of energy that is large enough may be able to tear the barrier between the two planes and directly let the void realm fall into our hands. This is much more power than the siphoning device can extract. In that case, perhaps we can try to take all the power in the void realm for ourselves and then head to a higher world. This was one of the few dangerous technologies marked by the Red Skull in Li Wenyuan's technology tree. Obviously, drawing water from the void realm was not that simple. Perhaps its difficulty and its consequences would bring about an uncontrollable influence. The Ascendant civilization ultimately failed, which directly led to the collapse of the void realm. The excessive Shin'ik flooded the entire galaxy from the void realm. During that period, even the barren space was filled with nebulas of Shin'ik power that seemed to be real. It was never a good thing for anything to overflow too much. The Shin'ik power that was linked to the spiritual world had formed a terrifying illusion that was enough to kill, exploding non-stop in various parts of the galaxy. And the failure of ascension also caused the Ascendant civilization to suffer heavy casualties and almost perish. Even if they tried to turn the tide, the collapsing void realm made them powerless, because from then on, the Shin'ik they used would be lesser. The collapsed void realm could no longer circulate the Shin'ik, and the energy with special properties was now like water without a source. They could no longer live without worries. They had to make use of every bit of Shin'ik carefully, and at the same time, they had to pick up the technology that had never been valued. However, the overflowing Shin'ik was a joy for other Shin'ik casters. If they could resist the terrifying illusion, they would all be first-class powerful Shin'ik beings. The Ascension did not choose to establish a new order because they knew very well that war would only accelerate the consumption of Shin'ik. They had to use their limited resources to retap the technology tree before their Shin'ik power ran out. However, the civilization that had once been ruled by them began to take revenge, and the radiance of the galaxy was finally extinguished in the forced war. This was the history left behind by the civilization of the Ascension. The last Ascenders had killed all life forms except them, which was contrary to their original ideals. In this era of madness, they were eventually eroded by illusions, turning from ascension to degeneration. No one would record their history anymore, and only the sealed remnant memories still showed this inheritance. In order to survive, their strong will and Shin'ik allowed them to evolve in a specific direction without the need for genetic means. The lack of skin on the surface of their body was to better absorb the Shin'ik power that permeated the air, and the loss of their 5 senses was also to make their perception of Shin'ik power more sensitive. The mental world, which was crucial to the utilization of Shin'ik, had long been driven crazy by the harsh environment and the horrible hallucinations day and night. They had created this hellish environment, and this hellish environment had deeply affected them. Right now, the galaxy that was not filled with dense Shin'ik gas had all been plundered before. The total amount of resources was decreasing, but the number of consumers did not decrease. Those who were weaker would naturally be eliminated. In order to survive, one had to become stronger and stronger in order to keep their lives, which formed the terrible social relations here. This was the end of the Ascendant, where the whole galaxy was only a group of mad bloodthirsty people. Compared to this, the Milky Way was much better. Chapter 281, How many masters does God have? I didn't expect that even a dead void realm expert would have such a terrifying impact on the real universe. It's better to say that nothing good will happen when the space of other natures flows into the real universe. It's better not to break the boundary of the universe so easily. Although this is indeed a path of ascension, it is clear that this path is not so easy to walk. The history of the Ascendant civilization was enough for Li Wenyuan to keep a file for them in the database. This was undoubtedly a glorious civilization. Before humans arrived, they had already completed the great undertaking of unifying the galaxy and attempted to ascension with the entire galaxy. However, perhaps it was just a small mistake, or perhaps it was just an insufficient evaluation of his strength. This time, the act of transcending the void realm failed, and the consequences were no less than destruction. This also made Li Wenyuan more cautious about the natural disaster plan technology marked with a red skull on the technology tree. Previously, he had been puzzled as to why this technology that seemed to be able to upgrade was only at level 7. Could it be a loophole in this universe? Now, it seemed that this technology might not be that simple. Otherwise, humans would have found a place to tinker with it long ago, even if the result might be the destruction of a galaxy. A group of pitiful fellows. They had thought that they were just a group of pirates, but they did not expect that they were their top combat strength. The population of the race is barely over 100 million. As an interstellar civilization, this is already close to the danger of civilization withering. Would the voyager who spread the seeds of civilization here ever think that such a day would come? In addition, God. In the memories of the orphans of the Ascendant, there was something that Li Wenyuan cared about very much. It was the God that stabilized the foundation of their spiritual world. This was a mysterious existence that had appeared in their consciousness more than 100,000 years ago. Although it seemed like a long time ago, it was only recently on an interstellar scale. The high concentration of psionic power had transformed the bodies of these ascendants to a certain extent. They were also immortal, because the collapse of their spiritual world would not directly lead to their physical death. Only their consciousness would dissipate. The youngest of those who attacked Li Wenyuan had lived for at least 500,000 years. They had an extraordinary trust in the oracle of the god, or rather, a desire for it. This was because God could help them alleviate the pain caused by the terrifying hallucinations. For those who were tortured by hallucinations, this was no different from a kind of mental anesthetic, enough to make everyone who had experienced it risk their lives. And the news that he had come to this galaxy seemed to have been informed by this god to these ascendants and called it a trial, which attracted the fanaticism of this group of crazy people. Is it technology or prophecy? I heard that some powerful psionic casters can do this. Li Wenyuan didn't believe in the god in his memory. The idealism of this universe was also a form of science. In the Milky Way, gods were existences in the void realm. They might resonate with the spiritual world of certain psionics and then use psionic power to do some incredible things. It wasn't as if a god couldn't bleed. Until now, the subspace of his Tiangang battleship still contained a ring that might be the incarnation of the end of reincarnation. As long as they were strong enough and had advanced technology, anyone could ask, how many divisions does God have? In Li Wenyuan's opinion, the so-called god of the elliptical galaxy Alpha wouldn't be much different. The void realm here had already collapsed. Some strange creatures inside could run to the real universe and play tricks. Moreover, the so-called gods might be humans in disguise. The situation in the galaxy was so terrible that it was perfectly reasonable for someone to kill their compatriots in such a way. No matter what, this god was equivalent to half a leader of these ascendant orphans. He should know more things. After all, everyone else had gone crazy, so why was he the only one who was fine? After making up his mind, Li Wenyuan decided to look for this god that existed in the spiritual world of the ascendant and understand some things from him. At the same time, he had also stepped up the preparations for the exploration of the galaxy. The most important thing was to build a sentry formation at a suitable location. After some calculations, in addition to the sentry formation of the outpost, he could build 4 more in specific galaxies to complete the surveillance of the entire galaxy. This would greatly facilitate his search for human traces. According to the memories of these ascendants, although the human race was aiming for the black hole at the center of the oval galaxy, they were also confirming something during this process. They left the galaxy after confirming something, and this was what Li Wenyuan wanted to confirm. Therefore, after handing over the construction of 2 sentry formations to Grey Wind and the Voyager, Li Wenyuan went to build the remaining 2 sentry formations alone and search for information about the god. As for Pres Olin, they didn't know anything other than farming. It would be too difficult for these poor bugs to use their agricultural cells to complete an industrial crystallization. However, they did not stay idle. Instead, they headed to the star areas with dense psionic nebulas. According to them, although the psionic power was dead, it was still a good energy source. It could even be directly absorbed without processing. Before she left, their queen asked Li Wenyuan, these are all ownerless items. Taking a little isn't considered stealing, right? After receiving the answer, the Queen led a group of excited subordinates into subspace and used the same method they used to travel across galaxies at superluminal speed. Therefore, without the knowledge of most people in this galaxy, countless spaceships and terrifying life forms with ferocious appearances were moving in this broken world. Due to the scarcity of their own biological bodies, no ascendant would notice these things. All their external information came from God. Other than that, they would only constantly head to galaxies with abundant Chinook power or kill their compatriots to steal their power. However, God still noticed this matter, just like how he could predict and point out the arrival of the mechanical invaders. He seemed to be able to control the movements of the galaxy at any time, revealing all its secrets. The signals that were moving rapidly between galaxies made him panic. He seemed to have vaguely realized that the mechanical invader was looking for him. However, there was nothing he could do about it because the god really didn't have a single master. Chapter 282, The Last Ascendant. An orphan of an ascendant who had just escaped from the trial was currently speeding through his secret home galaxy. There was a tiny void realm fragment that only he knew about, and this passage had helped him escape from the claws of his compatriots countless times. Subconsciously, he had already regarded this place as his home, a rare place that could stabilize his spiritual world. After entering this place, the hallucinations that constantly disturbed his mind seemed to have weakened a little. The remaining instincts of his body made his exposed muscles unconsciously relax. It was only at this time that he could get away from that crazy world a little and have the energy to think about other things, even to the point of saying these sentimental words. Alas, this time, I betrayed the oracle and ignored it. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to become a god again. I've lived for 2.2 million years in vain. He was probably a fallen one who had lived the longest since the world became chaotic. He didn't even know how he managed to persevere through 2.2 million years of madness. At the beginning of his memory, the galaxy was already in such a terrible state. His mother did not give birth to him out of any responsibility, but to find a better body to absorb the Chinook power that filled the air. However, his body was obviously too good. Out of self-defense, he killed his mother and absorbed the pitiful Chinook remains. From the moment he opened his eyes, he knew the cruelty of this world and struggled to survive. He had tortured those who had lived longer than him to death, and he had also killed those who had greedy thoughts about him. He had been practicing the belief of living all the time. However, as the Chinook gradually seeped into every cell of his, he saw more and more illusions. In order to offset the pain brought by the illusions, he had to absorb more Chinook power. This formed a vicious cycle. At its most extreme, he even lost consciousness for more than 500 years. When he woke up with difficulty, he almost forgot who he was. Only the illusion of tearing something on his body reminded him of the cruelty of this world. In order to be able to sense Chinook more acutely, he and the rest of them had evolved to the point where only their sense of touch remained. And tearing apart their compatriots as much as possible and bathing in the warm liquid was a way for them to become stronger faster. When he was still young, he hated the fact that he was born in this terrible world. There was no civilization here, so he had no way of knowing what the ideal world would be like. However, from a children's book that he accidentally obtained, he learned the concept of home. He could not read, but he could understand images. From that moment on, the home became the spiritual pillar that supported his chaotic mental world from collapsing. There was a reason why he had been able to live for 200,000 years. Positive mental guidance would always slow down his breakdown. This secret galaxy that only he knew about naturally became his home. As long as he came here, he could enjoy a moment of peace. However, cruelty had never left everyone in this galaxy. Below the peace was bloody competition. Forget it, why would I risk his life for this? I'll cultivate for the time being. After the fallen one was done regretting, he changed his peaceful posture. It was so familiar that it was like an instinctive greed. Even without looking, it was displayed on every inch of his muscles. The Chinook power in his body began to spread out uncontrollably due to his excitement, forming a faint Chinook mist around him. He, who was unwilling to waste any bit of Chinook power in the past, had unconsciously changed his mind because of the pleasure of eating that he was about to get. Stepping on his Chinook, he flew into a certain planet in the galaxy. Gravity seemed to have no effect on him. This was a planet that was named home by the gods, but it was actually a hell called home. One could see that in a certain crater on the planet, a large number of corpses of their compatriots were piled up. Some of them were still trembling slightly and did not seem to be completely dead. After the fallen one arrived, he moved a large rock that fit perfectly into the crater and pressed it into the crater. It twisted and rotated from time to time, making an unpleasant squeezing sound. It was like pounding garlic, but the stuffing was different. The river flowed down the volcanic crater and into a lake. The fallen one couldn't wait to enter the lake and enjoy the sumptuous dinner. It was also the Last Supper. Suddenly, a group of people erupted from the lake. It turned out that they were all degenerates like him. Logically speaking, escaping was the best solution at this moment. However, at this moment, this fallen one only had one thought in his mind, and that was to protect his home. A completely different spirit appeared in the same person, and positive spirits always allowed Chinook users like them to do many incredible things. In the end, the fallen one killed all the invaders and successfully defended his home. However, he also lost most of his body and had no chance of survival. At the moment of death, the world seemed to be much quieter. There were no torturous illusions, no scheming social interactions, only the peace of being at home. As his consciousness gradually faded away, the fallen one seemed to realize that a certain part of his sealed memory seemed to have been shaken, but he was too lazy to care about this matter. This was because he saw the appearance of a god in the spiritual world. It was a very intellectual and beautiful fellow who was completely different from them. He always felt that God was very similar to them. It was as if God was actually the same kind as them. However, he did not want to think about this matter. He only wanted to say the words that he had suppressed in his heart for a long time and had only had the chance to say now. Gods, why did you create this world? Then, it was dead silent. Everything that happened in this galaxy was silently observed by some ascendant. She was currently on a strange planet that was filled with mechanical creations that she hated. However, she had no choice but to come into contact with these things, because only then could she completely monitor this galaxy. She naturally heard the last words of the fallen one. Perhaps she did not expect the other party to still be rational at the moment of death. After a moment of silence, she muttered to herself as if she was answering. I'm sorry, but I'll try my best to fix it, the mistake caused by us. After saying that, she sat back on a mechanical device that was full of wires. With the sound of electric currents, she returned to the state of monitoring the entire galaxy. However, she did not finish her words. She began to mechanically repeat her responsibility as if she wanted to stabilize her mind. I am the last of the Ascendant. I woke up after a long period of freezing. I vow never to give up and to pass on the spirit we bear forever. I swear that I will never compromise and shed my last drop of blood to correct this galaxy. No matter what. Chapter 283, The Destroyed Ether Phase Engine. The construction of the Sentry Formation and the exploration of the elliptical galaxy Alpha went quite smoothly. Just as Li Wenyuan had learned from the memories of the orphans of the Ascendant, this group of Ascendants had almost killed all life forms except them. There might still be some people who were still hiding in the dark, but now, even the population of the Ascendant had decreased sharply. If there were other surviving tribes, their fate would probably not be any better than the Ascendants. His spaceship had passed through tens of thousands of galaxies, but he did not see a single living life form. Although it was partly due to the mass extinction of the Ascendants, the universe itself was probably dead silent. This also made Li Wenyuan realize how rare the situation in the Milky Way was. After all, even if those active civilizations were excluded, space animals such as space amoebas and space whales were common in the Milky Way. These magical life forms were initially trapped in a certain galaxy due to the speed of light, but they gradually spread to the entire Milky Way with the construction of the hyperspace channel, adding vitality to the starry sky. If the Ascendant did not take such a big step, perhaps they could also create a similar world. Recalling the history of the Ascendant, Li Wenyuan sighed slightly. Although the technological development of this galaxy was somewhat different, given the unique Chinook environment and the Ascendant's understanding of Chinook power, it might not be a problem to create a Chinook hyperspace route. However, the Ascendant civilization did not do this thankless thing in the end. Instead, they chose to do something big. Perhaps their belief in pursuing Traveler was too extreme, or perhaps it was simply due to their arrogance that they had no more opponents, but they carried out the plan of ascension before they were fully prepared, which led to the galaxy becoming like this many years later. Humans and Ascendant, two similar ancient civilizations, ended up walking on completely different paths. The difference between the inside and outside of the Milky Way was quite big. He did not expect to encounter such a special galaxy on his first trip, or should I say, the Milky Way was the special one. The journey in this galaxy was boring. Unlike the Milky Way, where ruins were found every few galaxies, the desolation was really carried out in every galaxy. The special natural environment had created the habit of not preserving life here. In a society where survival and becoming stronger were the top priorities, there was no room for culture and history to germinate. Li Wenyuan did find traces of civilization on some planets that were once habitable, but judging from the stone ruins, he would think that they were some primitive tribe. However, that place was once an interstellar civilization. According to the cosmic radiation remnants on life forms fossils, the individuals of those civilizations had been active in space in large numbers. This was basically something that only interstellar civilizations could do. The civilization in this galaxy was truly ideality. According to the era of the Milky Way civilization, the civilization here was still in the classical era and had already started to fight with other civilizations in the universe. The most basic planetary unification of interstellar civilizations had long been accomplished by the powerful Shinniks of the civilization. They could indeed gather their individual strength to skip the civilization development process. However, this also led to the slow development of cultural inheritance, which was a spiritual upper structure. An individual was ultimately an individual, and there was no way to provide so much spiritual food. The social ethos of only strength couldn't provide material security for the people in this industry, so it was obvious that there were no historians here. If I remember correctly, Shinnik power was a kind of energy that was closely related to the spiritual world, right? In the end, the lives here are doing the opposite. After examining more planets that were suspected to have signs of civilization, Li Wenyuan had never found a decent ruin. Just like how these civilizations had no interest in preserving their own history, perhaps objective factors determined that they could only live in the present. However, after a large number of spaceships explored the area, he still found something. To be precise, it was not he who discovered it, but Grey Wind. Without the need for disguise, Grey Wind's exploration was simple and crude. They directly used the storm formed by the nanomachines to wander in the galaxy. Every nanomachine was like a detector for her, but she would only scan carefully when she encountered something she was interested in. The mission that Li Wenyuan had given her was to build the Sentry Formation, and exploring this galaxy was just a side mission. Anything that interested her naturally attracted Li Wenyuan's attention. It was a fleshy planet, and its mass was much lower than that of ordinary planets. Because the gravitational anomaly it caused was too low compared to other planets, it attracted the attention of Grey Wind almost instantly. Meanwhile, Li Wenyuan, who was still on the other side of the galaxy, had also received the images sent by Grey Wind. He immediately felt that the civilization here had undergone a lot of changes. After all, it was a planet that was almost entirely made of life form matter. If it was Prez Olin who discovered it, he would definitely drool on the spot. I did a simple scan of the planet. According to the feedback data, this fleshy planet seems to be a planetary-level eyeball. It is true that it is filled with muscles inside, but some of the muscles will mutate rapidly under the stimulation of tremendous Shinnik power and form a kind of glass crystal. If I have to say, I think that it is a genetic method that has been combined with Shinnik power because there are obvious traces of genetic modification in the extracted muscle cells. The technology of combining organic matter into the size of a planet is most likely related to physics. At least judging from the current information, the civilization that created this eye is not blindly pursuing spiritual power. Other sciences have also developed. With Grey Wind's judgment, the name Ascendant Civilization immediately appeared in Li Wenyuan's mind. He felt that only this civilization could do this. Li Wenyuan, who could not find the ruins of the Ascendant Civilization for a long time, immediately became spirited and jumped on a research spaceship to the galaxy discovered by Grey Wind. As soon as he entered, he saw the fleshy planet marked by Grey Wind, but his attention was attracted by something else in the galaxy. That is. At first, Grey Wind didn't notice Li Wenyuan's shift of attention. However, after a while, she realized that the research spaceship wasn't approaching the fleshy planet, but was flying towards the star in the center. Wait, did you find something? Isn't that just the remains of a Dyson sphere? Grey Wind obviously didn't realize what the Dyson sphere remains were. It was so broken that it couldn't cover the light of the star. However, Li Wenyuan was different. He knew that although the two megastructures were very similar after construction, their actual functions were completely different. Even if the aesthetic style of the civilization was completely different, the basic framework of a megastructure would not change if it wanted to achieve similar functions. This megastructure was not built by humans, but judging from the frame alone, he could understand that the megastructure and the Dyson sphere were completely different concepts. Because the frame that covered the star was a damaged ether engine. Chapter 284, Eternal Loneliness. Ether Phase Engine. Introduction. This is the ultimate megastructure conceived to complete the natural disaster plan. We will use the Sun as the focal point to gather enough energy in the real universe and trigger an energy surge to completely break this boundary. After that, the void realm will fuse with the real universe. The end will begin with us, and our entire race will head to a higher world. LT would probably be like this. Had he really gone to a higher world? Special remarks. Welcome to the world of natural disasters. Hey, isn't this an ether phase engine? Let's look at the skull on it. This was an introduction to the ether phase engine, a derivative technology of the natural disaster plan, in Li Wenyuan's database. The so-called engine was actually a megastructure installed on the star. Its function was indeed to push forward, but it was to push forward the rise of a civilization as a whole, and in the process, it would inevitably destroy other life forms. After the construction of this megastructure, it was very similar to the Dyson sphere and would wrap around the star. On the contrary, the stars would only be brighter if they were wrapped by the ether phase engine, because the ether phase engine used to focus huge amounts of energy would burst out with more dazzling light than the stars. Li Wenyuan had never seen it before, but humans still had images of the simulated ether phase engine being activated. It was as if the universe had exploded, and in an instant, all the planets in the Milky Way were destroyed. The distance of hundreds of thousands of light years was useless at this time. The entire galaxy suffered an impact at the same time. Stars collapsed into black holes, and ordinary planets were also shattered by the huge energy impact. Some were even directly knocked out of the gravitational circle of the galaxy. The atmosphere of the giant gas planet was blown away, and the solid core was as doomed as a normal planet. Under such an explosion of energy that could destroy a galaxy, no life could escape. The only thing they could rejoice about was that death came in an instant and there was no pain. It could be said that building an ether phase engine was no different from becoming a natural disaster. Any intellectual life that wanted to survive would resist until the end, and there was no possibility of mediation. This was also the prerequisite for the ether phase engine, the reason for the name Natural Disaster Plan. What Li Wenyuan did not expect was that the ascendant civilization actually used the same method. When he first learned about it from his memories, although he had guessed that this civilization had taken the same path, the technology they focused on was different. He felt that the ascendant civilization might have a new way. However, the ether phase engine discovered here revealed the path of the ascendant civilization to him. Is it because the void realm experts are easy to bully that humans and ascendants had noticed this sea of energy long ago? Li Wenyuan no longer cared about the fleshy planet. Instead, he was interested in the wreckage of the ether phase engine. It was obvious that the ascendant civilization had messed up, but there might still be some data left in the wreckage that could help him better understand the history of the ascendants and try to find traces of the gods in the spiritual world of the fallen one. His intuition told him that God was most likely related to the ascendant. Therefore, after the spacecraft flew closer, he began to inspect the various parts of the ether phase engine. It was very different from what he had guessed. This ether phase engine had a place similar to a data warehouse, and there were also traces of a large number of mechanical products. It did not seem to match the dense sonic power atmosphere of the galaxy. However, since the other party was an ascendant who had tried his best to develop in all aspects, such a contrast could occur. However, after checking it, Li Wenyuan found that the data storage was completely damaged and could not extract any useful information. It makes sense. From the condition of the ether phase engine, it should have been completed or nearly completed. However, the remaining wreckage was destroyed in a big explosion. Although the scale of this explosion is not as powerful as when it was truly activated, destroying this part that is so close to us is still a piece of cake. The fact that it can still maintain a relatively complete framework is already considered to be the advanced technology of the ascendant civilization. Li Wenyuan felt helpless about this fact, but he still refused to give up. He tried to find traces of possibility in this frame. And this time, he found something. It was the strongest connection point in the frame, a hemisphere that even the big explosion could not destroy. Because it was too ordinary and there was no signal, he had initially ignored it. However, after careful scanning, Li Wenyuan discovered that the place seemed to be an AL control terminal. The style used was even very similar to the style of the AL planet in his records. This immediately attracted his full attention, because he knew that all idealistic civilizations had a taboo attitude towards artificial intelligence. Even though the ascendant civilization was slightly different, it was essentially an idealistic civilization. There was no mention of artificial intelligence in the known history of the ascendants. A large number of drones began to separate the collapsed metal structure in the ruins and soon cleared a passage leading to the hemisphere. The dark hole seemed to reveal the secret inside, but Li Wenyuan did not hesitate and let the drone team rush in. Everything along the way was recorded in high-definition images. In addition to the metal passageway that was full of technological style, there were also text and pictures on the walls that were completely different from the style here. They were suspected to be some cult ritual. Most of them were so old that their original appearance could not be seen, but some words could still be interpreted. With the knowledge he had obtained from the sealed memories of the Fallen One, Li Wenyuan successfully translated the contents of this part of the text. This seems to be a place with a noble and memorable meaning, and it seems to be related to sacrifice, loneliness, and eternity. Why would there be such a place on the ether phase engine? As the doubts in their hearts deepened, the drone swarm flew past countless obstacles and finally arrived at the core of the building. This was a huge inner chamber. The surrounding walls were filled with all kinds of instruments and light-emitting devices. Most of them were damaged, and the rest were dim and dull. However, there was an extremely eye-catching device placed in the center of this dilapidated inner room, connected to a large number of wires. The device seemed to be a nutrition cabin. There were holes in it, and the liquid in the cabin had almost been drained. There was only a thin layer of that thing that was still protecting the nutrition cabin. Li Wenyuan's heart trembled slightly when he saw that thing. This was because it was the brain of a creature that had not died yet. It was still emitting a vibrant color and stubbornly lived in this nutrition cabin. It seemed to have noticed Li Wenyuan's arrival. The remaining lights around it lit up again, illuminating this lonely world. Chapter 285, Life and Death. At the center of this suspected AL control terminal facility was a life form's brain that had not yet died. It was kept in a damaged nutrition cabin, relying on almost useless life cycle equipment to maintain its remaining life. The surrounding lighting equipment emitted a faint light because of the brain's reactivity. It was hard to imagine how it could still maintain its vitality in this vacuum environment. Li Wenyuan did not expect to find life here. Not only that, but this brain seemed to be able to sense the external situation to a certain extent. It was actually able to discover that an outsider had come here under such circumstances. However, when the Ascendant civilization built this place, they definitely didn't expect others to come here. Or rather, they didn't study artificial intelligence technology that deeply. There was no means of communication with this brain. Is this a sort of brain in a vat? To actually be in such a place? Li Wenyuan had this thought when he saw the brain that was being kept. The brain in a vat was a theoretical experiment that existed in a hypothesis. The original meaning was, will a brain that is immersed in a vat, receiving artificial directional stimulation, and instilled with false memories realize that it is in a vat? It discussed the philosophical question of what was reality, which had been widely speculated in the Milky Way. There were many crazy scientists who tried to perform the brain in a vat experiment in the real universe. The Observer Lost Empire had used a large number of native civilizations to experiment. However, the brain in a vat in front of Li Wenyuan was not a brain in a vat in this sense, because it clearly knew what its state was like. It was literally a brain in a tank. There was no doubt that this was left behind by the Ascendant civilization. Combined with the appearance of the AL control terminal, an answer was obvious in Li Wenyuan's heart. What a direct artificial intelligence! What artificial intelligence could be more intelligent than humans? A weak sonic signal was wandering in the space, as if it wanted to talk to Li Wenyuan. It was hard to imagine that a life with only a brain could still borrow sonic power, but it did it. It was a pity that the sonic signal it was emitting was so weak that it was difficult to read its contents, perhaps because the consciousness in the brain was already on the brink of death. Li Wenyuan was also convinced that the brain in the vat was extremely fragile. It was impossible to refill the protective fluid. A slight physical stimulation might directly lead to the death of the brain. However, seeing that it was still resonating with sonic power, Li Wenyuan slowly released the sonic power that he had extracted from the universe into this space, gradually increasing the concentration of sonic power here. The effect was extraordinary. The sonic signals produced by the tank's brain visibly increased, soon forming waves that could be clearly distinguished. After reading it, the first sentence was a huge string of numbers. 28036192515378. At first, Li Wenyuan thought it was some kind of key, but the number at the end changed to 3, then quickly changed to 4, 5, he immediately understood that he was counting. According to the frequency, the number was roughly maintained at the level of 1 change per second. In terms of time units, this string of numbers was equivalent to about 9 million years. The loneliness of the soul came from the brain in the vat. The number had gone from 0 to nearly 300 trillion. The time that had passed was suffocating. Li Wenyuan knew that this was probably the method used by the brain to stabilize its consciousness. Through the memory of a fixed frequency, it would not be lost in the long loneliness. However, in a world where there was no entertainment, no excitement, no rest, and even no activity, it was terrifying to think about maintaining consciousness for 9 million years. It would take less than a week for a person to go crazy by being confined in a space with nothing, let alone such a long time. Even Chiniks who focused on training their spiritual world were no different from ordinary people after nearly 10 million years. Li Wenyuan even suspected that the brain in the vat could still maintain the most basic communication ability. The Chinik waves were perhaps just the remnants of its spontaneous behavior. The tank brain had long been driven mad by the long passage of time, reduced to a counting machine. However, after thinking for a while, he began to induce Chinik waves in an attempt to communicate with the tank brain with the same frequency. In order to wake up the stagnant consciousness in this brain again, Li Wenyuan began to use words related to ascendant as a stimulus. After repeatedly mentioning ascension, the brain finally changed a little. The number that was still changing suddenly stopped, as if the consciousness within it was gradually recovering. There was a long silence. After countless days and nights where the stars alternated, the tank brain finally broke free from its long silence. The Chinik signal was no longer a string of large numbers, but words with meaning. He. Hello? Hello. It seemed that it had been a long time since it had talked to other life forms. After Li Wenyuan responded with a Chinik signal, it took a long time for the tank brain to organize the following words. Can increase it a little more, the concentration of Chinik here? Li Wenyuan did not hesitate to fill the space with more Chinik. Bathed in the Chinik environment, the tank's brain seemed to be more spirited, and the Chinik signals were no longer intermittent. You failed. The brain seemed to be both doubtful and certain, as if it had already realized what was happening in the galaxy. However, he continued. My name and my history have long been forgotten by the river of time. Now I only remember my duty. I'm the one who initiated the last program of this ascension engine. I'm the straggler responsible for pressing the ascension switch. This plan that will allow the entire galaxy to ascension cannot tolerate any mistakes. There must be a trustworthy Chinik master to carry out the final step. And I've already made up my mind. For this reason, I've even embarked on this path that is hovering on the edge of taboo. I will use my brain to completely control this ascension engine. Now, can you please tell me how the outside world is? He could not feel any emotion from the Chinik waves in his brain. The long time had made him forget what emotions felt like. Li Wenyuan also realized that the brain was shrinking, as if he was planning to use this last moment to pass on their story. He could try to replicate the brain's thinking mode and let it continue to live as a digitized consciousness. But for such a straggler who had endured a long period of loneliness but still insisted on staying here to witness the end of their civilization, was it really a good thing? Chapter 286, The Interface to the Future. Can you please tell me how the outside world is? Although the brain in a vat was asking questions, there was no doubt in its Chinik waves. Combined with the fact that it had said failed as if it was talking to itself, it was obvious that it knew what was happening outside. Now, he was only seeking the final result from Li Wenyuan. After some thought, Li Wenyuan informed the brain in a vat of the current situation in the galaxy. Even when he heard that there were no other races here other than the fallen ascendant, the brain in a vat did not show any signs of fluctuation. This seemed to be within its expectations. When I sensed the sudden surge of Chinik in the vicinity, I knew that we had failed. The ideal of leading everyone here to ascension together is ultimately contrary to the cruel core of this technology. The ascension engine didn't activate enough energy to cause the Void Realm expert to fall into this universe. Instead, it pierced a huge hole in it. The Chinik power contained within flowed into this world uncontrollably, causing the Void Realm to completely decline. I know that we left in a hurry. If we had been a little more selfish or if we had made our foundation a little richer, the outcome here would not have been like this. The brain in a vat told Li Wenyuan what had happened. It even made a picture with its Chinik, showing Li Wenyuan what had happened at that time like a projection. Although there were signs of damage in the scene, it was not as serious as it was now. Moreover, there were many ascendants coming in and out of this place. At that time, the ascendants were not as extreme as they were now. Their faces could not be seen clearly, but one could see that at least their facial features were decent and their bodies were decent. Although they did not conform to human aesthetics, they did not make people feel disgusted. Shinnok was indeed important to them, but it was not so important that they needed to evolve to the extreme. This is the scene that I remember the most, because at that time, although we failed, we were still full of vigor. We firmly believed that we could solve this problem and then ascend again. I have already forgotten the faces of my compatriots, but in the countless days and nights of loneliness, only these figures in my memories have accompanied me. After that, the image formed by Shinnok power changed, and the inner chamber where the brain was located became desolate, no longer as lively as before. There were significantly fewer people here, and they were all in a hurry, as if they were busy with something. But even so, there were still people communicating with the brain in a vat, occasionally using the word joy on their blurry faces as an image. After that, time seemed to be fast-forwarded, and the scenes changed faster and faster. The entire inner room became more and more dilapidated, and the number of people coming here also decreased visibly. It was deserted, and the empty scene repeated itself. The end has long come, and this is the price. Our history, our ideals, our everything, has turned into dust. After pausing for a while, the seemingly never fluctuating emotions finally revealed their emotions. It was just a sense of relief. The situation in this galaxy is not beyond my expectations. And I actually stuck to an illusory plan for tens of millions of years after failing to ascension? This might be the worst decision I've ever made in my life. Its Shinnok signal was a little sad, but there was no trace of regret, as if it felt that it had at least held on until the last moment of civilization. Perhaps only with its death would the ascendant civilization truly perish. However, Li Wenyuan keenly noticed a message from the brain in a vat. An illusory plan? Since the galaxy is already like this, then this plan must have failed. There is no good ending for humiliating oneself in a field that you are not good at. Bathed in Shinnok environments, we have almost forgotten that life forms have lifespans, but absorbing such dead Shinnok power in order to extend their lifespans will only bring forward death. Therefore, we hid a group of people with our crappy hibernation technology, preparing to restart the civilization process after the impact of the collapse of the Void Realm. Based on my calculations, the limit of hibernation has long ended. Regardless of whether those Tinder are alive or not, they must begin their original duties. But from the situation of this galaxy, it's obvious that they haven't done anything. The situation that the brain in a vat described made Li Wenyuan instantly think of the gods in the spiritual world of the Fallen One. From the looks of it, the god that had suddenly appeared was very likely to be the real ascendant that had been hibernating. Hence, he told this matter to the brain in a vat, but the brain in a vat was only slightly silent. The brain was still shrinking, but Li Wenyuan felt as if his brain was watching him, as if he didn't care about his life at all. I see. This is indeed something worth celebrating, but let's let our civilization come to an end here. What we need here is fresh blood, not those who have fallen behind in their twilight years. To be able to hear this news, my million years of waiting have not been in vain. The ascendant died the moment they failed to ascend. It should be the era of others next. At that moment, the brain tissue in the brain in a vat was almost completely withered and necrotic. Only the intermittent Shinnok signals were still telling its last words. Foreign traveler, thank you for being able to witness the end of ascension. We have also created glory, but all of this will come to an end at this time. It's a pity that I can't travel with you in the future, but please allow me to use this gift to wish you the end of the galaxy. The brain in a vat had completely lost all signs of life, but the dead Shinnok power seemed to have been revived. The power of the heart was at work. The Shinnok that was deeply hidden in the ether phase engine began to spew out until it formed a vast nebula that filled the galaxy. Unlike the Shinnok power in the lifeless state he had seen before, the nebula formed by them was like a newborn life, constantly changing in the void and combining into various forms. Soon after, the fleshy planet in the same galaxy as the ether phase engine also mutated under such a Shinnok environment. Massive amounts of Shinnok power began to be absorbed by it, and nebulae penetrated deep into the planet's interior under unknown gravity until the Shinnok nebula was almost completely absorbed, and the fleshy planet completed its transformation. At this moment, it was no longer the disgusting land of flesh and blood. Instead, it was a complete glass crystal. The transparent planet even refracted the light of the star, as beautiful as the pearl of the universe. It was also after this that a dazzling light erupted from within, hiding some information that could only be deciphered at this moment. Discovered a brand new technology. New technology has been added to the technology tree. According to currently recorded data, the Ascendant Civilization logo has been set on it. Through the research of this technology, we have a new understanding of technology, the future glimpse level of understanding has increased. Ascendant Civilization Technology. Prediction Interface, Ascendant. Technology Level, 9. Introduction, is this reality? Or is it just a dream? Time and eyes will tell us the answer. Possible Technology, a Future Glimpse. Chapter 287, Prophecy. The prediction interface was one of the technologies that Li Wenyuan possessed. It was located at the upper level of the Shinik technology tree, and could generally be considered a crystallization of the essence of Shinik technology. Its function was similar to the idealistic combat computer used on battleships. After all, the processing power of a life-form organism could not compare to that of a machine. There was so much data to be processed in a space war, so it was not shameful to use a computer. Although it sounded unbelievable, who would have thought that Shinite would actually use the kind of artificial intelligence machine that they hated the most? But in fact, the idealistic civilization was far less familiar with the use of computers than other civilizations. They still had taboos about artificial intelligence. The so-called computer was mostly a fixed mechanical program composed of a little metal plate and simple circuits. This also resulted in the idealistic civilization suffering more damage than other civilizations in the long space war. In order to solve this problem, the idealistic combat computer, the prediction interface, was developed. The battleship of the Watcher Lost Empire used this special equipment and gained a huge advantage in the Battle of Heaven against their former enemy, the Voyager. Although it was called a combat computer, the prediction interface itself was an auxiliary device for the Shinite on the battleship. Its function was to strengthen the perception of Shinite and directly read the spiritual waves of life forms beings in a large area, preempting the enemy crew before they actually made a move. In layman's terms, it was to predict the other party's actions and make preparations in advance. This was also the origin of its name. The usual shielding equipment was often powerless against the ability to read the spiritual waves, and thus the prediction interface made up for the weakness of the idealistic civilization in space combat due to the lack of artificial intelligence technology. Although the prediction interface was basically useless in the face of a purely unmanned combat environment or an artificial intelligence civilization, such situations were rare, and the idealistic civilization also had the means to deal with machines. All in all, the prediction interface in the Milky Way was just a device. Although it was linked to high-end Shinik, it was not that mysterious. However, the prediction interface researched by the Ascendant Civilization was different. Although the name was the same, this prediction interface was a planetary-level megastructure. Not only that, but it was also a combination of Shinik's, genetics, astrophysics, and many other technologies. Its real function was to predict the future. The crystal planet that was mutated from a fleshy planet in this galaxy, or should be called prediction interface for now, was such a megastructure. This was the ability to predict the future in the sense of Shinik power. In the recorded data, only those who were truly prophetic could foresee the future for a short period of time. No one knew the principle of this prediction of the future, but according to the Milky Way civilization and the remaining records of the Ascendants here, it seemed to be related to the cause of the Void Realm. As the brain in a vat broke off, the Ascendant civilization truly walked toward its demise. Although the hibernating Ascendants were still alive, they could only form a world without Ascendants. In the end, Li Wenyuan did not know the name of the brain in a vat. The long loneliness had made him forget this unimportant thing. However, its will was enough for Li Wenyuan to create a new sub-file under the file of Ascendants and save this lonely story in the data. At least there would be people who would remember this matter so that it would not disappear silently like this. After sealing the lonely straggler in the world it held, Li Wenyuan let the research spacecraft return to the vicinity of the prediction interface that had turned into a glowing glass ball. Grey Wind was also here. She did not follow Li Wenyuan to the ether phase engine framework that was suspected to be the wreckage of the Dyson sphere. Instead, she stayed near the planet of the prediction interface. She was shocked when the planet suddenly turned into a glass crystal, but she also realized that Li Wenyuan must have discovered something and triggered something. "You really found something new?" she asked curiously. "Is this a human ruin?" She naturally attributed all the abnormalities to humans. It could be seen how much influence humans had left on her. However, it was indeed not this time. It was a relic left behind by the remnant civilization of this galaxy. Li Wenyuan told Grey Wind the story of the brain in a vat and the civilization of the Ascendants, which made her a little amazed. Living on a single brain for nearly 9 million years, if it were me, I might not even be able to hold on until then before my mind collapsed. Li Wenyuan glanced at Grey Wind but didn't say anything. Compared to the brain in a vat, the time she spent in the distant star cluster was no less than that of the brain in a vat. The only thing better than the brain in a vat was that she could entertain herself. But even so, a few million years of self-entertainment was not something that ordinary people could endure. No wonder her brain was so jumpy when we first met. I have to let her see more of this universe in the future. With that thought in mind, Li Wenyuan began to use the new Ascendant technology to use the prediction interface megastructure. He still hadn't obtained any traces of a god from this journey, but if it was a prediction interface, it should be able to help him find the Ascendants who had woken up from hibernation. This was the fourth prediction interface built by the Ascendants, and it was also the only one that they had truly put into use. The first four were all experimental structures. The activation of the prediction interface required a tremendous amount of Shinik, but the brain in a vat had already filled it up for him. The rays of light that were vaguely keeping the regular refraction in the crystal were the recorded data of the prediction interface. From this, Li Wenyuan could know the previous usage records of this megastructure. The most recent time, when he first arrived in this galaxy, he realized how he was accurately discovered by the fallen ones. It was obvious that the so-called god had used this prediction interface. Even though I understand the result, what is the reason for that god to predict my arrival? Or is it just a general prediction of the arrival of an outsider? But even so, there has to be a reason. This became Li Wenyuan's new doubt. He did not waste any of the Shinik in it and began to use the functional megastructure. His goal was also very clear: to predict where the last ascendant would go. Chapter 288, Another Observation Terminal. The process of using this ready-made prediction interface was extremely tedious. After all, this was not a machine in the ordinary sense, but a large crystal ball that emitted light. It was impossible for it to start working by itself with just a word like using artificial intelligence. According to the records in the technology tree, Shinite could infuse Shinik power with intense mental power, and during this process, the Shinite would dream and predict the situation of the thing they wanted to know the most. This nature made it impossible to use it in real-time battlefields, but it could be used to predict bigger and more important things. It was undoubtedly much better than the Atilki Way version of the prediction interface. Although Li Wenyuan was unable to use the prediction interface like normal psionites, he could simulate a similar effect with a program. By arranging the concentration, sequence, direction, and angle of refraction of the Shinik power, wait a minute, to predict what he wanted to know and see what the result was. However, it's too troublesome to use it like this every time. We need to improve it in the future. At the very least, we have to simplify this anti-human operation method. He planned to improve the prediction interface while activating the planetary glass bead. The light that had been shining suddenly dimmed and gathered at the center of the planet, leaving only a small dot. Without the pulsating light, the crystal's outer shell began to turn transparent, just like the return to the beginning. There was only a singular point here. In the next moment, the light spot exploded and filled the entire planet in an instant. It soon broke through the outer wall and headed for the universe. Li Wenyuan's monitor flashed slightly. He found that there were countless data hidden in the surging light, just like how the brain in a vat told him the method of this technology. Perhaps Shinite received the light, their bodies would react spontaneously and read the contents in a dream. However, this time, the information in the light was different. The content was extremely messy, but it still maintained a certain order. Not only that, among these lights, there was one that was extremely prominent. It rushed into the universe with a brightness that was far brighter than the other lights. This is guidance? Could an Ascendant's prediction interface do such a thing? He was a little curious because the light seemed to point to the destination of the prophecy. However, using the speed of light, isn't that too slow? After confirming that the light was moving at the speed of light, Li Wenyuan felt a little helpless. The speed of light was indeed very fast, but it was still too slow in the cosmic frame of reference. By the time he followed the light to the prophesied land, he did not know how many centuries had passed. Perhaps Shinite can use their idealistic methods to quickly obtain results through dreams. Li Wenyuan let the artificial forms of chosen ones from the Milky Way kinsmen try to bathe in light and dream, but the answer was vague. It seemed to be a mechanical planet full of mechanical creations. In the dream, the artificial forms of chosen ones even saw robots operating on it. This seemed to be the place where the god would go. Unfortunately, the dream only had this location. As for the reference object that could obtain the location of this location, there was no way to determine the location of this planet. This was not out of Li Wenyuan's expectations, because prophecies had always been vague. Therefore, deciphering the information hidden in the light became Li Wenyuan's way of finding the so-called God. The chaotic photon stored complex, redundant, and disordered content, and extracting information from it was an extremely complicated process. Even with the help of the central processing unit, it would still take more than 20 years to get the location of the prophecy. This period of time was not much different from the time he spent building the Sentry formation. Instead of waiting for the unknown prophecy to reveal the answer, he might as well take the initiative to search. Regardless of whether the interpretation was successful or not, he would eventually be able to complete his goal through the Sentry formation that could monitor the entire galaxy. Moreover, 20 years was too short on an interstellar scale. Time began to accelerate again. 20 years passed quickly. Some planets with longer orbits did not even complete an orbit. Whether it was the history of the planet or the history of the galaxy, 20 years was not worth mentioning at all. During this period of time, the 4 sentinel formations were almost completed. Li Wenyuan and his helpers also traveled to many places in the galaxy and made many discoveries. Although none of them could compare to the prediction interface technology of the Ascension, they still added a lot of color to the dead archives of the galaxy. Among them, he even found the remains of a human. That was a once habitable planet, but now it was an uninhabited and desolate planet. There were signs of civilization here, and Li Wenyuan's biggest judgment was that there was a civilization accelerator left behind by humans. This kind of comprehensive facility used to accelerate the formation of civilization could only be left on planets with civilizations. They might have hoped that a decent civilization would be born in this place, but from the current results, it was obvious that they had failed. Even so, he still felt a sense of familiarity after reading the records of the Civilization Accelerator. Reserved Experiment Record 001. The form of the void realm here is very different from that in the Milky Way. This piqued my interest. The void realm in the Milky Way has evolved into an existence that no one knows if it can be defined as life. However, this place is still blank and has not been disturbed. The civilization that rules this galaxy does not seem to have reached the level of the Churro race, but their direction of development is also different. They will pursue to bring their bodies into a higher reality. What makes me even more curious is the huge glowing object that exists in the memories of all living beings in this galaxy. We don't remember this fellow. It's obvious that it has never been to the Milky Way before. If it has been to the Atilki Way before, perhaps such a high concentration of Shinnik power will cause us to awaken early. But no matter what, the civilization here has formed a path of development that focuses on Shinnik technology. If that's the case, how can we not let them taste the benefits brought by those Void Realm gods? It's a pity that my time is limited. Otherwise, I would definitely make the end of reincarnation in the Void Realm here. The civilizations here, if you can see this record, remember to develop on this path. You can't imagine how useful the end of reincarnation is. Invincible Cute Expert. After reading this record with a different style, Li Wenyuan felt that this journey of pursuit was not boring. Every time he found a record related to humans, he felt that humans were not far from him. He was never alone. It's almost time. The interpretation of the prophecy has also been completed. It's time to find that God to understand the situation. With that in mind, Li Wenyuan mobilized the spaceship and jumped to the last coordinate that he had deciphered from the prophecy after countless trials and errors. That was his destination. The fluctuation of space-time reorganization flashed past, and the destination appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. It was an ordinary galaxy as usual, and a planet that was always extraordinary. He saw the mechanical planet through the monitor at a glance, which was very different from the Shinnik environment here. Or rather, an AL planet. He was too familiar with this structure. Whether it was the observation terminal or the purification terminal in the Milky Way, they all used this unique planet. In addition, the sensitive sensors of his spaceship also detected that a beam of light that had been stored in the information had been distorted during the transmission process and could not be analyzed at all had arrived. He was stunned at first, but then he suddenly realized that this beam of light was the one emitted by the prediction interface. The beam of light had passed through countless gravitational lenses, so its path was refracted. At an incredible time, she and Li Wenyuan arrived at this incredible location. Chapter 289, Traces of Humans. The light of the prophecy reached the galaxy at the same time. Although it was unbelievable, judging from the remaining distorted information in the light, it was indeed a guiding beam from the prediction interface. The prophecy has been fulfilled. Is this foresight? Or is it an established fact? Li Wenyuan wouldn't have been so surprised even if the prediction interface had really completed the prediction. What surprised him was the timing of the arrival of the light. This seemed to be a case of knowing the cause of the effect. No matter what, he would follow the light to find the destination of the prophecy. The result is fixed, and the process of reaching the result changed according to the situation. Following the light beam, Li Wenyuan discovered that there were several huge gravitational sources that changed the direction of the light, allowing it to come here. Judging from the current results, this was just an established fact. Everything seemed to be a coincidence. However, this kind of coincidence would only make Li Wenyuan pay more attention to the prediction interface of the Ascendant. What an incredible technology! No wonder it was placed at level 9 by the crafty technology tree. The Ascendant civilization is not simple either. Li Wenyuan sighed. This was a technology that did not exist at least when humans left the Milky Way. The Ascendant civilization had indeed delved deeply into the field of psionic power. Perhaps he could discover more secrets of the prediction interface in the future. After feeling emotional, he focused on the Al planet in the galaxy. Naturally, he had received the automatic communication and confirmed that it was an observation terminal. There were similar planetary machines in the Milky Way, but what Li Wenyuan did not expect was that there were such monitors placed by unknown civilizations outside the Milky Way. Moreover, this is most likely not an isolated case. Observation terminals might be common. If that were the case, could the contingency agreement also exist in this galaxy? This idea attracted Li Wenyuan's attention as soon as it came out. After all, the wild contingency agreement was different from the Milky Way. This kind of thing that even humans needed to treat with caution, he certainly could not underestimate it. No matter what, it's necessary to try to take over this observation terminal. I keep feeling that the 4th-century formations seem to have been built for nothing. In addition, humans seemed to have tampered with the observation terminal here. As the spacecraft approached, he increasingly believed that humans had come to this observation terminal. Other than the identification code that was the administration matrix, there was also a strange giant building on this planetary machine. Looking from space, it was a giant obelisk, exactly the same as the human obelisk he had seen in the Milky Way. With just one glance, Li Wenyuan was sure that it was done by humans. Other than that, he also noticed that there seemed to be some words engraved on the obelisk. Out of curiosity, he chose to approach the giant obelisk first. However, when he saw the words on the obelisk clearly, he immediately felt amused. Because it said, "The professor was here." Such a big obelisk was built just to write this sentence. It really looks like the style they would make. Even so, Li Wenyuan still carefully scanned the obelisk. After confirming that it was really just a memorial building, he began to search for the control center of the planetary machine. Since humans have already been here, they should have made corresponding plans. At least, like the Milky Way, they won't let the civilization that built this planetary machine realize that this place has been infiltrated. During the search, he quickly found the control center of the observation terminal according to the direction of the robots that were still operating. Then, he connected to the control system here with ease. Unknown intruder detected. The protective wall is being activated. This process has been terminated. Remarks. Hey, friend. I don't know what you were thinking about before you decided to invade this place, but are you sure you want to do this? This planetary machine will attract an unknown natural disaster. Casually touching it may lead to such consequences. So I need to confirm that your understanding of computer technology can't be too bad. Don't even touch some obvious red lines. Although I don't think you guys can be compared to the genius me, I still set up some simple locks here. After all, every civilization's choice can only be decided by themselves. I'm just giving you a reminder. Even so, do you still insist on touching this place? This was the first notification that appeared after the invasion. The last line of text was even a serious warning in bright red. It was obvious that the humans did not want anyone to trigger the alarm system of the observation terminal. Therefore, they directly let all intruders see this warning so that those people could consider it carefully. However, this was obviously not for Li Wenyuan to see. It was just a remark that appeared on the top for everyone to see. As he expected, after this remark appeared, it was followed by content related to him. Identification code, administration matrix. Keyword detected. The corresponding message has been triggered. The content is as follows. You're the only one here, right? After all, it was impossible for us to leave the Milky Way with the custody agreement. I'm glad that you've embarked on the same path as us. Only this infinite curiosity about the sea of stars can be considered our compatriots. Our current whereabouts are aimless. Even if we can't tell what we're looking for, I believe we'll find something sooner or later on the journey. Our current main goal is still to expand the civilization team. We are very optimistic about the ruling civilization of this galaxy. I believe that by the time you arrive, they will have already completed their ascension, right? Apart from that, finding the contingency agreement, as well as the civilization that created it, is also one of our goals. We are curious about what kind of experience would make this civilization so extreme. Also, there's one more thing to take note of. There are many travelers like us outside the Milky Way. At present, there are at least 2 groups of outsiders who have come to this galaxy. There are at least 3 groups including us. What's more surprising is that after our search, there is no planet with a purification terminal here, but there is an observation terminal. Although they are both AL planets, do they actually belong to 2 different civilizations? That was the end of the record. The humans seemed to have predicted it beforehand. They first exchanged pleasantries and then talked about their recent target and the situation of this galaxy. It was very concise but useful. If it wasn't for the active purification agreement in the Milky Way, I would have known a lot of things a long time ago. After recalling for a while, Li Wenyuan also knew that in the memories of Ascendant, what humans were confirming in this galaxy was most likely to confirm the traces of the contingency agreement. As he thought about it, he looked at the remarks about the humans' views on the Ascendant. Are you very optimistic about the ruling civilization of this galaxy? What a poisonous prophecy! I vaguely remember that you also have such high hopes for the natives of a certain circular world. Chapter 290, The Void Realm Reboot Plan. Li Wenyuan always felt that humans seemed to have some kind of metaphysical toxic health, and the civilizations that they thought highly of did not end up well. After saving all the useful data in the observation terminal into the database, he did what he was supposed to do. It was a coincidence that the observation terminal and the so-called Fallen One's gods were in the same place, but the coincidence was probably not that simple. Li Wenyuan guessed that the Ascendant civilization must have known about the functions and usage of the observation terminal. That was why the Ascendants who woke up from the cold chose to come here. Such a place that monitored the entire galaxy would be a key location for their great cause of revival. The only thing that did not puzzle him was how the survivors managed to use the observation terminal. Even he needed the help of the central processing unit to fully extract and analyze the data compressed by the observation terminal. How did the orphans of the Ascendant civilization do it? Hence, the meticulous scanning began again. He believed that the prediction interface was pointing to this place, and it was not difficult to completely scan a planet. As he expected, he detected a life signal in a hidden place on the planet. There was only one. The drone didn't make any sound when it was flying, but the hidden signal obviously found her. Therefore, she did not continue hiding. Instead, she walked out of a complex metal ruin. With the help of the drone's detector, Li Wenyuan confirmed that this was a species of Ascendant. It was not a terrifying creature that looked like it had been skinned, but an ancient Ascendant. Her expression was calm, as if she had already foreseen the arrival of this day. Therefore, she opened her arms and faced the sky, as if she was waiting for the arrival of destruction. She doesn't look very smart. What is she doing? Grey Wind had followed Li Wenyuan to the observation terminal. She certainly wouldn't miss such an interesting place. Naturally, she also noticed this strange Ascendant and expressed her full curiosity about her inexplicable behavior. She probably mistook us for intruders? After all, she seems to be the one who planned the initial attack. Li Wenyuan replied and let a drone fly down. The equipment on it directly projected the words of the Ascendant civilization in front of the Ascendant. Void Realm Reboot Plan. The content projected in the language of their civilization made the Ascendant's expression change. He said in disbelief, This is a plan that only the great priests know about. My telepathy tells me that there are no more priests in this galaxy. Who exactly is the person who has been called from the top? The other party didn't attack right away but instead used keywords in an attempt to communicate. This made this Ascendant's heart filled with doubts, but at the same time, it made her less nervous. Because from the looks of it, the other party did not seem to want to hurt her. As for Li Wenyuan, after experiencing the series of events in the brain in a vat and obtaining the technology of the prediction interface, it was difficult for him to harbor any ill feelings towards the civilization of the Ascendants. Even if they were the culprits behind the tragedy of the galaxy, the civilization was still trying to make up for it. Even if most of the civilization had gone mad, there were still those who tried to preserve the tinder. At present, he did not know why this so-called god instigated the fallen ones to attack him, but he guessed that it was most likely related to the Void Realm reboot plan. This was also the attempt to restart the civilization process plan that the brain in a vat mentioned. Just from the name, one could tell what the essence of this plan was. After hearing the Ascendant's question, Li Wenyuan let the drone continue to project the text. A traveler passing by here used the identification code, the administrator. He had inherited his name from the Milky Way as always, even though he no longer seemed to need to perform the duties of the administrator. Administrator, this Ascendant carefully savored the name, as though she was still trying to understand the meaning of administrator. After a while, she said again, all of you. Aren't you a mechanical invader? She already had an answer in her heart. After saying this, she continued. All right, I was being presumptuous. The moment you were willing to communicate with me, you had already proved my mistake. I no longer have a name. Perhaps the last Ascendant is the most suitable name for someone like me. The fact that all of you are aware of this vanished plan might be one of the prophecies. I'm sorry for attacking you. If there's anything I can do for you, please let me know. I'll do my best. As she spoke, her eyes dimmed. After all, this is the only thing I can do. Li Wenyuan was a little curious about what this last Ascendant said. From her tone, it seemed that she was the only one left in this batch of hibernating people. She didn't hide this matter and said directly, there were a total of 1.2 million people hibernating with me. At that time, there were nearly 10 billion Ascendants. But when we woke up, the number had been halved. Although all the frozen were successfully unfrozen, the galaxy was left with only a group of bloodthirsty fallen people. We have sadly discovered that we are no match for the fallen ones, who have evolved from life and death. Therefore, we can only hide in the dark and use our remaining spiritual insights to hint at them killing each other. But this is too inefficient. We need to move in fear and carefully find a hiding place to avoid being discovered. In the end, following the guidance of the memories we inherited from the ancient priests, we arrived here, this planet filled with mechanical aura. The priest warned the civilization to use this planetary machine with caution because it could lead to extinction. However, we had no other choice but to use this machine that radiated across the galaxy to give hints to all the fallen ones. However, our weak technological reserves are completely unable to use it. We discovered that what we lack the most is computing power. It is obviously impossible to study related technology from scratch, so we adopted the most extreme method, a Shinnik ritual. At this point, her expression did not change much. Combined with her situation of being alone, Li Wenyuan had already roughly guessed what this method was. The rest of them have erased their self-awareness and become empty shells. All of the souls were added to my body, allowing me to barely be able to use this planetary machine by myself. This process is irreversible. Therefore, the current me is the last Ascendant. I carry the souls of 1.2 million people and the expectations of 1 trillion people. However, I can only reach this step. In my dreams, I would instigate the fallen one to kill each other and reduce their numbers as much as possible. I was the one who led them to attack you. I hope you can kill them all so that there will be no living thing in this galaxy. In that case, we can at least return this place to its original state. The last Ascendant's voice did not carry any emotion, but there was hope in her last sentence. She did hope that the administrator would be able to clean up this galaxy. After all, it was their sin, and they hoped to get rid of it without leaving a trace. It was a last resort, because the Void Realm had already been shattered, and the high concentration of Shinnik power would cause intense hallucinations that could even scare single-celled organisms to death. The most likely consequence of doing so was to turn this place into a dead galaxy. And this was obviously the opposite of humanity's hope of having more companions in the future. The road ahead might be very dangerous, and the more companions he had, the better. Everything that the Ascendant had tried to save had already proved that their souls were not filthy. Because of this, Li Wenyuan once again projected the Void Realm reboot plan in front of the last Ascendant. Do you want to help me? However, that is impossible, as it requires a deep understanding of subspace, as well as extraordinary Shinnik research. Moreover, there is one important thing that this place lacks. That is the recycling ability of the Void Realm. We're guessing that some kind of life form born in the Void Realm can do this, but we've never seen such an existence before. This is something that only exists in our theories. The more Li Wenyuan listened, the more he felt that he seemed to fulfill all these conditions. Subspace technology aside, he was familiar with it. Even if he wasn't familiar with Pres Olin, he would be familiar with it. He had also studied Shin'ik powers. To be more precise, humans had studied them. The average idealistic lost empire might not have as much research as them. As for the last life form born from the Void Realm, if he hadn't mentioned it this time, he would have almost forgotten that he really had it. He slapped his non-existent thigh with his consciousness and looked at the ring that was still motionless in the subspace through the Tiangang battleship. This big ring that he had caught during the destruction of the Watcher's lost empire came in handy. Far away in the Milky Way Void Realm, the end of reincarnation also trembled inexplicably. The huge ring-shaped body that had just been rebuilt collapsed into the Chiro Nebula again and surged back into the depths of the Void Realm. Chapter 291, The Secret of the Ring. Li Wenyuan had studied the big ring in the Void Realm. In terms of composition, it was a halo made purely of Shin'ik. Everything about the Watcher, whether it was material or immaterial, was ultimately transformed into such a Shin'ik ring. Converting matter into energy had always been an important research direction in physics. However, converting non-matter into energy was an almost impossible idea. This was within the scope of Shin'ik research. Even the masters of Shin'ik theory did not dare to say that their research was correct. It was still a great mystery how the Void Realm could transform non-material things like history and culture into material things like Shin'ik's. However, this also indirectly proved that the Void Realm itself did have the ability to recirculate. It could transform things that could not be materialized in the real universe. As for those Void Realm life forms and Void Realm gods, they were very likely to be the higher level converters, and they were an important part of the Void Realm ecological cycle. Although the Void Realm could maintain a certain degree of Void Realm ecological cycle without them, it was obviously not stable enough. According to human beings, the Void Realm of the elliptical galaxy Alpha had not been disturbed and maintained its original appearance. At that time, the Void Realm had not yet been born there, but before the Void Realm evolved further, the Ascendant had used the ether phase engine to poke a big hole there, directly ending the process of the Void Realm. So much time had passed, and most of the Void Realm fragments had gradually fused with the real universe. Even if the remaining Void Realm fragments scattered in the galaxy were glued together, this new Void Realm would definitely not be able to take on the circular mission of such a large galaxy. The most likely outcome would be to gradually fall into the real universe. Then, there would be no Void Realm here, only a high-concentration Shin'ik environment filled with dead Shin'ik energy. For this reason, a strong circulatory system was necessary in the Void Realm reboot plan. Li Wenyuan also had his eyes on the big ring that had appeared from the Milky Way. At this moment, the big ring was like a robot that had lost its connection to the central processing unit. It had not reacted in the subspace for a long time. After learning that the special existence that was suspected to be able to manage the Void Realm reboot plan was extremely important, he found a place far away from the galaxy and put the ring back into the real universe. Although the big ring was the size of a galaxy, it was different from the Tiangang battleship in that the gravity it could cause was extremely insignificant. In the past, he did not want the Milky Way's end of reincarnation to control the big ring again, so he kept it in the subspace. This time, Li Wenyuan also wanted to test whether the Milky Way's Void Realm could still contact this place. The superluminal suppressors that were prepared in advance and the Tiangang battleship that was used as a prison guard were not used in the end. Perhaps it was because the distance was too far, or perhaps it was because of the curtain that covered the Milky Way, but the big ring that returned to the real universe remained the same as before. The end of reincarnation should have given up on this ring long ago. Could this unconscious machine still maintain the function of the cycle? He told this to the last Ascendant, and she was very surprised. She obviously did not expect that this strange foreign mechanical civilization would really have such a life form born in the Void Realm. However, she wasn't sure if this kind of existence that didn't belong to the Void Realm here would be effective. Moreover, the big ring didn't seem to have any instinct. Hence, she expressed that she wanted to study the big ring up close. Naturally, Li Wenyuan could not stop her. He was also quite curious about the state of the Big Bangle. When they boarded the spaceship, the last Ascendant was quite interested in this huge mechanical behemoth. In their long history of using Shin'ik, they had never considered that there was another technology that could achieve the level of roaming the void. It was true that they had made some achievements in biology and physics, but Shin'ik was still their main research direction. They could already fly to space by themselves, so why would they need a spaceship? Some scholars had studied similar products, such as the civilian use of Shin'ik power, the development of Shin'ik weapons that could be installed on a large scale, and then the installation of these weapons on mobile Shin'ik power sources. However, they used history to prove that strengthening oneself was the best way to survive in this galaxy. After all, Powerful psionites could really fight 10,000 of them at once, and it was the kind of crushing victory that would not even catch their breath. After approaching the big ring, the last ascendant shifted her attention from the spaceship to the Void Realm product. So beautiful, this was her first description. Although the illusory aura and faint light of the big ring were indeed very beautiful in space, Li Wenyuan felt that the ring seemed to contain the whales of the souls when he thought about how it was formed by burning everything from a lost civilization. However, in the eyes of a true Shinite, the big ring was different. Right now, there was something new in front of her that she had never seen before. The curiosity that came from the depths of her bloodline made her indulge in studying the big ring in an instant. Seeing that the last ascendant was completely mesmerized by the big ring, Li Wenyuan also began the rest of the preparations for the Void Realm reboot plan. The most important task was to reassemble the Void Realm fragments scattered all over the galaxy. This task was not difficult for him. Although this galaxy was very large, most of the Void Realm fragments had already disappeared. The remaining ones could be found easily, not to mention that he was not working alone. Even as he began his work, Pres Olin, who was searching for Chinook nebulae, brought him good news. The creatures that traveled between galaxies with the help of subspace had already assembled a part of the Void Realm fragments in the process of collecting and storing Chinook. They obeyed Li Wenyuan's order and stopped devouring Chinook. After all, rebooting the Void Realm here still required a lot of Chinook power as a foundation. However, they were not dissatisfied with this at all. Instead, they happily returned to the granary with the Chinook power they had processed, because the Chinook power was a complete surprise to them. The honest Pres Olin had never experienced such a free lunch before. At this moment, they were like farmers waiting for a rabbit to die on a tree stump again, hoping to encounter such a good thing in the future. After that, there was another period of undercurrents. The remaining fallen ones suddenly discovered that the Void Realm passage that allowed them to pass through quickly had mysteriously disappeared. Although they could also try to fly to other galaxies with their bodies, such boring interplanetary flight was very likely to cause them to die on the way due to hallucinations. As a last resort, they could only hide in their secret base and rely on the stored resources to survive. And the last ascendant finally took out her research results. The big ring could indeed help restart the Void Realm, but she needed to become the ring. Chapter 292, Ring God. According to my research during this period of time, I believe that this big ring can indeed act as the center to regulate the Void Realm circulation. This kind of ring has the potential to grow. Even if it's not enough to control a Void Realm at the galaxy level, it should be able to take care of a broken Void Realm expert. This kind of growth will also allow it to gradually become stronger as it grows in the Void Realm. There will not be the problem of overloading. The only problem now is how to make this ring have the ability to control. You, or rather, you also know that this ring is merely an empty shell filled with Chinook power. It does not possess any ability to move on its own. I don't know what was driving it to move in the past, but now that the driving force has completely disappeared, the only way is to make it alive again. When she was explaining how to use the big ring, the last ascendant was extremely excited, as if she felt that the heavy mission she was carrying had finally been completed. However, when Li Wenyuan asked her how to restore the mobility of the big ring, she replied, "You just need to let a soul that is heavy enough fuse with the big ring." Just like programming a machine or inserting a soul into a body, the easiest way to restart the ring is to let a person control it. Our Chinook theory has a technique related to soul implanting. Although we haven't tested it on the big ring, I believe it can be interlinked. This technique was considered taboo in the past, but the specific problem needs to be analyzed in detail. There's no better way to succeed than this. Although she did not specify who or what would fill the ring, the heavy enough soul in her request had already given her the answer. What soul could be heavier than the one that carried the souls of 1.2 million compatriots and the soul entrusted to her by 10 billion compatriots? After hearing the words of the last ascendant, a question flashed across Li Wenyuan's mind. Did souls have weight? If she did, how heavy would she be now? The spaceship's skin had long shown that this ascendant was no different from normal life forms. There was no abnormal overweight. However, this did not prove that the soul did not have weight. Even if the soul was only as heavy as an atom, it still had weight. However, this weight would obviously not be reflected in the body of a life form's being because there were too many interference factors to measure. No one could say for sure whether souls existed or not. Even the so-called soul implanting technology could be a means to erase the original memories and then reinsert them. The ascendant civilization had not come to a conclusion on this either. Whether it was in philosophy or ethics, this was also the reason why this technology was listed as taboo. However, the last ascendant obviously did not care about the nature of this technology. She only hoped to become the god of the void realm with the help of the big ring and restart this broken void realm. I was the last of my kind to be born. I was rapidly spawned from the fertilized egg, and then the necessary knowledge was directly implanted into me through Shinic power when I was a fetus, becoming an artificial born known. Perhaps understanding the administrator's silence as hesitation, the last ascendant suddenly began to tell her story. At that time, my race was already on the verge of destruction. We were ordered to be sealed in a freezer in the face of danger, hoping to complete the great cause of reviving civilization one day in the future. But in fact, I was born inexplicably, I was placed with high hopes inexplicably, I was stuffed into the freezer inexplicably, and then I inexplicably went to deal with this rotten world. You might not understand, but when I carried the long-cherished wish of 10 billion people and shouldered the souls of 1.2 million people, my first thought was to commit suicide and let this place run its course. I don't understand why I was born to ensure that I deal with such a tricky mess. All kinds of beautiful memories are stabilizing my spirit, but those are implanted. I've never experienced that happiness personally. My fellow countrymen must have noticed my vengeful feelings, but they still entrusted all their souls to me without hesitation, leaving me alone. They died with a clear conscience, but I have to continue living with difficulty. Why is that? Aren't they afraid that I'll go with them and ruin their efforts? At this point, she even laughed at herself. In the end, they still succeeded. I had no choice but to carry the heavy burden and move forward alone in a tomorrow without a future. The emotion called responsibility is pushing my soul forward, especially when I'm alone. This emotion is getting more intense, directly dispelling my thoughts of suicide. I began to instigate the fallen ones to kill each other on a large scale. I used my huge soul weight to transfer a portion of their pain as a poison that would make them obsessed. I was once confused, but after I witnessed the death of a fallen and cursed god for creating such a world, I understood. Since we are the ones who caused this pain, we will be responsible for ending it. We aren't God, but if everything was created, then we would have to shoulder the responsibility we deserve, even if we have to turn our bodies into void realm gods. The ring seemed to have completed its connection at this moment, forming a closed loop. You are the beginning of this history, and you should be the end. For some reason, Li Wenyuan suddenly thought of this sentence. The collapse of the galaxy began with the Ascendant Civilization, and it ended with the Ascendant Civilization. If he had not come here, would the strange cycle have continued? In the end, he agreed to the idea of the last Ascendant. It was also at this moment that he saw the person carrying the heavy burden finally reveal a relaxed smile. Sometimes, living was not necessarily a good thing, and death was not necessarily a punishment. Time would bring the answer. A large number of Shinic beacons were built in the oval galaxy, serving as the bridge between the early Void Realm and the real universe. The Void Realm expert that had been glued back together by the construction equipment of the Tiangang battleship slowly merged into the void, too. Only the big ring remained motionless. The last ascendant landed at the center of the ring. The diameter of the ring was so large that she could no longer see the ring with her naked eye. However, she could feel that she was at the core of the Shinic field. Her soul began to drift away, and the weight of 1.2 million people was gradually reducing. Only after she was relieved of this burden did she realize that she could actually be so relaxed. Her consciousness was communicating with the huge ring through the bridge built with Shinic, and it was getting deeper and deeper. At this moment, she seemed to see the beginning and end of the world, as well as the formation and decline of the void realm. All the emotions, thoughts, prayers, and fantasies of the life forms here had turned into visible light spots and floated into the void bit by bit. That was the void realm. The big ring in the real universe also began to appear and disappear as if it had been activated again. At the same time, an ethereal ring appeared in the void realm of this galaxy. She seemed to have just been born, but she already had an unbelievable void realm. Chapter 293, Years of Power. At that time, the Ascendant did not complete ascension, but today, they did it on their last clansman. Transforming into the god of the void realm was an unprecedented improvement in the field of Shinic ability, even though it did not mean that they had ascended to a higher world. However, this also meant that the Ascendant civilization had completely turned into dust in this galaxy. The new civilizations in the future might realize that a huge interstellar civilization once existed here, but all history related to it would disappear with time. Even the megastructure would disappear under the wear and tear of time. In the foreseeable future, only the stars would last. However, in the void of this galaxy, the ring in the void realm would still watch everything here and accompany all the lives here to grow. At this moment, the starlight passed through the void and came to the starfield where the ring had disappeared from the real universe. It was here that the last ascendant had fused with the Great Circle Ring. It was just an ordinary space that was not even a galaxy. There were only a few drifting asteroid fragments. However, after the birth of the gods of the Void Realm, abnormalities began to appear here. Massive Chinook had gathered there, but it had suddenly disappeared at the center of the place, leaving no trace behind. However, as more and more Chinook gathered, the trajectory of the Chinook power began to rotate, vaguely forming the shape of a huge ring just like the previous one. Like the so-called energy-gathering ring of some batteries, it was absorbing the excess Chinook in the galaxy and recycling it in the Void Realm. Such a phenomenon was rare, and it was only possible to see this kind of siphoning after the Void Realm's new students. At this moment, Li Wenyuan had yet to leave. He had witnessed the entire scene and was trying to establish a connection with the new end of reincarnation. He did not know what the state of the giant ring activated by the last ascendant with the weight of 1.2 million souls would be like. He wondered if it was still operating mechanically or if it had become something similar to the artificial intelligence of the giant ring. He needed to confirm this situation. If it was possible, he naturally hoped that the new end of reincarnation could be communicated with. He had not experienced the mysterious settlement contract yet. When he was in the Milky Way, every time he entered the Void Realm, it was a barren land. According to the information left behind in the human ruins discovered in this galaxy, it seemed to be a very useful contract. This journey was still very long, so he naturally had to consider this kind of good thing that could help him. He set up a Chinook beacon here at the last minute and began his preparations for the Void Realm. Ordinary machines couldn't enter the Void Realm, but he could do so through this mega structure. After the Chinook power focal point at the top of the Chinook beacon focused, it easily opened the passage to the Void Realm, which surprised Li Wenyuan a little. Is it because the Void Realm experts here were just reborn? Or is it because the one in the Milky Way is reinforced that it is difficult to enter? This was because the Chinook beacon had almost immediately gathered the Chinook power needed to enter the Void Realm, which was very different from the Milky Way, which could only enter once every 5 or 10 years. This meant that the barrier between the Void Realm and the real universe was not that big and could be broken with a poke. However, this also allowed Li Yuan to easily enter the Void Realm, and at the same time, he saw the world here. Similar to the Milky Way Void Realm, nebulas formed by physical Chinook filled the space here, shining with dreamy colors together with the Chinook crystals. However, there were many differences. The most obvious was that there was no Chiro dust. After all, there was no race in the history of this place that scattered their ashes all over the Void Realm. In addition, Li Wenyuan also felt a very idealistic feeling here. Even though I didn't see any Void Realm creatures, the atmosphere here is very different. The Chinook power seems to be cleaner. Although he had never heard it in the Void Realm, he knew that people who entered the Void Realm would sense all kinds of strange whispers and illusions. This was also one of the ways to obtain all kinds of knowledge about the Void Realm. However, it was naturally impossible for a Void Realm being to simply give something away. It was common for them to use illusions and whispers to instigate or drive entrants mad. This was also the main cause of death for Chinooks, as the benefits were often accompanied by risks. However, this was not the case for the Void Realm experts here. No knowledge could be seen everywhere, but there was no risk of injury or even death. Just like the newborn Void Realm experts, they were very clean. In addition, that is, at this moment, a huge ring could already be seen in the sky of the Void Realm. The size of the galaxy in the Milky Way had also been replicated, and it had even become larger because of the gradual recovery of the Void Realm. A conservative estimate was that the ring could hold at least 2 to 4 galaxies. Even if they could see it with their eyes, it was still very far away. However, Li Wenyuan did not need to go over. He had already detected a Chinook signal interacting with him. Spiritual energy seemed to be able to be transmitted to any location at the same time in this space. The limitation of light speed did not exist here. The content of the signal also allowed him to understand the current state of the big ring. Hello, Administrator. I was originally thinking about how to establish contact with you in the real universe. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come in. Your technology is really unfathomable. My consciousness didn't disappear after fusing with the ring. Instead, it helped me share the weight of 1.2 million souls. I feel better than ever. I can feel that the Void Realm is reviving, and the Chinook that is spreading outside is flowing back. At this rate, the galaxy will soon return to its original state. I never thought that I could actually complete this mission. The one who controlled the big ring seemed to be the last ascendant. There was no trace of her existence in the real universe, but she was now living in a different way. Not only that, the voice that was supposed to be filled with divinity was now filled with all kinds of emotions that belonged to life, and the most prominent one was excitement. Perhaps she did not expect that this day would come. The galaxy that should have gone into a state of madness and death finally had a miracle of new life. We've received too much help from you, so much that I don't know how to repay you. You may not need it, but being grateful is a virtue that every intellectual life must have. There's nothing else here that can be taken out. Only the power of this void realm may be of some help to your journey. This is a method of utilizing Shinik that resides in the Big Ring's instincts. It can allow the void realm expert to provide the greatest help, but there's one thing I don't quite understand. This method seems to only set a deadline of 50 years. After thanking Li Wenyuan for his help once again, she took the initiative to sign a contract with Li Wenyuan in an unfamiliar manner. It was also at this moment that Li Wenyuan received an extremely secretive notification from the database for the first time. It seemed to be a special message that could only appear under special circumstances. Even he had not discovered it before, and signing a contract with a Void Realm god seemed to be one of the conditions. 10,000 years of power. Introduction: this is a powerful power that comes from the Void Realm. You have to taste it. Only when you experience it will you understand how useful it is. The premise is that you can renege on your debt. Special remarks: we once deceived the end of reincarnation into signing a contract with us that lasted for 10,000 years. Then, on the day of the reckoning, the price we paid was. We didn't pay anything. He couldn't defeat us, so we forced him to sign a second contract. After reading the message, he seemed to understand why the end of reincarnation only signed a 50-year contract. Chapter 294, A New World. Following the signing of the contract, the Void Realm expert took the initiative to establish a connection with Li Wenyuan. Everything in the civilization under his command seemed to have been marked by the Void Realm, including immaterial history, knowledge, culture, and so on. Until the day of the settlement, these things would be transformed into nourishment for the Void Realm and become a part of strengthening the Void Realm. After careful inspection, Li Wenyuan also discovered some slight changes. It seemed to be the strengthening brought by the Void Realm. The most obvious thing was that his research ability had improved a little. The Void Realm god could really act as a Shinik computer in a sense, and problems in reality could be solved to a certain extent in the Void Realm. It was a natural virtual world where one could experiment through imagination. Everything that couldn't be provided in reality could be accurately simulated here. After realizing this, Li Wenyuan couldn't help but think of a scene. The end of reincarnation signed a contract with the outside world and understood what problems these creatures were troubled by. Therefore, he began to calculate in the Void Realm and study why the B engine was so slow. Thinking about it this way, the Void Realm could provide so much knowledge. It was very likely that part of it was obtained from the history of other civilizations, and the other part was calculated by the Void Realm gods themselves. This place was equivalent to a huge store of knowledge. The more civilizations were born, the more abundant the Void Realm would be, and the more help one could get from it. However, the newly born Void Realm obviously did not have that many things, so the help he could provide Li Wenyuan was very limited. All it could provide was pure Shinik, which Li Wenyuan did not really need. Perhaps knowing that it couldn't provide much help to the administrator, the Big Ring felt very ashamed. I'm sorry that I can only provide so many things. This is clearly not proportional to the effort you have given. But this is all I have. In the future, when this galaxy gradually grows stronger and is filled with life again, I should be able to give you real help. As it spoke, the Big Ring began to talk about the essence of the Void Realm to prove that what it said was true. The Void Realm is a place that is closely related to life. Where there is life, there may not be a Void Realm, but where there is a Void Realm, there must be life. This is a place where mental power is collected. When life looks up at the starry sky for the first time, the Void Realm is born. All the emotions, memories, and knowledge of life. These non-material things created by life will become nourishment for the Void Realm. In theory, the Void Realm will become bigger and bigger as there are more life forms. Lives will die, but the things they leave behind won't. Everything that is thought to be dead will actually be recorded in the Void Realm. This is also the reason why the Void Realm is able to create so much knowledge out of nothing. Those that no one knew at that time had actually been studied long ago. The existence of the Void Realm proves that consciousness can affect material because the Void Realm lives on these things and uses them to interfere with the real universe. It will repay the Void Realm with Shinik, allowing more life forms to create spiritual food to continuously strengthen it. However, spiritual power has many restrictions compared to physical power. Not all living beings can sense the void realm, and Chinook is not something that can be used as and when one wishes. The spiritual world has its own laws, and the most obvious one is the spirit of contract. The void realm cannot violate its own laws, but people in the real world do not have to abide by these laws. Therefore, those who violate the contract need to be dealt with by the void realm. I hope to have the opportunity to prove to you in the future, this is also a complete world that operates in a completely different way from the real world. One day in the future, this place will also develop vigorous vitality and do your part. Although the big ring was explaining the essence of the void realm, Li Wenyuan was thinking about something else. How long could this 50-year power last? Although the void realm was quite idealistic, they had to pay attention to some basic principles. If they were in a universe billions of light years away, could the void realm experts still come to collect debts? So he asked the question, and the big ring gave the expected answer. If the distance is far enough, it is indeed so. However, as the void realm develops, the range of its radiation will also increase. My goal is to develop to the point where the void realm no longer needs to be fixed and can move freely. In that case, even I can catch up with you. As expected, if we purely develop our Chinook, we will only be nailed to the spot. The strength that can only be obtained by relying on the void realm won't be used in the next destination. No wonder all the capable idealistic civilizations I've encountered were not that idealistic in nature. Even the humans who were all chosen by the heavens did not use Chinook technology as the main body of their civilization. They only used the void realm as a factory. Li Wenyuan had never coveted this broken world. He wanted to sign the contract only out of curiosity. He wanted to see what kind of standard this power of 10,000 years that was praised by humans was. In essence, he still hoped that a civilization that was as magnificent as the Milky Way could be born here, and then one day he would meet an acquaintance civilization. Destruction was not the essence, but rebirth was necessary. Besides, he had gained enough benefits. The secrets related to the void realm and Chinook, as well as the most important technology of the prediction interface, were all pleasant surprises on his journey. And the big ring seemed to understand the true meaning of the question the administrator had just asked. It realized that the journey of this civilization had yet to stop. The help he could do was minimal, and he had no spare power. Therefore, it separated a small ring from the big ring. It was so small that it was only a few kilometers in diameter. He gave it to Li Wenyuan as a souvenir. This galaxy is welcoming a new life. As the gods who created everything, can you give me a name? This request was very sudden, but the other party's words were almost pleading. After thinking for a while, Li Wenyuan agreed to this request. The main body of this huge ring was once called the end of reincarnation. Its appearance often represented the end of a civilization. However, this doesn't apply to your situation. You are the starting point of reincarnation here. The beginning of reincarnation might be a suitable name for you. The beginning of this galaxy will be written by you. I hope that under your care, there will be no day when the end will come. In that case, you can also be called the Administrator. Chapter 295, Crossing the Galaxy Gate. The concentration of Chinook in the entire elliptical galaxy Alpha was rapidly decreasing as time passed. The Fallen Ones, who had an extremely keen perception of Chinook power, noticed the anomaly, but they could do nothing about it since they knew nothing else. After losing the Void Realm passage that allowed them to move across the galaxy, even the Chinook that they relied on to survive was about to leave them, which made the remaining survivors enter an extreme state. They were already crazy and began to destroy indiscriminately in fear, but it was meaningless other than wasting the little Chinook power left in their bodies. If they could gather together and work as a team, they might be able to embark on a completely different path of development. However, the social environment created a very low density of the Fallen Ones. Everyone tried their best to hide themselves. Even if they died suddenly due to hallucinations one day, no one would know. Therefore, after the Chinook power they relied on disappeared, they were basically trapped on the planet they were on. How could a high-level life form that had almost no sight, hearing, smell, taste, or even touch live on the barren land that was almost equal to the environment of the universe? One of the Fallen Ones put down the piece of meat in his hand in confusion and looked around at the sandstorm. His food had already lost its Chinook power and turned into ordinary protein, which could not replenish his Chinook power that was becoming more and more barren. The extreme evolution that relied on Chinook power did not allow him to evolve cells that could photosynthesize, nor did he have a body that could resist the natural storms. When the psionic power that sustained his life was exhausted, he would become a dried corpse in the yellow sand. The fallen one fell to the ground in dejection. The madness in his eyes had faded, and what was left was a strange dullness. The fading of psionic power was accompanied by the fading of hallucinations. The strange and gaudy scenes that filled his vision in the past had disappeared, and the remaining psionic power allowed him to perceive the yellow sand dancing in the sky around him. This was completely different from his world of madness. The contrast was so great that he could not even tell which world was real. The murmurs that were still in his ears a moment ago were now replaced by the whistling of the sandstorm, and the whistling sound was gradually weakening as his psionic weakened. The storm never stopped, but he did not have a sense of hearing. He listened to the natural sound with the sixth sense that his psionic granted him. Then, he lay down on the sand and used his remaining sense of touch to feel the friction of the sand sliding across his body. Gradually, he realized that this seemed to be the real world, a real world that he had never experienced in detail. There was no pain, no torturous hallucinations, only primitive heartbeats and new pulses. The psionic power had not completely disappeared from his body, but his consciousness was gradually fading away. The sudden relaxation of his mind had rapidly weakened the organs in his body. His internal organs, which had been maintaining high-intensity work for a long time, could not adapt to the relaxation and were dying in large numbers. However, this pain was nothing compared to the previous hallucinations. His mind was in a trance, and he only wanted time to stop at this moment, even if it meant the death of his soul. The light of the star gradually rose from the edge of the horizon and began to illuminate the dark world. As his heart beat for the last time, something seemed to emerge from the fallen one's body, but it disappeared in the sand, like a dream. The dust buried the dead body, and everything seemed to be running as usual. However, thick rain clouds magically appeared in the sky, and after a period of lightning and thunder, a huge amount of water fell. The long river formed by the water flow washed over this area of sand, eventually forming a lake that seemed to never dry up. A corpse floated in the lake and finally sank to the bottom. The old era had come to an end, and a new era would begin. The psionic power had been reduced to a normal level. Although it is still higher than the average concentration of the galaxy, it might have given the place a different color. After testing the average concentration of the galaxy again, Li Wenyuan recorded it in the files of the elliptical galaxy Alpha and sealed it in the database. Recording the basic situation of the place was the quality of a serious traveler. These were all rare and valuable assets that could provide many experimental models. Speaking of which, the moving void realm. There is actually such a thing. If that was the case, could the traveler civilization be a fully developed void realm? That place is no longer the world of the void realm life forms and void realm gods. It's controlled by the void realm civilization. Assuming that the Churro race didn't perish because of internal strife, will they enter a higher world or become a void realm civilization in their final form? From his interaction with the void realm ring, Li Wenyuan learned a secret: the void realm could be moved. The void realm itself needed to be built on the spiritual world of a life form organism, but when it grew to a certain extent, it was no longer the material that determined the spirit, but the spirit determining material. At that point, the galaxy where the void realm could have been born would be the dream world, and the void realm would be the real universe. At that time, the void realm would no longer be anchored in the minds of those life forms but would develop freely. However, all of this was still at the theoretical stage. Even if he took over the ring of the void realm, he was not sure if he could reach this stage. However, this also provided Li Wenyuan with a lot of useful information. At the very least, he had a deeper understanding of the void realm in psionic. After taking over the observation terminal here, I have confirmed that the contingency agreement really does not exist in this galaxy. Isn't this kind of extreme purification machine present in every galaxy? What Li Wenyuan couldn't understand was the fact that there was no such thing as a contingency agreement. Perhaps the creator of the contingency agreement also had their own pride. They believed that life could not be born here, so they did not install the contingency agreement. But it's also possible that they saw that the traveler civilization had done something here and knew that this galaxy would definitely perish, so they left directly. His guess was not unreasonable. After all, if he had not come here, this place would have definitely gone into a dead silence. Even simple single-celled life might not be able to survive. No matter what, he had gotten what he needed to know and what he needed to get here. They did not stay here for long, perhaps because there was only one civilization here. After checking the things he wanted to take away, Li Wenyuan's spaceship carried the belongings that had been compressed in the miniature galaxy to the supermassive black hole at the center of the oval galaxy. Compared to the silver core black hole, the black hole here was much smaller. It was only about 5 million times the mass of the Sun, and its diameter was not as large as a few galaxies. Surrounding the black hole was only a single outer stargate. Without the foundation of the eternal world, the outer stargate would only look like a relatively large structure. Is this the end of this journey? It's a little short. Grey Wind seemed a little bored. She couldn't find anything interesting in this oval galaxy. Even the life forms here were annoying to her. However, Li Wenyuan was not the same. He used the remote signal to adjust the outer stargate that had already taken the initiative to enter the connection while answering Grey Wind. Although it is short, at least I gained something. There are many new things added to my database, among them, most of them were at the spiritual level. The outer stargate which he had not used for a long time began to operate again. A record of its usage appeared on the list. It was a record that pointed to the spiral galaxy Alpha. After adjusting the state of the outer stargate, the familiar gravitational force, like a curtain, blocked a large area of space around the spaceship and shot it toward a spot of light further away. It was the spiral galaxy Alpha, a galaxy in the dark forest. Chapter 296, Countdown to the Disaster. Recently, the Seeker No. 1 unmanned exploration spaceship carrying the yearning for the stars has successfully arrived at a location 21 billion kilometers away from us. Although the nuclear power battery it carries can only work for another 42 years, it can still maintain contact with us during this time and continuously send the scenery in space back here. I believe that although this is a small step for our country, it will be a big step for the whole world. Beep. The TV that was still broadcasting the news was suddenly turned off, which also attracted the dissatisfaction of the viewers. Dad, what are you doing? You stopped your son's great progress. This is something that the whole world should celebrate. Although the spectators were clamoring, he saw his father's gradually darkening expression and ran back to his room without looking back. He shouted, I remember I still have homework to do. Then, he heard the sound of the door locking. He didn't know if he was really doing his homework inside. The father could only sigh helplessly when he saw his son's mischievous appearance. Then, his gaze shifted to the newspaper on the table. He looked at the various news about space exploration and revealed a serious expression. He sat down at the table and began to flip through the newspaper page by page, frowning from time to time because of the various celebratory reports on it. It's very good at hiding information. Even after such a long time, there were no clues. This person seemed to know some insider information. After reading the newspapers, he stood up and left a note saying, "Make your own dinner." Then, he put on his coat and hurried out. As usual, there were people rushing off work and students returning home from school on the street. In this crowd of people who were walking back, he, a person who went against the flow, seemed a little out of place. He made a phone call, apparently to meet someone. After a long while, they finally arrived at a hidden tavern. Not long after he sat down, another person in a similar coat hurried over and sat directly in front of him. "Phew, teacher, you should know that my job is strictly confidential, and your identity is. For the sake of your students' future, can you not look for me in the future?" This person complained as soon as he sat down, but from his words, it could be heard that they were actually very familiar with each other. The man who was addressed teacher did not care about the tone of this person. Instead, he said seriously, "You shouldn't have come, but you still came. This shows that I, as your teacher, still have some weight in your heart. Of course. After all, you are the famous alien civilization scientist, a planetologist. If you have a request, I naturally have to come." The man who hadn't used his name for a long time had a look of reminiscence on his face, but it quickly became firm. He said directly, "There's no need to chat. I must have something important to discuss with you. Ever since the Astronomical Bureau fired me, I've been brooding over that discovery. But 20 years have passed, and I haven't seen any reports about it, nor have I heard any information. I want to know, does the Bureau really value the discovery I mentioned?" The eyes of the planetologist burned as if he was determined to get the answer to this question. His student felt a little uncomfortable staring at him. He could only admit helplessly, "In fact, your discovery did attract the attention of the entire Bureau at the beginning. This matter even alarmed some big shots, causing the people in the Bureau to work overtime for a long time. But you also know that it takes time for information to be transmitted." Ever since the station took the initiative to reply. "What?" When the planetologist heard this, he stood up with a thud. His voice was even a little distorted because of the unbelievable volume. Before I left, didn't I repeatedly tell you not to reply to any messages and just be a quiet listener? Why did you reply to the messages from those alien civilizations? The others in the tavern looked over because of the strange behavior of the planetologist. This also made him realize that he was too excited and had no choice but to sit down again. Before he could continue asking, his student replied helplessly. This is the only clue we have to communicate with the alien civilization. Of course, the Institute will not give up on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. No matter what, the first contact is necessary. This will affect our strategy. Foolish. How muddle-headed. How can you assume that the other party is here with good intentions? Our strength, our country, and our civilization are far from enough to deal with a space attack. Teacher, calm down first. I know that you think your dark forest theory is correct, and I also agree with your research. However, you see, if the Institute wants to obtain more funding, it naturally has to make a big discovery. The student once again tried to persuade the planetologist, but the planetologist was so anxious that he stomped his feet on the spot. Ignoring the strange looks from the people around him, he asked directly. When was the earliest time you guys responded? About 15 years ago? It happened not long after you left. However, after hearing the time, the planetologist ran straight home and didn't hear what the student said. On the way, he was still thinking in his mind, I discovered the alien signal from 5 light years away 20 years ago, but the Astronomical Bureau only responded after another 5 years. If the information transmission time is also calculated as 5 years, then the blow should have come as early as 5 years ago. Why didn't it? Could it be that my theory is wrong? No, that's not right. The preparation of weapons also requires time. The attack has not appeared yet. Perhaps I still have time. The planetologist rushed home, but they didn't notice that some of the people who were supposed to get off work seemed to have received an urgent message and rushed back. Their target was the unique landmark building in the distance, the Astronomical Observatory. At this moment, the people in the Astronomical Bureau were in a mess. Countless people were nervously calculating something, and their heads were covered in sweat. A staff member who had just been summoned back from work was a little confused. He quickly grabbed someone and asked what was going on. After hearing the reason, the staff member was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat and joined in the intense work. Because he heard an incredible answer. The latest information from Seeker Number 1 shows that a beam of light filled with enormous energy is approaching. The target is our star. It was also at this moment that the Seeker Number 1, which was 21 billion kilometers away, was hit by a thick beam of light and disappeared in an instant. Disaster Countdown, 19 hours. Chapter 297, An Ordinary Spaceship Passing By. The unknown light beam that was rapidly approaching was not known to the public, but it caused panic among the higher UPS of some countries on the planet. There were not many countries that had enough strength to support accurate space observation, and only these big countries could discover that aliens had really appeared. However, it wasn't the alien who came personally, but the alien's attack. No matter how one looked at it, the beam of light did not look like a friendly greeting. How is it? What's the latest information? The director of the Astronomical Observatory rushed to the bureau without even putting on his clothes and asked about the recent situation. In fact, he had learned about the general situation through communication on the way, but he was still afraid that he would miss out on any new information during the journey. The researcher quickly replied, according to our calculations, the source of this beam of light is about 5 light years away from Heavenly Planet. Also, according to the information we received before the destruction of Seeker Number 1, it's actually not a beam of light, but a glowing life form that's moving at sublight speed. After the director heard the answer, he could not help but confirm again, Seeker Number 1 was destroyed. This was news that he had never heard before. It seemed that something new had happened while he was rushing over from abroad. Unfortunately, Seeker Number 1 happened to be in the path of the beam. Judging from the time, it should have been destroyed by now. This unfortunate news made the director fall silent for a moment because it meant that all their efforts to explore the galaxy so far had turned into bubbles. However, he also knew that the most important thing at the moment was not this matter, but the light beam that could bring about a world-ending disaster. Hence, his aura condensed and he quickly took on the demeanor of a leader. He calmed everyone's panicked emotions and continued their work in an orderly manner. He himself was also staring at the data, and at the same time, he did not forget to listen to his subordinates' reports. Although his face was expressionless to calm people's hearts, his inner emotions were changing again and again. According to the report, the string of mysterious light beams was approaching the star at sublight speed. However, apart from that, they also discovered an impossible fact. That was, the string of light beams was moving at faster than light. Because the observatory of another country on the other side of the planet discovered that according to the trajectory of the light beam, the distance it moved a few months ago was unbelievable. It could only be done faster than the speed of light. This completely overturned the law that the speed of light could not be surpassed, but the truth was right in front of them. Now, the director was wondering why it suddenly slowed down. According to the data of Seeker number 1, the light beams were flying at sublight speed. At first, they were almost at the same speed as light, but now they had slowed down a lot. Even though a few hours had passed since the discovery, the strike countdown calculated by the astronomical observer remained unchanged at 19 hours, as if forming a dynamic balance. However, this was not what they wanted. There would eventually be a limit to the speed reduction. At that time, it would be the real countdown. Even if they didn't know what kind of impact the light beam would have on the star, they had to prepare for the worst, such as the star was extinguished, and the world entered an eternal winter night. However, this kind of disaster response was not something the director should be in charge of. After reporting everything he knew to his superiors, he began to think about the mystery of the light beam that troubled him. What can it be? Perhaps this type of light beam can move forward by changing the curvature of space-time? Or is there a wormhole leading to this place on its way? As the director of an astronomical observatory, he enjoyed reading all kinds of scientific magazines in his spare time, including many science fiction novels. He quickly thought of those theoretical machines that existed in his fantasies. At the same time, he also thought of an idea proposed by a famous person, the star confusion planetologist. Even the speed of light is too slow in the universe. Assuming that there is a faster-than-light space in the universe where we can easily surpass the speed of light, our development might be very different. Could it be the faster-than-light space? The director thought about it and shook his head. He said self-deprecatingly, "Why would I think of this lunatic's nonsense? Let's look at reality first." Then, the director himself also threw himself into the intense work and quickly threw the idea out of his mind. Just like that, a few hours passed. The tense atmosphere seemed to spill out from the astronomical observatory, and even the home of the planetologist was filled with a similar atmosphere. At this moment, he was calculating something on the computer in the study room. However, the computer's configuration was obviously not very high. Very soon, the program that was too slow made the planetologist slam the table and angrily take out a pen and paper to calculate by himself. However, at this moment, the communication device that he rarely used suddenly rang. After he answered it impatiently, he realized that the other party was his student. "Teacher. The surveillance is still there. To make a long story short, the blow is going to..." Before he could finish, the communication was cut off. This made the planetologist get up and run out of the door. There was still no change in the sky, but the planetologist was extremely uneasy because he had a feeling that something else was coming besides the blow. Under the increasing pressure, the higher UPS of this country also came to the astronomical observatory and prepared to hold a meeting on the spot to obtain new information and discuss solutions. The World Alliance headquarters is holding a meeting. The leaders are still having a secret meeting, but the outcome will probably not change. Have you analyzed the properties of the light beam? We have some clues. That luminous object might have the ability to absorb and transform star matter. Perhaps the eternal winter night that we initially guessed is coming. Is there no way to stop it halfway? Our nuclear weapons, space station, everything can be used in this crisis. It's probably impossible. Maybe we can pray that some alien civilization passing by will help us solve this problem. Forget it. While there is still time, it is time for the underground fallout shelter to come in handy. Among them, some of them had the idea of escaping from the beginning and had even secretly arranged for their relatives to take refuge, leaving the people outside unaware. However, this was the reality here. Those who held power could always be one step ahead. However, while these higher UPS were discussing in low voices, a staff member here noticed a string of extremely abnormal numbers. Just now, about 400,000 kilometers above our planet, a terrifying space-time curvature reading appeared. It's almost equivalent to a black hole appearing there. Following these shocking words, the pupils of the planetologist who was a long distance away from the astronomical observation station also constricted. With his excellent eyesight, he saw a spot of light that seemed to be fading away from the black curtain in the distant sky. He took out his self-made binoculars and looked over. Then, he saw a spaceship that only existed in his imagination appear out of thin air. It looked ordinary, but it seemed to carry the weight of a civilization as it passed over the sky. Chapter 298, Mysterious Destruction of the Hyperspace Channel. Has significantly deviated from the predetermined position, correcting coordinates. Alignment complete. The sensor has automatically scanned the surrounding starfield. Native civilization discovered. Native civilization Alpha, native civilization Beta. Detected traces of a hyperspace channel nearby. Detected suspected star devourer mutant life form nearby. A lot of information appeared in Li Wenyuan's virtual world after he transmigrated to the spiral galaxy Alpha through the outer stargate. There seemed to be a lot of things happening in this galaxy. The sensors provided him with a lot of information as soon as he arrived. The first thing that Li Wenyuan paid attention to was the deviation from the predetermined position of the alarm. He had checked the outer stargate in the elliptical galaxy Alpha, and there were no problems. Although it was almost inevitable that there would be a deviation in the coordinates of such a distant spiral galaxy Alpha, it was impossible for such a large deviation to occur. He still did not know the structure of the spiral galaxy, but according to the density of nearby stars sent back by the sensors, this was almost the end of the spiral arm. In other words, he would be flying out of the galaxy if he was slightly off. If there was no problem with the outer stargate, it meant that there was a problem with the arrival process, and this problem was very likely to appear in the spiral galaxy itself. It seems that there are quite a few abnormalities here. Li Wenyuan's mind moved slightly as he followed the information obtained from the sensor. 2 native civilizations? One is on the planet below me, and the other is in an ordinary galaxy about 5 light-years away. These 2 civilizations are so close. If there is a hyperspace channel, they might have established a connection long ago. As he thought of the hyperspace channel, Li Wenyuan also noticed another message: there were signs of a hyperspace channel nearby. It has been a long time since I have seen hyperspace. Was it built by the enlightened ones of this galaxy, or was it built by humans? He naturally thought of the humans, the apocalypse who built hyperspace channels all over the Milky Way. The galaxy did not have the abnormally high concentration of psionic power like the elliptical galaxy Alpha and looked no different from the galaxy. Humans had come here through the outer stargate. With their personalities, it was not impossible for them to build a few hyperspace channels here. Perhaps in the future, he would be able to see the "I was here" tablet left behind by someone in a focal galaxy that was connected by a large number of hyperspace channels. But we can't just blame everything on human beings. They didn't build a hyperspace channel in the previous galaxy, perhaps because they thought that the life there could move directly through the virtual space without being restricted by the speed of light. Perhaps there's also an enlightened civilization in this galaxy, but the situation here. As he thought about it, Li Wenyuan realized that although the sensor had detected the existence of the hyperspace channel, it had not really found the hyperspace route. Such an obvious superluminal zone should be very conspicuous, but from the results, there seemed no hyperspace in this galaxy. Interesting. Would the natives here know anything? He cast his gaze at the terrestrial planet below the spacecraft, where a native civilization lived. Judging from the satellites and space stations around the planet, as well as the degree of pollution on the surface, this was at least a native civilization that had reached the atomic age. Nuclear energy had already begun to be used, but it had not yet become widespread. However, his top priority was to find a place to settle his belongings first. He felt that it was not safe enough if he did not release those things. Thus, his spaceship disappeared from the galaxy, leaving behind the dumbfounded people of the native civilization who had witnessed everything. Wait, the spaceship disappeared. The sudden appearance and disappearance of the mysterious spaceship caused a great shock to these people. It was impossible for them not to be shocked by this visitor who was suspected to be from a high civilization. This meant that there were probably more civilizations in this universe than they had estimated, and among them, how many civilizations were there that could not even stop them at light speed? Compared to that, Doomsday Strike seemed insignificant. In just one day, we witnessed the emergence of 2 alien civilizations at the same time. Do you think they can be from the same civilization? It's not impossible. Perhaps that spaceship is hiding in the dark, preparing to see how ugly we will be in the face of the apocalypse. Amongst them, the planetologist was also extremely shocked. He was one of the few unofficial people who had observed the mysterious spaceship, which once again made him fear the world in the starry sky. He believed in the dark forest theory of this universe, and the doomsday strike from the alien civilization was his proof. The civilization here would do their best to destroy all the enemies they knew and hide in the dark forest as much as possible. In this place, every civilization was both the hunter and the prey. It depended on who could hide better or who could destroy the other silently. And this time, the spaceship appeared to be from a high-level civilization. He believed that it was a civilization that was behind. They would confirm the destruction of this place and then destroy the civilization that had launched the attack. All. How cruel! The planetologist returned to his room dejectedly and knocked on his son's door, ready to enjoy his last moments. However, just as he was about to give up and continue to explore the stars, a spaceship emitting a green glow suddenly appeared in this galaxy. It quickly transformed into a humanoid creature with a spherical machine. The extra nanomachines became the cornerstone for her to walk in the air. This place looks pretty good. At least it is not as terrifying as the previous place. It was Grey Wind who came here, and the floating spherical machine beside her was Li Wenyuan's drone. He was using this to check the situation here, and his spaceship would come later. Let's get rid of that strange Star Devourer mutant first, lest the sun here is affected and these fragile natives die. At this moment, the beam of Star Devourer mutants was about to pass by a Seeker 2 aircraft that was also part of the Seeker program, and its speed had dropped to 1/20th of the speed of light. Although the speed was not slow, Grey Wind soon caught up with it. He used his nanomachine storm to block the super light beam with a diameter of nearly 20 kilometers until it could no longer emit any light. Not long after, the astronomical observatory, which was still in the midst of intense preparations, received a message from Seeker number 2. The content of the video also made everyone present boil. This was because they saw a blurry alien creature that easily solved the doomsday strike that had troubled them for a long time with a magical dust cloud. Chapter 299, The Degenerated Star Devourer. What was that? Can alien civilizations do such ridiculous things now? Judging from the distance and the reference object, it seems to be about the same size as us, right? After seeing the video document that recorded aliens resolving doomsday strike, someone couldn't help but ask this question. This was also what everyone was thinking. If they saw it on the internet, they would just laugh it off. After all, who would believe that Superman really existed? However, the news of Seeker number 2 broke their previous understanding. They couldn't even understand how such a small object in the image could travel in space so easily. The science fiction, or magic, that only existed in their movies and TV shows appeared before their eyes. While they were still feeling smug that it took Seeker number 1 more than 40 years to fly 21 billion kilometers away was a feat, the alien civilization had already developed to the point of grasping the sun, moon, and stars. Since the other party had stopped doomsday strike, would they be noticed? The staff members who were typing on the instrument froze in midair at the same time. Almost everyone realized that an alien civilization was coming. Assuming that the other party had come with ill intentions, what would happen to them in the future? Soon, the crackling sounds that had disappeared because of the pause in their movements rang out again, but everyone's expressions were hidden in a shadow. The sudden doomsday strike had already confirmed that the outside world was not very friendly. Their future would probably be dark. Unlike the pessimistic state of these people, Grey Wind had yet to realize that his actions in space had been witnessed by these natives and had caused them a considerable blow. The nanorobotic storm of an astonishing scale blocked the high-speed mutants of the Star Devourer. Under the effect of inertia, many of the Star Devourer mutants were knocked to death. This also made Grey Wind realize the difference between this Star Devourer mutant and the Star Devourers in the Milky Way. The most obvious difference was the size. This Star Devourer mutant was made up of a large number of miniature Star Devourers, which was different from the form of an entire life form like the Milky Way. Strictly speaking, the ones here should be called star-devouring bugs. Those mosquito-sized Star Devourer mutants were most appropriately called bugs. They could move by absorbing cosmic radiation, and they would glow in the process like ordinary Star Devourers. Absorbing and transforming stellar matter was also one of their instincts. However, in general, this star-devouring bug swarm was actually a weakened version of the Star Devourer for many reasons. I roughly analyzed the genetic structure of these Star Devourer mutants. Guess what I found? There are no traces of genetic modification in their genes. They looked more like they had been artificially selected. Grey Wind reported her new discovery to Li Wenyuan with interest. In the Milky Way, breeding was already an inefficient method. The interstellar civilizations that had mastered the secrets of genes would directly perform genetic modification, inserting and editing the required genes. Breeding would only appear in the immature interstellar civilizations or the indigenous civilizations. However, the star devourer mutants that appeared here seemed to be creatures that had undergone countless generations of degeneration. Not only had their bodies become smaller, but their corresponding abilities had also become weaker. According to Grey Wind's estimation, after the star devourer mutants stopped, the energy they released from the converted stellar material was not enough for them to escape the gravitational pull of the star. At the same time, their efficiency in converting stars had also become very low. In the past, a star devourer could devour a star in 40 to 50 years, but now, it was more than 10 times that. Judging from the current situation, this was the kind of creature that would never return. It was obvious that they did not evolve for survival. It was more like they were artificially cultivated by a civilization for a certain purpose. As for the purpose, it was self-evident. Li Wenyuan, who was setting up his belongings somewhere, also received the news from Grey Wind. I know. Since these star devourer mutants were unable to reach that speed, something must have provided them with an initial speed. Combined with this breeding method and the direction of flight, it was basically confirmed that it was done by the native civilization Beta. How interesting! Is this an interplanetary strike? And the first thing they did was destroy the other party? There are no hyperspace routes here, so they are using such an inefficient but useful method to wage a war. He was also interested in this. After all, this situation was rare in the Milky Way. Almost all indigenous civilization scientists could discover the existence of hyperspace in the pre-space era and even the atomic era. Instead of waiting for decades to prepare for a slow light speed attack, it would be better to directly attack the enemy's door with a spaceship for a few months. Very few people considered the question of the speed of light. However, the situation here was different. Other than being interested in the interstellar social environment and the development of civilization here, Li Wenyuan also wanted to know where the hyperspace had gone. He could not figure out the reason from the remaining traces of hyperspace. Other than searching for possible human ruins, he believed that the civilizations of this galaxy might know something. Civilizations that had reached the atomic age had more or less gained knowledge of the universe. Even indigenous civilizations might be able to find clues. Thus, Li Wenyuan continued to speak to Grey Wind, if you're interested, you can go to the native civilization Alpha and help me look through the top secret information of their countries. After receiving an affirmative answer, he prepared to go to another place after settling down his belongings, which was the native civilization Beta that had launched the Star Devourer attack. In terms of means, the technology level of the native civilization Beta should be higher. They could even strike across galaxies. The abnormal acceleration of the Star Devourer's movement had also piqued his interest in this civilization. He felt that this civilization would definitely tell him something. At this time, Grey Wind had arrived at the native civilization Alpha. She flew in the sky in her human form, and the nanomachines that were invisible to the naked eye were integrated into the civilization, using the convenient network to download the history of this place. At the same time, she also found that the indigenous creatures here seemed to have a large-scale panic. Some people were holding large-scale protests, but more people were rushing to buy supplies. There were riots from time to time, as if the end of the world had arrived. Isn't the Star Devourer mutant already taken care of? Why are they still rioting? With curiosity, Grey Wind quietly slipped into the crowd. Chapter 300, This is called Zero-Element Armor. He shifted his gaze to Li Wenyuan. It had been some time since he had settled down his belongings. Since he found that the place he had come to was at the edge of the spiral galaxy, he decided to settle down in a galaxy near the native civilization Alpha and extend the range of the starfield. If the two native civilizations had the ability to observe faster than light, they would have discovered that there were suddenly a few bright stars in the sky that did not exist before. After everything was settled, the sentry formation that he had packed in advance began to work, allowing him to know the situation of the nearby large starfield like the back of his hand. Because of this, he discovered an interesting phenomenon. He had detected a large number of signs of civilizations. Not only that, but a few civilizations were still in a state of war. He even saw a fleet moving at 1/15 of the speed of light. It was sailing in space, and its target seemed to be another civilization. The density of civilizations here is unexpectedly high. There are actually more than 20 civilizations within the surveillance range of this sentry formation. This density was already higher than the Milky Way, and this was only at the edge of the galaxy. If the sentry formation was placed at a suitable location in the galaxy, based on this density, perhaps hundreds of civilizations could be discovered. In that case, the total number of civilizations in this spiral galaxy would most likely be more than the Milky Way. Perhaps it would be safer if he couldn't surpass the speed of light? They didn't know each other's existence, and there wouldn't be a war if there was no communication. It might not be a bad idea to just leave it like this. After thinking about it, he rejected this idea. Everything that happened in the Epsilon shelter was still in the database. Unable to travel faster than light speed, they were trapped to death by limited resources, or they were restarted in a major disaster and went through the process of civilization again. This was probably the end of the cycle of civilization here. Perhaps, the civilization here has already gone through several cycles. With that thought in mind, Li Wenyuan jumped to the galaxy of the native civilization Beta according to the coordinates provided by the Sentry formation. At the same time, a celebration party was being held inside the native civilization. We have detected that the star devouring bug has arrived at the predetermined location. Although it is still halfway through the observation platform, it should have already arrived in the galaxy of that ignorant civilization. These people were celebrating the fact that they had eliminated a potential enemy and were also happy that they had survived another day in the dark forest. The star-devouring bugs that they cultivated did not have an immediate destructive effect, but they knew that all living things were fragile. As the origin of all life, a slight mutation in the star was enough to lead to the extinction of the planet's life. This subtle method of extinction also had the effect of being difficult to trace after the fact. In this way, their location would still be safe and would not be discovered and attacked by other civilizations with the same mentality as them. This was a lesson they had learned through blood and tears. Here, every civilization was both the hunter and the prey. There was no win-win cooperation, only a chain of suspicion formed because they could not surpass the speed of light. Speaking of which, although we have been silent for a long time, we seem to have discovered another signal of an innocent civilization some time ago. How long was it before the magic mirror revolved to its predetermined position? We still have to wait for 53 years. The location this time isn't too good. It just so happens that it's quite far from the magic mirror. Moreover, the angle isn't good either. The preparation work is quite troublesome. Among the people attending the celebration party, some of the higher UPS began to whisper again, repeatedly mentioning something called the magic mirror. It was a mysterious space that they had discovered about 400 years ago. It was about the size of an ordinary planet, and they had discovered that objects could be rapidly accelerated to light speed after entering this space. This incredible phenomenon was named magic mirror by them, and they designed a series of faster-than-light galactic strike systems around this space to destroy their potential enemies. Even the star-devouring bugs were specially optimized for this purpose. In the whispers, although they understood that the time had not come yet, everyone was full of confidence because they felt that they had the absolute advantage. However, not long after, someone suddenly rushed into the celebration party in a panic and brought shocking news. An unidentified flying object was approaching them. At that moment, Li Wenyuan's drone flew past the native civilization and transmitted the general features of the planet back to the research spacecraft. When he first entered this place, he realized that the civilization here was indeed more advanced. He could see spaceports and space battleships here. However, when he tried to communicate with this civilization, he found that the other party did not respond, as if all communication had been cut off. Since the other party was unwilling to communicate, he could only choose to gather information himself. Therefore, he sent out the drone, but he did not expect it to cause a fierce reaction from the other party. He saw several strange-looking small aircraft take off from the planet and began to chase after his drone. It seemed that they wanted to shoot down his drone. So xenophobic? Aren't they afraid that this will lead to more serious consequences? Even though he was complaining, his drone was still collecting data at a speed that was far beyond the reach of small aircraft. At this moment, the command center of this native civilization was in chaos. Why? The speed of firing pin has clearly accelerated to 62 km per second, but why is it still unable to catch up to the UFO? It's not even streamlined. Yet, its speed is 100 km per second. What exactly is its origin? These people were extremely frightened because their greatest near-ground defense was this high-speed aircraft called firing pin. Its surface was made of a material with strong interaction force, and its biggest feature was that it was sufficiently hard. At a sufficiently high speed, hardness would become the best weapon. It would not be a problem to directly pierce through a planet. However, all of this was based on the premise that they could catch up with the other party. Now, the UFO was about to escape its scanning range. However, the next moment, they realized that the UFO suddenly slowed down and stopped in place. This undoubtedly made them overjoyed. In addition to letting the firing pin shoot down the UFO, they were also analyzing the reason for its sudden stop and finally came to a conclusion: the opponent had exhausted all his energy during the prolonged acceleration. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief because this meant that their crisis was over. No matter which civilization this UFO came from, they would not be able to get any information about this place. Therefore, they all looked at the high-speed flight of the firing pin with interest, as if they could not wait to see the other party being smashed. However, at this moment, a researcher who had been observing the UFO all this time suddenly narrowed his eyes and stood up with a thud. He shouted, "Wait! That material is..." In the next second, the firing pin shattered. The impact lasted less than a second, but in the eyes of these people, it seemed as long as a century. They seemed to clearly see the firing pin starting from the head, breaking and shattering bit by bit, revealing the internal structure, and then shattering together with the structure. This moment passed in a flash, but the UFO was still intact, without any damage, and the wreckage of the firing pin disappeared under inertia. At this moment, the researcher who was halfway through his sentence said, "That seems to be a neutron star matter."